Welcome into the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. You can always weigh in. There'll be unscreened phone calls. Bubba is on a hamcation, scheduled to be off today and tomorrow as he goes down to Orlando in one of the nation's largest ham fest. It was something they did last year, starting to be an annual thing, and so he's off today and part of hamcation. Scheduled to appear is Senator Tuberville a little bit later in the show. And Coach Skip Holtz will be in studio with the Birmingham Stallions and the UFL cranking up as the XFL and USFL join forces for the first time. And we'll talk to him and catch up with Coach Skip. He's fired up and ready to come on in today. No RBU this week with Bubba being off, but we'll jump back in next week. And I think David Pollock will be our guest, but we won't mojo that one. That's in the process. So there you go. The table is set. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
What's happening?
What's happening?
Boys.
I was out of the loop a little bit yesterday when it came to the news, just running around, not keeping up with anything. And got home last night and saw where Nick Saban, he didn't take much time to chill out, did he? He is going to be with ESPN, part of College Game Day, and an analyst on a number of different deals. College Game Day will be the main thing. He'll also be an analyst on the NFL Draft and SEC Media Days. So it's going to be interesting to see him in that different role.
Semi-retired.
Yeah. He'll enjoy himself.
We kind of saw that coming,
right?
Because he's done some a little,
yeah.
You know, like championship game when they weren't in it,
right?
And so he'll do this a lot, you know.
Yeah, I heard Charles Barkley comment on this. Alabama and Auburn men's basketball teams played in Auburn last night, and when I tuned over it actually was perfect timing because Charles had sat down with the broadcast and did about 10 minutes with him or something. And he talked about the difficulty as a former player or coach criticizing your former peers, you know. And he's like, I never want to dog a player that I know I might be a good friend with, you know, until they do something wrong or stupid, and then I have to talk about it. Yeah. He said, and Coach Saban, I know he won't have a problem with that, but him being critical of other coaches will be something he has to do.
Yeah, that's true.
But
if you're going to be an analyst, you got to be.
Yeah.
And I think it's easier for Nick Saban to get on somebody. He's the greatest of all time.
It's hard to argue.
Charles never won a championship.
Yeah. That's true. It's hard to look at Saban.
Still a great player.
Yeah. But you don't want to look at Saban and go, well, he don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Well, actually, he does.
He does.
And
if
even
you look at the proof.
And even
not even close.
It's not.
There's nobody even in his league.
And even Charles said he's the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
He said he is definitely the greatest. But he will be with Pat McAfee, Reese Davis, Kurt Herbstreit, Desmond Howard, and it says Lee Corso is coming back too.
Lee hanging in there.
So he got David Pollock's job.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I hate to be disrespectful, but
you
cut Pollock loose and you leave him.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Saban appears on Pat McAfee's show, which runs every day, and him and Aaron Rodgers and others have been paid to be there and be a guest on his show weekly. And it was funny, speaking of Pat McAfee, David Pollard, not David Pollard, I'm sorry. Pollock, thank you.
I nearly did it too, so don't worry.
No, well, I was going to talk about the Cowboys running back.
I know.
Pollard.
Well, I heard you talking about it a minute ago, and I thought one of us will mess that up at some point because we got Pollard on our mind.
Yeah, now. And anyway, he was on Pat McAfee, which made me think about it. And Pat asked him about losing his defensive coordinator, as a head coach now for the Commanders.
Yeah.
And he said, "What are you talking about?" He found out live on Pat McAfee that they had lost their coach for the Cowboys defensive coordinator. Went over to the Commanders.
News to him.
And he said, man, I got rid of Instagram and have stepped away from social media. You know, it's off season now. I kind of did some of that mid-season. I'm out of the loop. And so he said, here's what's so funny about it.
A teammate or somebody.
Right.
Said, hey, man,
maybe a text thread. I don't know, a group me with the guys. He said, here's what's so funny about it. I'm learning about this right now. And Pat says, like, wait a minute. You just learned about this? That you just lost your defense score? Yeah, I'm sorry, I have. Anyway, that's the biggest news coming out of college and the NFL, too, when it comes to Coach Saban joining ESPN as an analyst.
We knew it.
So he'll be on college. How weird will it be for College Game Day to, be live in Tuscaloosa? and Coach is sitting up there, and the Tide's about to play, and everybody there wishes he was still coaching, and he's sitting up there talking.
Yeah, it's going to be weird.
It is going to be weird.
No pressure on the new guy.
Yeah.
The biggest story in that whole deal to me is that Corso's coming back.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be nice.
I know. Well,
but at what point do you go on merit and not on nostalgia?
I think it was a couple years ago. And I know he means a lot to everybody. And Reese and Kirk, they take up for him, as they should. Yeah. But at some point, you got to think of – it's kind of like what's going on with the president.
Exactly.
At some point, you got to think about what's going on with the ones closest to them.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't stop.
And the audience.
You can't stop the
or
aging
the voters
process.
in the president's mind.
Exactly.
I heard Pat McAfee and Kirk Herbstreit talk about that and about the fact that it's not dementia or Alzheimer's or whatever that he's struggling with. It's the stroke that he said his mind is very bright and talking to him and everything. Sometimes he just has difficulty because of that stroke of communicating that, which, I mean, if that's what you're doing, that's tough.
His job is about communicating.
Right.
It's kind of a requirement.
Yeah. But he says he
knows.
If I'm a kicker in the NFL and I can't kick anymore, then I don't get to kick anymore.
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
even though you love me.
It's hard,
right.
but it's
and
true.
I've been around forever.
Right. It's like what they were saying. I understood what they were saying, but it still didn't make any sense because it's like what his job is to communicate it. But they were like, yo, you understand? They just love the man. They absolutely love him, and they were like, you don't understand, he's sharp as a tack, man. He is like all on it. And he said, but sometimes he'll get to where he can't quite communicate it the way he needs
like
to.
We said,
but it's not because he's losing his mind. It's just because
it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you still can't communicate.
And that was my point.
I guess he'll have to start putting the mascot heads on backwards before they go, we need to do something about this.
Right.
Good night.
All right, so we'll take a break. We'll be right back. It looks like now, though, even when he joins them, it's only for a segment or two. He's kind of not on the set.
They get him to the pick part where they pick, and he sticks the mascot head on. Yeah. That's his thing.
Which ought to tell everybody everything they need to know.
Yeah. If he's only there in the last segment.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chili season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Love is in the air, and some things just go better together, like whatever you're listening to and and Raycon's everyday earbuds. And like any serious love story, your Raycon earbuds are here for a good time and a long time with 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life. They offer tons of useful features. Most importantly, you get amazing quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
Hey folks, when you love someone, you protect them the best way you can. That's why we recommend home security from simplysafebubba.com. SimpliSafe is an advanced system that protects every inch of your home. Plus, it's backed by 24/7 with professional monitoring for fast emergency response for less than $1 a day. Order now and get 20% off any new SimpliSafe system with Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for all kinds of emergencies, from financial disasters to floods, hurricanes, you name it. Hard times take years to recover from. Make it easier with this 1-year emergency food kit and save $700 on it at preparewithbubba.com today. These delicious meals last up to 25 years in storage. This rare emergency food kit deal ends this week and you won't see it again soon. Save $700 on a 1-year emergency food kit at preparewithbubba.com. Preparewithbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. A couple of quick things to bring up again. Don't forget Bubba off today. He's got a hamcation going on. Going to spend a couple of days with the guys. He said... he texted the group this morning, hey, thanks. Appreciate y'all letting me off. I got to go get my Nerd Fest on. And this is part of the Ham Fest that's going down in Orlando, one of the nation's largest. And him and a couple of his ham buddies are headed down. And so he'll be off today and tomorrow. Don't forget Senator Tuberville, scheduled to be with us today. And Coach Skip Holtz with the Birmingham Stallions will be with us today. And that's going to be... for the first time after the XFL and USFL have joined forces, we'll talk to him and see how that's going. Look forward to catching up with him. No RBU this week. The guys, the boys, my sons are kind of on me a little bit, and it was it's something that, you know, we all the families, most of us anyway, we have like our little family group text where, you know, yeah, and every now and then it's, you know, we get to going and it'll fire up during the day, and then a lot of times it's just to shoot out information to the family or whatever.
I get a lot of them making fun of me about stuff.
Yeah, well, this is one of them on me.
They gang up on me a lot, don't they?
Well, when we went down this past weekend to Daytona, it wasn't even on purpose. We accidentally were able to go outside, and we had to go. We were going somewhere, and it was perfect timing to catch the sunrise. It was perfect, and I'm like, oh, this is amazing. And all of a sudden, people like are pulling up. Looks like maybe some of the locals or whatever. Like, hey, this is kind of what everybody does.
They never seen sunrise.
Well, I mean, I guess they just had a moment where they're like, hey, we're right here. Let's wait 2 minutes, and the sun's coming up. Well, we took a picture and sent it to the family. All right. And so that's that. Well, fast forward to last night. We went up to Huntsville and to watch JC and UAH play. And after the game, we're leaving and about to get on 565 to head back home. And we turned the corner, and just right over the rocket, okay, where the Space and Rocket Center.
Yeah.
It is the prettiest sunset. Well, Terry takes a picture. We send it to the family. And now they're on me. So, are you going to be this sunrise, sunset guy?
I'm kind of agreeing with them.
Is that what you're doing?
You can't have them that close together.
Right.
Like your next one should have been like 4 months.
Well, but it happened. It wasn't planned. It wasn't
so you become a sunrise
and the boys are on me hard about it.
I'm with them. Say, hey, Dad, is that your only subject you got? Here's another sunrise.
But it just happened. It wasn't.
Looks a lot like the other one.
It's not like I've always, I've got a history of, come on, y'all wake up, let's go get the sunrise, or hey, the sun's setting, let's go take a picture.
You do.
It just happened, But
I'm with them on that.
I got to tell you, both of them are pretty good. But I was able to call myself. Terry did say, hey, man, you need to send this one to Span. I said, I am not doing that.
You're that guy.
I'm not doing that because he'll post a sunset or a sunrise in a second.
Listen, Amanda is a sunrise, sunset, and moon person.
Okay.
Oh, so she covers the sky.
And she will make an announcement to everybody in the house. Hey, y'all come look at the moon.
Oh.
When it's
hey,
big
y'all
and
won't
orange.
believe this sunset. And she'll force everybody on the back porch or in the front yard or in the window.
Telescope, you got rid of it.
Yeah. And at first, I was kind of like, but now I'm on board.
You've already about it.
I get up and go in there and acknowledge it and all that. And try to bring the kids in.
Check it out. There's Venus.
But yeah, we're we're those people.
Yeah. Can I show y'all?
And how about I actually like the moon.
Yeah,
looking at the moon more than the sunsets.
I give you that.
I agree.
I'll give you that.
Because when the moon's like gigantic and orange, it's not going to be that way every night.
Right.
Sunset, sunrise, pretty much the same.
Yeah.
I know you're in different areas. Like I'm at the beach. I'm looking at the rocket for some reason.
Right. Yeah. But
you're probably the only person who ever took a picture of the sun at the rocket.
Well, so here's what I got. I got a beautiful sunset. Mm-hmm. I've got the rocket at the Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville. I've got a plane coming into the Huntsville International Airport, all at the same time. Do y'all want to see it? I sent it to the family.
You might as well.
Yeah, check this out right here, right there.
But dog,
you like that?
But you know what kind of ruins it? Your background is taillights of cars.
Right. Well, but
it's like you're in traffic. So it's traffic.
Well,
with a sunset.
Yeah. That's not a bad picture, but you check
I
get what you're saying.
Check that out right there.
Yeah. It'd be over a mountain or
what
on
do you want me to do?
I don't even see the rocket.
It just happened.
You could have cropped it out.
I didn't have time to go to Montecito Mountain and climb up there.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't have sent that one. I'm sorry.
Well,
it's not a good enough sunset.
It's to the family.
But it's not really an original or anything.
Right.
I mean, it was you basically took a picture of Huntsville traffic as the sun was going.
That's not true. Basically. So you're my sons.
Well,
that's what you're doing.
I agree with them.
Okay. Let's see here.
You want to compare that to the beach?
Well, you want to see the beach? You want to see this?
All right.
Let's check that one out right there.
Okay, that's better.
So that is better.
Is that better?
That is better.
And then I caught.
I'm not that impressed by sunrise.
Look, and then I caught it picking up too.
Yeah.
You like that right there?
Yeah.
You like that?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay. Do y'all want to see the video of it?
Nah, I'm good.
Okay.
No.
Huh? Y'all don't? Why don't you want to see the video?
I'm just not that interested in pictures of sunrise.
You got any of the moon?
They all look kind of the same.
I don't.
Yeah, you got any moon when it's big and orange?
I don't. Have
what about when the moon looks like it's just gigantic?
Shh, listen. Is that not good? Look.
What's that?
Greg, that was you.
Yeah.
Helmsy, you wish you were standing there with me. I can see it.
I wish I was in a chair with a cup of coffee.
I like the sound better than I do the sunset or sunrise.
Cup of coffee and a chair.
Look, caught a seagull flying.
Now you just got a cloudy sky.
No, the storm's coming in. Is there anything better than being on the beach when you see a storm coming in and you feel the breeze of the wind and all the little birds are flying around going, guys, fly away.
And then it just rains like crap, stops, sun come out, and you can't breathe because it's so humid.
Wow, there's you. I knew you'd find something negative about it. But at the moment, it was real early because it was a sunrise.
I was taking pictures of cloudy skies. Is that your new hobby?
No, it was on. Well, that's what they claim. Now they claim I've done it my whole life, and I haven't.
Can you work a waterfall in there, maybe something like that?
All right. Well, I'm
Wonders of the world.
I'm gonna include y'all with my boys so y'all can join them and get on me like you are now.
I know exactly where they're coming.
So, Dad, you're that guy now. Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna send me stuff like this all the time?
No, I ain't got time to look at it.
No, guys, it was just a location check. It was real pretty. So that's what you're doing now. You ought to get it framed, Dad. Why don't you go to? And here, that's it.
Oh, I agree. Yeah. I'm proud of them, actually.
But
I'm
I did. At least I
called
told myself. You ought to send out to Span. That's Terry. You shouldn't talk like that.
He sent it to Span.
And I didn't. And I told myself. I said no. I was just sharing that with the boys,
Span
which, by the way, I'll never do again.
Span say, here's a great picture taken in traffic in Huntsville.
Yeah.
Tail lights and a sunset.
Yeah. I did see a rainbow the other day. I almost sent it to him, but I didn't.
Good night.
Amanda's all about rainbows. Too.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
You ever seen a
Maybe
double?
I just need to start sending things to Amanda.
You ever seen a double rainbow?
A double one time.
Wow. They're out there.
Do you think you had the corner market on double rainbow?
I was the only one that ever seen one.
I've seen one. Yeah, I've seen one.
I think I've seen several.
I have.
I'm making that up now, but
You know, I told y'all years ago I don't look up enough.
yeah, I remember
at night.
I wasn't sure where you were going with it.
Well,
but
I look
do.
up and I'm like, hey,
If you look up too much, you're going to walk into something.
Yeah, but at night, you know, it's nice to kind of go out where it's dark, look up. It's pretty peaceful.
Oh, I have the perfect spot.
Do you really?
Oh, right in the middle of the driveway.
Do you know one thing I do?
Just wow.
And Mr. Buddy's probably jumping on your leg while you're doing it. I'll try to find an airplane at night.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. I see it. All right, that's my world, and I'm sorry.
Look up enough.
I don't. Well, I didn't. I looked up one time, and I'm like, well, I don't. Wow, that's nice.
I do like finding a satellite here or there. It makes me think I've done something. And I haven't because there's hundreds up there.
No matter your thoughts on Valentine's Day, we can all agree some things are better together, like peanut butter and jelly or a blockbuster movie and a bucket of popcorn. You know what else is perfect? A perfect match is whatever you're listening to in Raycon's everyday earbuds. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are so comfortable. Like any serious love story, your Raycon earbuds are here for a good time and a long time. With 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, most importantly, you get amazing quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Raycon's everyday earbuds also feature 3 customizable sound profiles, earbud tap functions, and noise isolation and the awareness modes. And they're used to feeling the love with tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba now. Get a 15% discount. Your Raycon order and free shipping is at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or a link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find that under the sponsors button. Go get yours now. If you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. Cold winter mornings are perfect for staying under the cover and having breakfast in bed. HelloFresh supports that dream because they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you are a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy the pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free. HelloFresh actually has you covered for every mealtime occasion with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, dessert, and more. And not only does HelloFresh help you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, but their pre-portioned ingredients help eliminate excess food waste. This new year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join HelloFresh today and get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
25 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you for joining us here on the kickoff hour. Bubba on a hamcation, off today, tomorrow. Coach Senator Tuberville scheduled to be on the show a little bit later today. Also, Skip Holtz, the head coach for the Birmingham Stallions in the UFL, United Football League. That's the former USFL and XFL. They've joined. 4 from each of those leagues have joined. So now out 8 teams in the UFL. And Coach Skip Holtz is in town, so he's going to jump by the last hour and see us and hang out with us for a little bit.
You know, the times he's been here, he's a super guy.
He sure is.
And he gives great interviews, and he's just a really nice guy.
I love when he comes from practice and he's still got the whistle around his neck.
That's right.
I like that one.
Hey, they've won it 2 years in a row, so
I mean, good night. He's got something going. And so interested to see how all that plays out, but looking forward to the UFL. We'll have some spring football. But first, let's get through the Super Bowl. That's Sunday, Super Bowl 58.
I mean, the big game.
The big game. Helmsy, I know you had something scheduled. I don't know if it's still scheduled. I hadn't talked to you about it.
It is at this point, but I don't see how we're going to get it in.
Yeah.
Y'all need to refer to it as the Super Bowl of tennis since it's on that weekend.
Last night
Super
when
Bowl tennis.
we were having dinner with JC before I took a picture of the sunset, beautiful. I had told him, I was like, son, they moved their games around. They were hosting a team out of Illinois coming down, and these northern teams, they don't like to come down if they're not if they know they're not going to play or it's up in the air.
Just sit in
they
hotel, stare at the rain.
They got to know. So they moved games up and all that. They got another doubleheader today and got one Friday, trying to get it all in, right? Well, I was talking to him last night. I'm like, well, you had a 3-game series. It was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You had a game on Super Bowl Sunday.
Ooh.
And I said the game would have probably been wrapping up as the Super Bowl starts. And he just kind of looked at me.
You'd miss all the pre.
He kind of looked at me and he's like, "That's right, the Super Bowl Sunday, isn't it?" I'm like, "Yeah, buddy, it is." But he
like to
didn't
watch
even
all
realize
the pre-game stuff and all that.
Yeah.
Probably better than the game.
Yeah.
Depends.
Right.
There was a run. I remember. Was it 80s and the 90s? Where the Super Bowl was a blowout. Remember, you couldn't get a close game for nothing.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I forget how many years the streak was, but there was a streak there for a while. When I remember, I was going, would somebody just give me a game that by the fourth quarter where it actually matters?
Yeah.
Because it was rare.
I heard a conversation with Aerosmith about, I don't know. It was Super Bowl 30-something they performed in. I don't know if they've done multiples or not. I have no idea. But they were talking about it might have been 36 or something. And they were talking about when they got the call about how much of a no-brainer it was. They said, "Yeah, let me think about it." Yes,
you're promoting your product big time there.
Yeah, it'll do real well. I see where Taylor Swift, speaking of music, she's always in the news, and coming up on the Super Bowl, she'll be a big part of it, and they'll be showing her a lot. They were talking about the impact of Taylor being part of the NFL now, and what it's done for all the Swifties, and a younger generation that maybe wasn't following football now is a little bit more interested in it. I see where she has sold one of her $40 million private jets amid threats to sue a college student, and we've brought this up, who tracks her emissions.
Yeah, we have her out for her leftist views, but yet, she talks about climate change, but she's jetting all over the world.
She, it looks like she sold one of her jets on January 30th to Missouri-based car insurance company CarShield, according to documents obtained by Daily Mail. She purchased the jet for $40 million in 2011, but the plane is now estimated to be worth around $7 million secondhand.
I'd appreciate.
Yeah, it does. It says here she still owns a larger jet, which is about $54 million, brand new, and has been her primary mode of transportation during the international leg of her tour. But anyway, what's going on now is you've got this college student that's like, okay, these liberals get up there and they preach to us about, emissions and green this and green that and got to save the world, and they're flying all over the world.
Oh, yeah.
And so he tracks it, and she doesn't like it. But
how many carbon emissions or whatever they go by, you think that trip from Japan to Las Vegas is going to be?
It's going to be a lot. And look, hey, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. Hey, have your jet and fly around.
Yeah, that is you telling everybody else that we're trying to save the world.
That's it. Just don't preach to me and tell me we can't fly when you are. I mean, fly on, man. You got an international tour that's amazing. Go do that. Yeah. Fly back and go to the game. If you can do that, go.
Yeah.
But don't preach to us and say we shouldn't do things and we can't have, certain home appliances because we're ruining the world and we can't do this, can't do that, and cows farting and all that.
I imagine
don't do
when
that.
you hit the stage every night and they crank all them lights and sound up, I bet that's a pretty good pull on the grid, and that has to be generated, and I'm sure a lot of that comes from coal plants and stuff like that. So your whole existence isn't very green, really.
Yeah. And the headline is trying to insinuate she sold the jet because this guy's tracking. No, she's just getting rid of something she's not using.
That don't even make sense because I sold the jet, but I have another one.
Yeah.
It ain't like she sold the jet and now she's going on boats and electric tour bus.
Right. She in 22, she topped the list of the worst celebrity private jet CO2 emissions offenders.
According, got a lot of shows going.
According to Yard, a marketing agent that prides itself in cutting-edge data and analysis. And so she was the worst offender on that. But, sounds like she's pretty busy. And go do that. Have yourself a career and do real well. Sounds like you are. You're just 34 years old. Keep on doing it.
Yep.
But don't preach to us about what we're doing.
People could, if you want to go from the perspective of the way they look at things, they could even look at her and go, look, you got more money than you'll ever need. You need to quit touring and anything to help the environment because you really don't have to. You don't need to fly all over the world and put on shows and make all this money. You got more money than you need.
Right.
They could give her that thought.
Yeah.
Like I said, your whole, putting on shows, it's like I said, it's a big old footprint they got.
It is.
You got more money than you need. You'll never need money the rest of your life. So in order to save the planet, I think you need to shut your whole operation down.
Yeah.
And sit at the house and fish.
I like that. Fish.
Got her fishing.
Yeah, I got her fishing.
I do. Or he does.
Can't have any cows because they're going to rip a couple.
Oh, yeah, we can't do that. Speaking of ridiculous, no more horsing around. That's the headline. PETA.
Oh, here they come.
Is ridiculed for calling for children's merry-go-rounds. Y'all, this is not a Babylon Bee. This is like a real headline. To stop using animal themes because it unintentionally celebrates the exploitation of animals.
You talking about plastic horses?
Mm-hmm.
The plight of the plastic horse? Is that what we're worried about?
Yep.
So we're down to this. They must have saved every puppy and kitten and everything. If we're down to this, everything must be good.
People are having fun and slamming PETA for calling on the largest amusement ride manufacturer in Kansas to stop producing and selling animal-themed carousels.
I thought when they would protest bass tournaments that was a little over the top. This is taking the top spot now.
Yeah.
I'm protesting plastic horses that go round and round.
Can't make this stuff
deal
up.
with the plight of the plastic horse. I wonder if it's worse for the ones that actually go up and down. Or
Oh,
the one
that's a good point.
There.
Yeah.
You ever get that when you was a kid? You got on the one that didn't go up and down?
Yeah, it
because
was
it
so
crowded?
disappointing.
Yeah, it was very disappointing.
PETA released an open letter to Chance Rides, I guess that's the manufacturer, on February 6th, urging them to cease manufacturing animal designs as it unintentionally celebrates the exploitation of animals.
You know,
people are getting on, and these little kids at a young age are being taught to get on animals and ride around.
So horse people that ride horses, I bet they really hate them because those are actually real horses.
Right.
I bet they really can't stand that. I mean, they're getting on kids riding plastic ones.
Yeah.
What was the company they're after that makes them? The company? What was
Chance Rides.
Well, I would have one statement if I was Chance. No, we're not going to do that. That would be my official statement. Hey, PETA. Nah, ain't doing it. Sorry.
All right, so here we
Check it
go.
out.
This is what they want instead. Okay, no more animals.
What do they want instead? Humans?
The PETA president told Chance Rides CEO Aaron Landrum, y'all could instead create figures of like bulldozers, cars, spaceships, engaging the imagination of youngsters through human talent.
I wouldn't have a
do
problem
away
if you
with
want to throw
animals.
some of that on there, but not
Right.
because you're exploiting animals. If you want to put a little space rocket on there, maybe liven it up a little bit, that's fine. But not to save the plight of the plastic horse.
This is unbelievable, man. You can't make this stuff
You
up.
talk about. I wonder when they come home every day after their hard days of work at PETA, do they feel like they've actually contributed anything?
Golly.
Well, did you get anything that matters done today? Anything?
How about when I see a little carousel and I see kids
How
on it?
how about this?
It makes me happy.
I always thought carousels were a little overrated.
Yeah.
Not a great ride.
Yeah. It's fun to see and hey, let's get on them. But then once you're on them, you're like, wow. So this
My
is kinda...
kids rode that one at the Gadsden Mall. I don't know how many times.
Oh, you kidding me? The one at the food court at the Galleria, we couldn't get there quick enough.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure that you'll get your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt!
And Jackson Hewitt also guarantees the accuracy of your return for life. So don't just sit there. For your biggest refund guaranteed, walk into a Jackson Hewitt today and dance out Jackson Hewitt! Yeah!
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
Babbel's interactive lessons are created by real language teachers and voiced by real native speakers using a modern conversation-based method. So in no time, you can start speaking confidently about real-life topics in another language.
Nosotras vamos a México en 2 días y ahora hablamos español.
Gracias, Babbel.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Start learning a language today at Babbel.com.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and
Bubba. It's 10 minutes until top of the hour. It is the kickoff hour. Bubba on a hamcation today, off today, tomorrow. Got a lot to do today. Big show indeed, and we thank you for being with us. Senator Tuberville will be with us. Coach Skip Holtz will be with us. No RBU this week, though. With Bubba being off, we'll jump back on that next week. This portion of the show brought to you by CBDistillery.com. If your medicine cabinet is crammed with stuff that doesn't work, or you're still not sleeping well, maybe you're hurting, you're stressed out, make a change. Check out CBDistillery.com. Use promo code Bubba. That's CBDistillery.com, promo code Bubba. That's going to save you 20% on your order. And check them out right now. They have over 2 million customers that have said, hey, this stuff is working, a solid 100% money-back guarantee, so nothing to lose. Check them out, cbdistillery.com, and punch in promo code Bubba to save 20%. Or you can go directly to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors and get there that way. I heard you, Greg, I know sometimes we kind of just walk down the hall and we might be humming a song or singing something. I heard you kind of humming and singing your love for Don Day because he brought some peanuts.
They're good. They're
perfect. And let me just tell you, you are tearing them a good one.
They're good.
I mean, you are.
You can have some if you want them.
Did you come in a little hungry, or was it just you saw them and you're like, I got to have one?
Of course, half this bag's back there with an M on it.
Is it?
Yeah. For some reason, he don't never get them.
Is that for medium or is that for him?
That's for Michael.
No,
oh, wow.
It's for medium.
That's what I thought.
There's a G on the bag for Greg.
And
so there's an M on the bag. Let me
go world of Greg. Okay. Let me talk Greg language
Thank
for a minute.
you, Helmsy.
That stands for medium.
Okay.
And he doesn't like the mediums as well as he likes the others. And so what he wants to do is he wants to hoard all the ones he likes and acts as if that bag is free game for me and anybody else.
Yeah,
because
so you won't
truly,
get in his bag.
If that bag had a W for well done, there would not be a Wilburn.
No.
They're for Wilburn.
No.
It wouldn't be that.
No, it'd be
they
for
would
William.
be for Greg.
That's incorrect. I just want y'all to enjoy peanuts like me. Yours has an M on it.
See,
the other one has a G on it.
I see what you're saying.
Why wouldn't the other one have a?
He wants you to. He wants to point you to the bag that he doesn't care for.
No, I still eat that bag.
He's a very picky gift
He
receiver.
I eat that bag too.
Don Day makes
Don't enjoy
you
as much.
a specific bag,
Yeah.
and he puts a G on it for Greg.
Yeah.
Right.
And then he makes the rest of the staff a bag that says M, so that you don't get that bag, and it's
Yeah.
everybody else for medium.
Did y'all request it be medium or?
See,
I've never understood why it is actually.
Yeah. Well, look. All I want to say is, I know I heard
think
you
Don-
humming Don Day's name. I don't know
Don
what
came
tune
through,
that's
son.
to, but you created a little song for him, I guess.
did.
As you were cracking those peanuts open in the bag that you like that has the G on it. So there's that. I
can't believe
I know
y'all
y'all
think
hate guessing games.
Yeah, I
but-
do. I hate that.
I
You're gonna
know.
tell me how much you think I paid for this?
Well, I'm not doing that, but I do have a question for y'all.
Okay.
There's a story out that America's most expensive home is up for sale, and it's
America's
hitting the
most
market.
expensive home.
I would just like for y'all to guess what y'all think that how much that
Can
is
I ask
worth.
this? Is it over 100 million?
Yes.
500 million.
No. Too high.
Oh, that's too high.
Yeah.
Well, that was my guess.
I'm gonna say
That's the only guess
That was
you
my
got.
guess.
I'm gonna say 226 million.
That's pretty close, Helms. I would stay with that. If the price is right, I would stay with that. It's not. It's below.
Yeah,
It's
he wants the showcase.
Right, $295.
Okay.
$295. It is.
Where is it located?
It's
California?
in Naples, Florida.
Wow.
What if I want
9-acre compound.
What if I want to get that on a 15-year fixed? What do you think? What do you think that payment
Yes,
be?
get your calculator out for that one. Oh my gracious. It is good night. Look at this thing. It has got it's a
9 acres.
9 acres. 9 acres. But
What would anybody do?
it is unbelievable. But that's what it's a headline today out of the Wall Street Journal that is
Think
America's
power bill
most
on that,
expensive
baby.
home.
How about the power bill on that sucker? Probably got its own substation out back.
Yeah. $295
Probably have
million.
to, I guess.
Yeah.
Huh.
You think about it?
No,
where's it located?
It's in Naples, Florida.
A lot of money down in Florida. So fancy area.
It looks like that I guess the person that started the property in the 1980s was flying above Naples, Florida, and he spotted this uninhabited piece of land along the Gulf of Mexico, and he pointed to the tip of the peninsula known as Gordon Point, and told his wife, "I want to go there." And wow.
Did it say what this particular person did for a living?
I think he's in the finance world.
Hedge fund guy?
Yeah. And that's just what he did, paying about $1 million in 1985 for roughly 4.3 acres or parcel with nothing on it but a small fishing cottage surrounded by mangroves. And they have turned it into this 9-acre compound.
Wow.
And it's in the Port Royal neighborhood. And it has 3 houses and a private yacht basin for potential record-setting $295 million is what it could fetch. That's what it's hitting the market for.
All right, let me ask you something. If you were going to buy a house and you could, and the house is just immaculate, and you had one extra area that you could do anything you wanted to with, but your only options were 2-lane bowling alley, pickleball court, tennis court, basketball court. What am I leaving out?
It's not big enough for like a dirt track.
No, Greg, it's not.
That's where I'd went.
Could you
Or
do
a pond for
Could you do a
fishing.
small par 3?
I'll give you golf simulator.
Okay.
I'll give you that, but I'm not giving you a full par 3.
I'm down to tennis
But
court or
down this
basketball
simulator, Speedy, is fantastic.
I'm about to say.
I mean,
it
it's,
has to
it's,
be.
it's
I'm gonna go
fantastic.
there.
Okay, I figured you would.
Yeah.
That's what I was leaving out.
I'm hung up at tennis court or basketball court.
Yeah. Now, the basketball court would be fun, but
You can only choose one.
What's that weird game y'all play over in Richtown? What was that game you used to play all the time?
Bocce. I'll give you that, Greg.
Ooh,
I'll give you
bocce.
that if that's what you want.
Could hold a drink in one hand and do that. Huh? I can see him. What if you had Donde's peanuts playing bocce?
Did you just say over in Richtown?
Yeah. I promise you, there ain't nobody playing bocce in Pleasant Valley. I can promise you that.
I love it.
And we're proud of that fact.
Yeah. Richtown known as over the mountain.
Yeah.
I gotta get out
I'd
of
probably
Richtown.
go with tennis court and learn how to play tennis.
Oh.
How about that?
Do you know that Terry's
I'm
on me
talking
to
about
start?
a nice one. I'm talking about
Oh
clubhouse.
yeah, you get to make it
I got
nice.
a clubhouse.
It's
I got
nice.
everything.
Yeah, it's nice.
Do you know that Terry's on me to start hitting the tennis ball around with her?
Really? I like you. You probably pretty good at it.
Well, no,
You would.
my uncle
You
Bill. My uncle Bill was a tennis player, and
Uncle Bill, the tennis player.
Yeah, well, and from time to time when we'd go on vacation and stuff, he'd have a racket for me. He'd beat the hell out of me, but
Because you know why? He was a tennis player.
Right. But
You were dabbling.
But Terry's like, hey, let's just start doing something fun or whatever. And I wanted to bring that up because I thought Helmsy might be proud of her because she didn't mention pickleball. She said
100% proud of her.
She said tennis.
But then again, I bet I could
Just to go
if
out
I
and hit it
scaled-
around. Nothing competitive. Just go have fun, move around.
If
you
I
know?
scaled it down, I probably could put a go-kart track in there.
Yeah, well, you could.
You're gonna make fun. Yeah, you could, but I didn't give you that option,
know.
Greg.
Do you know what I envisioned? I envisioned
talking about
Jim
with good
Nance's
cars.
backyard. How he's got the little golf course set up, the small par 3.
Yeah.
That's what I was hoping you would suggest because I would have.
Well,
picked
I'm
that
going to
one.
give you the nicest golf simulator out there, along with a putting green. I
Oh,
will
you
do
give me that?
Maybe
Okay.
even a chipping area.
Oh, it's
What I
just
would
getting
recommend,
better now.
I would
want that too.
recommend
You
you,
want
and,
that too?
you and Terry.
Okay.
Maybe you're not going to like this, but she'd be all about this.
Okay.
Is you have one of the finest racket clubs in the country right in your backyard at Pelham Racket Club.
Yeah.
So what y'all need to do, they actually have these nights where they have beginner lessons for couples.
What? I don't want to go that far. Can we just go like to Helena?
You could, but I'm telling you would enjoy
Can we
this.
just go to Big Joe and get in the back court and hit it around a little
Or
bit?
y'all could do ballroom dancing.
I'd like to
As
do
a
that
couple.
and like make out in the corner.
Well, you can do that at this
Okay.
other thing.
All right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we were hard. We shot this great upstanding world citizen, and so Iran gets mad because it's just like somebody shooting Elvis or Princess Di, according to Chris Matthews. How does anybody even work another day after making a statement like that? But anyway, so really the fact that Iran fired on our U.S. forces and the Iraqi base, it's really Trump's fault because he killed this wonderful citizen that upset the Iranians, and they fired on us, not meaning us any harm, of course.
Right.
And then, even though they were firing missiles that didn't even go where they were supposed to, meaning they didn't know where they were going to go.
Yeah.
But they meant us no harm.
Pretty high failure
We
rate.
hid. We had a heads up. They didn't mean us any harm. And so, so then the fact that they thought we were retaliating, even though there was a deal that it would just be a brushback so they could save face.
Right.
I don't know why they think we're.
Did we ever find out who made that phone call to go, hey, we're about to launch, y'all shelter?
Bubba, hear me out. If this was all arranged for them to save face, which is why not retaliating was right, why are they shooting people down? Because they shot people down because, they thought it might have been one of our planes coming to retaliate after they fired on us. So if you're doing Democratic history and Democrat reporting, I'll tell you who shot this plane down, Donald Trump.
Well, Rick, it's amazing to me that they have the technology that they could control these missiles within, just a few hundred feet of where our troops were sheltering as a brushback pitch, but they couldn't track an airliner that took off at their own airport.
Thank you, Bubba. Well said.
And notice that it was going the other direction.
Well, it was just a brushback.
Well, how about a brushback for the plane?
Bubba,
They didn't get one.
Bubba, it was all arranged so they could save face. And it's
By the way, I heard one report, and I don't know, how all these things start flying out, but I heard that he was on our terrorist kill list, that anybody could get a shot at him, was supposed to take a shot at him. And when he was put on that list? During President Obama's term.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now, I don't know. That was just a report that was out there. I have no idea.
Bubba,
I wasn't in on the conversation.
Bubba, this is like some foreign leader taking out Jimmy Hoffa. Okay, and then we start pretending like he was a hero, and then that everybody loved him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's so anyway. that's that it is official. Iran. I mean, this video shows 2 missiles taking down. Look, they thought they were getting retaliation, and they shot down the wrong plane.
Now, the plane was climbing and going away. I don't know how you determine that as an attack coming in. A little gray on that. But,
well, Bubba, as you said.
And, Rick, it looks like now with the latest, radar images and satellite footage that we have, the plane was hit, and even it didn't blow up immediately. I mean, I don't know what was going on board, but it tried to turn and return to the airport, and that's when it blew up.
Well, after the second missile hit it?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Well, your point stands, and that is Iran is so precise about their brushback.
Right.
Now, we got some scuds we took down in the basement, and we just fired them off into who knows where. Okay, but it was just a brushback. They never intended to hurt anybody.
Right.
They even told us what they were doing. They
told us it was coming.
So we could hide.
Mm-hmm.
And then, because it was just a brushback, you know what, they saving face, Rick, you just don't understand. Right. Now, for some reason, in all this wonderful planning, they didn't know when a Ukrainian passenger jet was leaving their own airport. And they did not.
Seemed like they would have, some kind of printout on that. There they are calling right now.
They have the ability to do a brushback. And they have the ability to make sure no American troops were harmed because they never intended that.
Right. They didn't want a war.
You know what they want to do?
Well, I don't know. Maybe they did. Now, we were told by some people they did, some they didn't.
Don't forget that moment when we were told that we don't give them the war they want, but what they did, they never intended us to wage war on them. Well, if they needed a war, then they would have tried to kill people so it would start a war, and then that way their people would concentrate on us and not concentrate on overthrowing their government, which we've been told by Iranian people they do.
You know how you can
did they
solve
want
a
a
lot
war?
of this?
Or did they want a war or not want a war? Apparently, I'm going to go with wanted one because they shot down a plane they thought was coming in. Okay, and which means they thought they might be at war. So I mean, I'm just working through this. I'm a C student from Calhoun County, Alabama, but I think you can throw stuff on the table, and even my old goofy self can figure it out. I think I got it. But
maybe you got a lot of people with their finger on the trigger and ain't got a clue what's going on.
Yeah. So anyway, but the other point is, if you're the video shooter, Iran either has him or is looking for him, and you don't want to be in that situation.
There's more footage coming out today. You see that launch. It's that other was kind of out in the country, it looked like, but this other was a shot from a security camera, I think. Shows the missiles.
All right, we'll come back. We'll take phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll find out what is on your mind. So now footage showing 2 missiles took down the Ukrainian passenger plane.
This will be the next hearing the House will have, so they can have more impeachment charges.
Right. and the new campaign will be Trump shot down Ukrainian plane and kills innocent people. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour. How about you? Brand new hour starting now from the Big Boy Studio. National anthem gets us started. 7.5 minutes past the hour. Here we go. And here we go, moving ahead on another hour, on another day of the Rick and Bubba Show. No Bubba today. He is out. We'll talk about that a little bit. We got a lot to cover on the program today. Tommy Tuberville, Senator, will be with us today. And also we'll talk about the new UFL with Stallions coach Skip Holtz. And we'll do a lot more than that on the program today. It will be the 30th anniversary edition of the giant game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge today. How much Rick and Bubba knowledge do you have? You could win the brand new shirt that's not even available now. There's a new shirt coming, 3 decades of radio gold. We've approved all the artwork, and it's underway. Not available yet, but if you were to win the giant game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge today, you'll get one before anyone else even has one on. So look for that. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they've given you the kickoff hour. Thank you, boys. Eddie Van Adler is settling in for the YouTube experience. Hello, Tubers. And welcome to another day. We have a number of ways you can get the show live and archived. You can find all those at rickandbubba.com. Some other things you need to know. It is a Thursday if you're catching it live, which means a brand new archive from yesterday's Bible study is now available. You can get that archive. We got, I think, 2 Corinthians 7, verse 2 through 16, I believe. And you can pick that up either on our YouTube channel or on our podcast channel. That's been a fascinating study. It really has. So some things that we need to get into today, some updates, and you guys will have to help me a little bit, is this ongoing thing with my new friendship with David Pollock. So
you run him off?
We made some headway on that.
Yeah, I still do not have a reply.
Ooh.
Should I? And I don't know
from the original, or did you go back again yesterday?
Here's what happened.
Okay.
I'll lay it out to you perfectly.
I think it's that coffee thing.
Yesterday, 11:40 Central Time.
Ooh.
Okay, after the show. So I say, so let me know when you guys, day before yesterday, I'm sorry. Let me know when you guys, on Tuesday, 11:40. So let me know when you guys record, and we'll work it out. Me talking to David about his podcast. And then I say, could you do our podcast? We record at 10:30 Central Time, Thursday, 2:15. He sends back on the calendar, ! Let's do it, !
Mm-hmm.
What about tomorrow morning for yours? You open. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And then I said, well, I'm on the air. This would have been talking about yesterday. From 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Central, Monday through Friday. I also will be teaching a Bible study from noon to 1 Central. And I do that every Wednesday. And then I said, I guess I could do, either yesterday at 11 a.m. with you before the Bible study started, but he never replied. So that's where we've left it, and there's been nothing else.
No.
So
when was the last text? The time?
Tuesday, 11:40.
I think you got to at least let this morning roll out before you panic.
All right, now I want to warn you, Helms, because let me know if this is okay.
I think got busy and forgot.
Yeah, let me know if this is okay. I have a plan today, a much needed. I don't know if y'all know this. It's been quite an emotional ride since we've come back from the break. It's been an exhausting week.
Mm-hmm.
It was 1 week ago today that we said last year of the show, okay? And it has been an exhausting week. I'm glad Bubba is getting his hamcation. I was scheduled to go, but I actually already had something planned. I'm going to be eating a tin can with nails in it, so I cannot go.
You can't do the ham fast,
but I know I'm missing some breathtaking conversations in that vehicle, but riding to Orlando. But I couldn't make it. But I'm glad he's getting to do that. And today I'm going to the farm, no matter what.
Okay.
So, Helms, to your point, that's going to be dangerous because I'm going to be really chilling and I'll have my phone in my hand.
He's going to call you by the time you get there.
You know he is.
Well,
I
don't necessarily think you need to stop what you're doing today. I think
can
you go enjoy that day.
But can I pursue as part of that day?
If you want, I think this is up to you.
You'll get caught up in the conversation.
This is
up
to you. This is completely up to you. I think what I'm trying to say is I don't think you need to worry until about 2 o'clock today. If he hasn't responded to you by 2, then you might go, okay, why is he not responding? But I think it's too early to push the panic button on that.
So if could I do a kind of as I told Greg, I think people underrate that encouraging text. People love an encouraging text.
Yeah.
Do I do one of those?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Hey, when's he most active though? Late in the 11 o'clock hour.
Apparently.
Okay.
That's why I think that hour is very important to this conversation, and I wouldn't do a thing until then.
May I
after that?
All right. So could I say something? Let's say it's 12:30, and he still hasn't responded. Would he be okay of going, hey, I'm about to get locked down after 2 o'clock, so I just want to make sure, are you good for 2:15 with us?
Don't do that. You go enjoy your day.
Okay.
And then when you get back tonight or in the morning, and he still hasn't responded, that's when you send an encouraging
So
text.
after Bones Barbecue, I don't do as I'm riding in the truck, a check-in.
No, I wouldn't, because then what if he calls you right at the time you're trying to get out in the stand?
Okay. All right, I'm going to say this, too, and I hate to do this because this is going to bring anxiety to Speedy, and I'm sorry.
See, I know, because I need closure on who we got next week.
Well, here's the problem. When he's talking about that this thing is locked, is there possibility he thinks I'm locked to do his podcast?
No, I was concerned about it.
I know it. I think that's legitimate.
I wasn't going to ask that.
The way
I was concerned about
it. But the way you read the timeline of your text, it's obvious he was saying he's locked in because you said 2:15 to be with us, and he said locked in
on the calendar.
On the calendar, because and you just offered up being with him, but never when. So you can't be locked in if you don't know when.
He tried to get you in the morning.
All right, wait a minute. Oh no.
Oh no. What have you done?
Oh, no.
Are you making up something?
No. Look what he says here.
What?
On the calendar, let's do it! Exclamation point. What about tomorrow morning for yours?
Right.
Did he mean our podcast?
No, for you to be with him.
You to be on.
So that was the confusing part to me.
That's what that is.
What's confusing.
He's locked in for 2:15. This is in my mind.
2:15.
February 15th.
Okay.
And then he thinks that you could do the morning, and he doesn't understand how busy you are.
Okay,
in the
so
morning.
I'm going to
because I think they do their podcast in the morning.
I'm going to enjoy the day, but tomorrow, if I hadn't heard anything, I got to get aggressive.
I think you're good even late
Just
tonight if you're thinking about it tonight and
ride
what, I'm
home.
gonna check in with Paula.
Oh yeah,
ride home.
Yeah, ride home's not bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, coming out in the hunt stand, been out hunting.
So
wanted to check in with you.
But don't do anything until post 5-6 o'clock tonight.
Okay. I needed that. Thank you, guys. All right, so when we come back, I am going to tell the story that we teased about how David Pollack was involved in that weird story from years ago about the guy in the airplane.
Yeah. And
I'm going to tell you. Remember? Did we ever tell that story on there?
I don't think we did.
I mean, it's way back. I mean, this goes all the way back to when we were in the Red Velvet Lounge. Wow. That's how long ago that was. That this other incident happened. So I guess Pollack was probably playing.
Yeah, he'd be playing ball.
Yeah, he was still playing. What was that?
Georgia, maybe?
I don't know.
Years messing with my mind.
I mean, that's 15 years ago. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So
I love that commercial.
Yes, I do not. Yeah. I do not like Jeopardy. I don't want to be around Jeopardy.
Yeah, it makes me feel real insignificant.
I don't know why this happened. Sherry and I were watching TV. I don't know when it even is on, and we were kicking around. We didn't have any plan. We were looking, and the thing I've noticed, and I love my wife so much. What a wonderful gift. She'll be our podcast guest this Thursday that we'll record it. It'll be out this weekend. But women in general, and maybe y'all haven't noticed this, have a difficult time making their mind up. I told you guys a few weeks ago, one of the funniest cartoons I've seen is when a woman is on death row in the cartoon and they come in and say, what would you like to have for your last meal? And she says to the guard, I don't know, what do you want? And so now the problem with all this programming that's now available on TV with the streaming apps, and you got this and you got that. Now, what does this present? Another place where women have to make a decision. Hey, baby, what you want to watch? So it got to the point, like sometimes I'll go, the problem, honey, if it's like Sherry was like, gosh, if we watch that though, what if it's over here? Is there a trailer we can watch on this one? Well, some have trailers, maybe some don't.
Oh, I know.
Hey, this one doesn't have a trailer. What do you think this is? You think this is any good? Well, honey, I don't know. It doesn't have a trailer. And then we're kicking around with this. So finally, in this particular...
In the future, if it doesn't have a trailer there, just Google whatever that is in the trailer on your phone, and it'll pull one up. Okay. They have a trailer. It's just they don't offer it there.
Okay. Okay.
I do that all the time.
All right. Boy, I needed that.
Yeah.
So anyway, I don't know how this happened. I do not know. we happened to just start flipping around now on just cable, and we came across this Jeopardy greatest of all time, where they brought back the 3 greatest players of all time. And for just a moment, I don't know, I guess we decided to feel stupid. I don't know what our plan was. I think it almost became like we were watching acrobatics or something. It's like it became like, a feat of strength, someone who's a daredevil. We were so amazed and at some points concerned that these men knew these answers. You're like, how do you know these answers? And I don't know which one's which. I know Ken Jennings won.
Yeah, Ken Jennings is officially the GOAT, the greatest of all time when it comes to Jeopardy.
If y'all could put up Ken Jennings' picture, then I'll be able to see if this is the guy I thought. I call him stage right, TV left. He was the first one from the left to the right watching the TV. If you're in the room, he would have been the first one from the right to the left if you're where he's sitting. And
now, Rick, did that not print the picture of the 3 of them standing there? You did? Okay. All right. We'll try to find. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, that's Ken Jennings.
No, that's not the one I thought won.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the one in the middle. I call him the guy in the middle.
They took the 3 greatest winners in Jeopardy history. One who'd won the most games, which was Ken Jennings. One who'd won the most money in a single game, and then the one who'd won the most money. And they brought them back for this Tournament of Champions, and I love it. They did this, and Ken Jennings won it. So he's the best. Over 15 years, that's when he first appeared on the show. His winnings is over $4,370,000.
What? You mean $4 million?
I said $4 million. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
what did I say?
I was about to say he had 4,000.
$4,370,000.
I was about to say that Jeopardy's a little tight,
for a GOAT winner, it seems a little low, Bubba.
But they had the one that used to be fat, now he's skinny. Mm-hmm. That's how I know him. Yeah. Used to be fat, now I'm skinny. Guy in the middle.
Now, is that James or Brad?
That's the one right there. Just came from the other side. That's the guy that was owning it when I was watching.
Yeah,
the guy. But this guy down here, he really got wore out. Oh, I used to be fat, now I'm skinny. Mm-hmm. But to see how many, undoubtedly they do all kinds of different versions of who's the best of whatever. Mm-hmm. He had won so many championships, it was unbelievable. And now he was going for this one. But he was really getting smoked by the other 2. Ken Jennings and guy on the left, they were smoking, used to be fat on the far right. And
so let me ask you a question: If you had to, if they were a contact in your phone, what would he be? Because I know you have yard guy.
Used to be fat.
Would he be used to be fat guy?
Fat, yeah.
Okay.
Now Ken Jennings would be Jeopardy guy to me.
Jeopardy champ.
Okay.
I would say Jeopardy guy because I'm not going to have any more Jeopardy people in there.
And then the other guy I would have identified him in my contacts is that Jeopardy thing far left.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So got it. So this guy on the right here with the little beard or whatever it is, he is the used to be fat guy on our right.
Yeah. He used to be fat. Okay. He's lean now. "21 minutes past the hour. No Bubba today. He's on a hamcation, and hope he gets to enjoy that. And he'll be back, Lord willing, on Monday. A couple things to hit. The Man Church conferences, here they come. Next weekend is Birmingham, February 16th and 17th. There are still some tickets available for that. Robbie Gallaty will be there. I'll be speaking along with Rich Wingo, Andy Blanks, Chuck Hooten leading worship. Then coming up March 8th and 9th. March 8th and 9th, Starkville, Mississippi. Bettersworth Theater there, Mississippi State. Granger Smith will be there. James Spann will be there. Also, Scott Dawson, Andy Blanks, and I will be speaking. Chuck Hooten doing worship. That one probably has, I checked yesterday now, probably 30 tickets maybe left. So if you want to be there at Mississippi State for that one on March 8th and 9th, don't delay any longer. You need to grab the remaining seats. Birmingham is a bigger room, so there's probably 150 seats available there. So grab those. And if you haven't got them already, you can get your group of men together and come on, or you can get those for somebody as a gift. And we'll see you either next weekend at Samford University or March 8th and 9th at Mississippi State University, and you can just click on the logo there at themanchurch.com and get those. As far as man church services and churches that are just doing our strategy, the first church we think to ever start was First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama. They're in year 4, and tonight Todd Jones is there for their man church if you want to be part of that. So Nick Saban, we played the funny drop there with Ken Osborne coming out of the break. It's also been good to go back and get Ken. Ken was with us at the beginning of the show, the voice man. We weren't able to use him for a while, and I just on a random call, I asked Speedy, hey, do we still have his contact? Mm-hmm. On the 30th anniversary, we got to have the original voice back,
right.
and he's been cutting stuff for us, and it's been great and good to get back with Ken again. That voice is just synonymous with our show. But anyway,
I wish I had pipes like that, because I like in between his liners.
Yeah.
He's like talking. He's like, I'm going to try to do that again.
Yeah, let me try that again.
I'm like, could you imagine if that's how you talked every time?
I like when he goes.
You can do it.
I love when he goes, I'm going to give you a read that I'm just making up. It's called what I call a Walmart read. That means if you don't like it, bring it back.
Do y'all know when I was doing Kevin Calloway, one of the consultants said that I needed to try to talk deeper. So I would try to walk songs a little deeper.
See, Kevin talked deeper.
Yeah, he did.
Kevin Calloway.
Well, Kevin Calloway.
This is Kevin Calloway.
So anyway, this David Pollock thing, I didn't realize since Nick Saban, it has been announced, is now joining ESPN as an analyst after retiring. I think we all saw that coming. Well, a lot of people, of course, that love Saban are saying when Pollock trash talk Saban, Pollock loses his job at ESPN, and now Saban gets it. So there's been a lot of talk about
Maybe
that.
That's something we can ask Pollock next week, Rick.
Right, on our podcast. But anyway.
Or he thought it was yesterday, but one of them.
This goes all the way back. The first time that David Pollock's name started being like in my life and all this, it goes all the way back.
This is pre-coffee?
Yes. Okay. This is before I ever.
We have pre-coffee and post-coffee. That's what we go by now.
Guys, this goes so far back because I remember the office I was in. This goes back to the Red Velvet Lounge. All right, which I can't remember what number studio that is, but it's 2 studios back. It's this one, the Broadcast Plaza, and then Red Velvet Lounge was before Broadcast Plaza.
Right.
So that's got to be at least 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I think I was in that one time I went to see y'all there.
So Scott Dawson, who finds his way into all kinds of Rick and Bubba lore, we were doing a show on location. I don't remember why, in Pensacola. I don't remember why. But
is it when we went deep sea fishing?
All we did was the show, so we didn't stay down there and do stuff. So I don't remember. But anyway, so Dawson always thinking. He said, hey, I've got my President's Summit in Destin. Why don't you go down a day early, do that at Destin, and then go meet the guys in Pensacola, be there for the show the next morning, then go home with them.
Traveling.
And I was like, well, yeah, I could do that. I was much younger then. And so anyway, his way to get me to Destin was a guy had said, hey, we're followers of Christ. We have an airplane. We want to help you get your speakers there. So they picked up a speaker that used to be, I can't think of his name, for years with Billy Graham. And they were bringing him from Tennessee, stopped in Alabama to pick me up, and then took us both to Destin. Okay. So the guy who picked us up in the plane, I never forget, I don't remember his name, and I wouldn't say it anyway. He and his wife seemed like very nice people. And they talked about how they like to use what they have been blessed with to help ministries. And I thought, well, great, this is awesome. So, and they were donating this, which I mean, that's not a small gift, to pick up speakers and get them there. And I remember it was very important that the man who was on the plane when I got on it, who used to be with Billy Graham, and he had a great conversation with him. He really spoke into my life that day, such wisdom. But anyway,
is that the one you mentioned in the Bible study?
That is correct.
Okay.
So anyway, he had to get back the next day for like a wedding or something really important with his family, and that's the reason why the airplane was so important.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're flying and we're talking about the hotel that everybody's staying in, and I'm saying, well, I don't really need to stay because I'm going tonight to Pensacola to whatever hotel y'all were in. And then I'll be up tomorrow to do the show, but it'd be great to get in there and freshen up. Oh, well, we have you a room, so just do that. Put your luggage in there, all that. Okay, great. So that's all I do is to go there and just wash your face a little bit. I didn't change clothes. I hadn't just put my suitcase in there so I wouldn't have to key with it. And then when I was done that night, I'd grab my suitcase. They had a car that was going to drive me to where y'all were and get up with y'all the next morning. So, and I had what I'd be wearing on the show the next morning in the little overnight bag.
Right.
So anyway, we're flying down there, and the guy begins to tell us that he's going to stay at David Pollock's beach house.
No.
Oh,
He's a big Georgia fan. And he said, David Pollock's got a beach house down here, so that's where I'm staying. And he wanted us to be sure that we knew that.
Yeah.
Okay. It was
Rick, me and Dave pretty tight.
every time Pollock's name could be dropped,
got
it dropped. And,
Got it.
And that's
Not to brag, that's just what happened.
not trying to bring any attention to myself. That's just what happened. I have an airplane and kind of connected with David Pollock. But I want you to know that I humbly am donating my time to the ministry.
Yes.
So anyway,
Pollock.
so I didn't. Then came a horrible moment for the Calvin Speedy Wilburns and the Andy Blanks of the world. So we land the plane. We get into the vehicle. It's taking us out to the hotel, and we're supposed to drop him off at the gated community where he'll be staying in David Pollock's house.
Okay.
Okay.
Got
it. You okay over there?
No,
I know where
I
this
don't
is
like
going.
it.
Everybody need a side hug? Okay. So he gets out, and the combination that he has doesn't work, and he can't get in.
Let me
And
ask you this: was his bags like sitting beside him?
Yes.
Okay, this makes it worse.
And a frustrated wife. Don't miss that.
Oh no!
So,
Long
sorry
day.
about
yeah,
that.
and I think they had a dog. Pretty sure.
Oh, wow.
So anyway, might have threw the dog in. That might have been another experience.
Yeah.
But anyway,
works,
not quite clear on that one. But anyway, he and then he started getting on his phone trying to call David Pollock, and he was never successful. And he could not get in, and there was some breakdown on what he thought he was going to do and what he actually was able to do.
Right. Standing at the gate.
Yeah. So at some point, everybody's kind of looking at their watches because I'm speaking that night. At the
Sorry about your arrangements.
Yeah,
but-
Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association President Summit,
Yeah.
and I'm the speaker that night, and so's my new friend, and we need to get on to the hotel. So when we come back, what happened next? I couldn't believe it. I mean, I really couldn't. And have we ever told this story on the
I've got flickers of memory of
This
it, but
is
I can't remember if
completely
it's
new.
been on air or off air.
We definitely talked about it off the air.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Then that guy on the other side, when I was watching that, the thing that got me about the guy far left, the far left guy, what got me about him is he was so. It's almost like he had no emotions. He was almost like a robot, and he tried to hip it up a little bit. He was the hippest of the three.
Okay.
And he would do things like this, things about Helmsy for 4. He wouldn't say 400. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Can you do that? Is that
well, they were letting him do it.
You know how they are about saying everything just right.
No, no.
Slogans, Greg Burgess for 3. He would just bounce it around. Yeah. And I noticed their strategy is they go for the $1,000 one immediately. They don't even fool. They won't go. They won't.
See, I didn't watch any of it because I didn't want to have my feelings hurt.
Yeah. Well, Well, I tell you what.
I knew I'd see the highlight of who won.
I think I was kind of thankful. I thought that I would feel stupid, but I actually was just kind of glad that my life was more fun than theirs.
Yeah.
I found myself thinking, I'm glad I'm not them. I don't think if I knew all this, I probably gave up a lot of days of hunting and, being outdoors. Probably wouldn't have played sports. And so I was okay with my life. I never desired to be them. I thought to myself, if I could make money like that, I think I'd rather do it another way than I'm a quiz show champ. Because
I'd like to have my life.
How about that movie, The Quiz Show? You remember that?
Yeah, man.
That was good.
Yeah.
By the way, getting a lot of people saying you're 100% right. All these streaming apps have just presented another place where your wife can't make their mind up.
Yeah.
All right, baby, we'll watch whatever you want to watch. All right, so what do you think about this one right here? Well, I don't know, baby. Do you want to watch that? Show me the trailer, baby. We just watched the trailer. Yeah, show me again.
You got to plan about an hour ahead of time.
I literally
right,
get show me the trailer after we just watched it.
Yeah.
Baby, you don't remember what was in the trailer? I want to see it again. I just need to see it one more time. No, I'll tell you what. Let's put this over here. Oh, this is the worst. Let me put this in what is the one where you put in there where you think you might watch it at some time? your favorites or there's a name
wish
for
list.
Wish list. That's the one.
Yeah.
Let's put that in the wish list. I said, baby, you've just put 13 things in the wish list. We got to watch something.
That list is getting full.
I blame these guys right here for everything when it comes to like binge watching. Terry will come in. Hey, what's this? Well, something the guys told me about. They watched it. They said
I gave you something this morning.
They said it was pretty good. You know, really? Boy, they watch a lot. Yeah, sometimes I don't think y'all do, but I'll just, yes, they watch this. Greg said it was good.
I saw a weird one the other day.
What was it?
No, I can't say it. Something about cats. Documentary.
Bubba, I'm disappointed in Bubba because I gave him Apple Plus. Their content for all mankind is right up his alley.
I don't have that.
Braun, Apollo 11. It's a series, and it is excellent.
I didn't subscribe to it.
That's
$4.99 a month. I think you can handle it, there, $1 Million Man.
I got too many. I got too many of them. I'm already on. I have to drop one.
He's drawing
that means you don't know how to pull it up, do you?
Yeah, I know I do.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ask the question, what is correct grammar? How outlandish is that to even be said on the show? Is it the greatest of all time, or is it the greatest of all times? It's just time, right? Greatest of all time.
You mean when it comes to GOAT?
Just saying that. It is just one time. Greatest of time, because time is itself, right?
Right. Yeah.
Debbie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hi, doing great.
So glad to hear that. What's on your mind today?
I have a question.
All right, come on.
If Greg Burgess had his dream game of Jeopardy, what would his categories be?
So what categories would Greg like to have up on the board?
Thank you so much. That you can say on air, Greg.
Yeah, that's good.
80 hairband.
Okay, that's
From
good.
the 80s. I know a lot about that for some reason.
Dog names. What about dog names?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Coffee? You a big coffee guy.
Wrestling?
I don't know.
What about
a whole
wrestling?
lot. Yeah, I could give you a little history of wrestling. I can get back in there.
Anything back to the power company days?
No.
Pole climbing for 300.
Power.
Yeah, maybe that.
Power for 300.
Power distribution.
NASCAR, definitely, Rick.
Oh,
NASCAR.
yeah.
You can't.
That's your daddy.
Oh, baby.
All about that one.
That'd be good.
Probably, might even give you a little NFL.
Oh, really?
Oh, way back. 70s NFL. NFL
Alcohol.
of the 70s.
What about alcohol?
NFL of the
No.
70s. NFL of the 70s.
Greatest
put
utility
pictures up.
beers of all time.
And then they would have
Utility beers for 200.
Yeah.
All right, Bubba, your choice. Alex, I'll go Yum for 300. Beth in Birmingham. Beth, go. "35 minutes now past the hour. Game changer. Fieldofgreens.com. Game changer. When I a little over a year ago said, you know what, I've done a little better. I'm gonna try to do a little better than even better.
Better.
I'm taking my little bit better, and I'm gonna do a couple clicks.
You're gonna put another on
You
there.
can do more better.
And this Field of Greens came into our lives, and let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not on Field of Greens, you're missing out. You could feel better. It is designed and scientifically designed to give the body what the body, however you think we got here. Okay, of course we think we were created by the one and only living God. But the design of the body is like anything that needs fuel, but you can't just give your body anything and expect it to perform if it's not getting what it needs to be peak performance. It's a healthy superfruit and vegetable habit, Field of Greens. I do it twice a day as instructed. People, let's see, yesterday I had somebody emailed, hey, I just ordered, I'm in. What do you drink it with? It really isn't bad with just water, but I know some of you are sensitive to that. Orange juice is great. You get the light orange juice so you don't have too much sugar. Or any juice works great. I also do a protein shake with it, where I put the protein powder in, the Field of Greens in, and then I use like almond milk and make a shake with it, which that's usually how I do it. But Sherry does it with just water or with some juice. So anyway, and it works great. And they've got different flavors, and they're all great. But they have a specific health benefit. Each vegetable, each fruit. It's not just a harem, scarum. Let's grab some stuff out of the produce department. These support heart, lung, kidney function, also immune system. And now more than ever, our immune system needs to be peak performance. So go right now to fieldofgreens.com, and let's go ahead and get you started. Fieldofgreens.com. If you want to put in the promo code Bubba, we're going to save you some money. The promo code Bubba is going to save you 15%. So fieldofgreens.com, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so back to the story. So at this point, the guy who picked us up in the airplane to get us to the event has committed that he will get us to the event. He's done with me after tonight.
Yeah.
I move on to Pensacola to join y'all, and I fly back with y'all. Okay?
Right.
So, but this other guy needs to get back to Tennessee, and this guy's committed that he'll get him back to Tennessee for whatever he had to get back. It was some family biggie, okay? I want to say it was a wedding, but I may be wrong on that. But it's something important, anniversary, something. So he says he's staying at David Pollock's house. He can't get in. He can't get David Pollock on the phone. And at one point, I said, maybe y'all could just stay at the hotel with us. And he didn't seem thrilled by that.
Because you were leaving, they had a room.
Yeah, well, and that's where it gets kind of strange.
I thought I had a...
No, that's all right. It's actually a good segue. So then I have to immediately, now I've got to stress the Speedy of Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association at the time, which is Scott Lenning. Now I have to stress him and say, by the way, the arrangement, whatever it was, Georgia fans with the plane, they're not thrilled that they can't get into David Pollock's house. I'm now having them ride with us to the hotel, to which Lenning says, we have no rooms.
Oh, wow.
It's completely sold out. They told us they didn't need a room because they were staying at David Pollock's house. I said,
stay in the plane.
I said, got that, but that's all gone bad. I said, why don't you just give them my room, to your point? I'm not staying.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's what we'll do. Okay.
Oh.
So we get there, and now I did take my suitcase to that room and just set it up against the wall, and I did go over and brush my teeth, okay?
Were they in there?
No.
Okay.
And wash my face off a little bit to get freshened up for now going to speak at the
You
dinner.
don't know yuck mouth.
Yeah,
No, listen.
dirty
Put
towel.
everything up. Never laid on the bed. Never pulled the sheets. Nothing. That's all I did. All that's in there now is my suitcase up against the wall. Not even open.
Yeah.
So I just didn't want to keep with it at the table and trying to speak, you know.
Yeah, I'll get it later.
So I'll go get it and head to Pensacola. A little further than I thought. But anyway, so for the ride. It's not as close as I thought.
No,
but anyway, so
got real sleepy.
So tired. So anyway, so we're all at the dinner, and everything's going great, and we're getting ready, and all of a sudden I see a little flushed Scott Lenning, and I realize something's gone bad.
Flushed.
Now, keep in mind, I kind of get the best seat in the house because I don't need this guy anymore. Okay, I got a ride to Pensacola. I'm good.
Yeah.
I've got to ride home.
You can sit back and watch.
Right. Now, the Tennessee kid, he's got issues if this thing falls apart. Okay, because he's down at the beach with no way home. Okay,
buddy.
So all of a sudden, Lennon comes over, and and he's trying to calm the situation. And he says, "Hey, can I speak to y'all two for a minute?" And I said, "Sure." He goes, "Well, our Georgia fans have left."
Left?
I said, "Left?" He said, "Not just left. They've taken their plane and flown back home."
Rick.
And I said, "What?" And he said, "Apparently they were not thrilled with our option of putting them in your room because they said you'd already been in there." And I said, I just went in there and brushed my teeth in my suitcase. I'll take my suitcase out of there. I didn't lay on the bed or anything.
Yeah.
Didn't take a shower.
Yeah, and the room was completely
Didn't even
clean.
leave one soaking.
Yeah, and he said, for some reason they're angry. And I said, well, I'm going to have to state the obvious here. He goes, don't do this. Don't elevate it. I said, didn't they tell you they didn't need a room? And he goes, that is correct. Didn't they say they would get your speakers here and take, I wish I could remember the man's name, back to Tennessee? They did. So their plans fell through. You didn't mess up and not give them something. He said, that is correct. And then you gave them a free room that only had somebody's suitcase in it, and I'd brush my teeth. And he said, right. And I said, and they say that's not good enough. No, they're angry and they've left. They took the plane and left. And he said, the plane's gone.
So they don't care how Pal's getting back to Tennessee.
No, and so then I look at him, and you talking about a classy, godly man too, and he goes, "Well, I'm sure the Lord will figure this out for us." And I looked at Scott and I said, "We're gonna need the Lord, aren't we?" And he goes, "Oh, yes, we are." Yeah. And so they literally had to go to, because at that time I think the Panama City airport maybe had just been built or something.
I remember there wasn't. Yeah,
buddy, you don't remember that.
And so they had to just find a commercial flight for him. But I mean, now you're at the mercy of when it can leave, and he's not going to be back to Tennessee on time, and it was just ugly. No, listen. We're not even done.
Oh,
now keep in mind, these people said they would donate this to the ministry because of their love of Jesus, and they were going to get everybody there. Now keep in mind, they didn't even fulfill what they said they would do. Don't miss that.
That's right.
And all over a perfectly clean room that just happened to have my suitcase in it, and maybe you looked in the sink and saw that somebody had brushed their teeth.
And one dirty hand towel. That's
no,
it.
I don't even think I did that.
Okay.
Maybe I did, possibly. But anyway, but the room is fine.
Yeah.
And by the way, we're serving the Lord. Okay?
Yeah.
You don't forget that.
Hey, the Apostle Paul, you're not exactly sleeping on the ground. Okay? You got here in a private airplane. Okay?
Yeah.
And so I kind of, of course, I can't let it go.
No.
And I'm stressing out Dawson and stressing out everybody because I'm good, and so I feel real bad for now the guy who's got to speak, and all he can think about is he's going to
Tennessee kid.
Yeah, he doesn't have a ride home, and so no ride home, and so now everybody, instead of focusing on what they need to do that night, they got to scramble. Dawson has to go in and be the face of it, but the Speedies and all them,
they got to figure out
they're
how to get
scrambling.
this guy home.
Okay, and of course, all he can think about sitting at the table with me, the other speaker, is that he can't get home, and so, but he's so humble, such a class act, and so unlike the people that left us, and so
That's unreal.
So no, guys, I'll never forget it because that's why I knew it was a Red Velvet Lounge because I remember what office I was in. So we get back, I meet y'all.
That's a good story.
We do the thing, got a good story. I think I even told you I ain't gonna believe what happened. They eventually did get him back to Tennessee, but not at the time he needed to be. But he got back on a commercial flight, and there's not a lot of options at a Panama City airport versus But anyway, so especially where he needed to go. So all of a sudden, I have the mail, and I'm going through the mail, and I've got an invoice from the guy to pay for the flight.
You do?
Yeah, and I'm like,
You do?
I'm like, what do I do?
Rick Burgess does?
He invoiced each of us individually. If we rode on the plane, he was charging all of us for the flight.
You got to be kidding me.
What did I have
Rick,
to do
these
with this?
people were really.
I was like, what?
First of all, it's their fault.
What have I got to do with
Right.
this? And
I mean, you put a little bit of toothpaste on the mirror, but the hotel room. Besides that,
I mean,
look, left one soaking. I get it. It's funny.
No,
we all
I did
do
not.
it.
Did I bark a few? Maybe.
Maybe a little facial hair in the
they
sink.
couldn't tell that.
Right. Left the swirl in the bowl.
Right. But don't miss this. All this supposed to be ministry. Please don't miss
Rick,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
Rick, it's bad enough I've left everybody. Now I'm billing everybody.
So I got to know what you did.
I'll tell you what I did.
Okay.
Do you remember the story of that everybody loves? And I'll talk tomorrow about Sherry and our story because our anniversary is this weekend. Do you remember the story when I said I will be bones? I will not get out of this car.
I do.
You will look over here and there'll be a skeleton with a seatbelt across it. There's no way I'm getting out of this car.
Yeah, I do remember that. You're right.
That Rick showed up. And I said, if anybody thinks I'm paying this invoice, they're out of their ever-loving mind.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And so I was just, I'll come back. I goal line stand. I said, I'll tell you what, they'll come get me and take me out of here with shackles.
Yeah.
There ain't no way you're going to do this to me.
Because that was never the
I'm
arrangement.
not even involved in it.
You're right. That wasn't the arrangement either.
Right.
And I want to know what happened with Pollock. Did they get the wrong number? Or he really don't know
Is
it?
he mad at him too?
I don't know.
He's the gate they couldn't get in.
So anyway, we'll come back. I'll tell you how it ended.
Gracious. Rick, were you joking and he overheard you joking
No,
about
I
it?
don't think so.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is that me?
That is, if your name's Beth and you hear me speaking in the phone, yes.
You're in luck.
Beth, thank you for calling. Go ahead.
First of all, I just want to tell Bubba that his haircut is working overtime.
Okay, well, all right.
Looking very good this morning in the blue shirt.
Look out. Hey, turn it down, Bubba. People got estrogen roaring.
Haircut. I know that haircut was there.
Just kind of messed up.
Yeah.
Show them the back of it.
That's right.
She likes it messed up.
Also wanted
Towel dried and came on.
I also wanted to tell y'all that there's a new show on Netflix called Messiah. It's a series, and I would love your take on that show.
All right, wait. Let me tell you this. Time out. If you can deal with subtitles, watch it. But I cannot stand subtitles. I tried to watch it.
I tried it too, and I
can't.
Same way.
I'm not going to read the stinking movie. I'm just not. Well, now I get it that they're not speaking English, but make them speak English.
So is this one of these shows that's supposed to be just historical, or is this one of these? Because there's one they're supposed to be portraying Jesus as being gay.
That's different.
No, that's not comedy.
This is almost like a modern day if Jesus came back today.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was really interesting, but I'm not going to read the stupid movie.
It was very strange. Weirded
if you
me
give
out,
it to me just
I
every
bailed.
now and then,
right?
But the whole time they're over there with his bunch. Doing it.
Well, you know, Passion of the Christ was subtitles the whole time.
Ruined it.
His
bunch. They ruined it.
I'm sorry. I hate to say that. I know it's going to offend some people, but I would have liked it better if they just spoke.
It
they were speaking.
No, English, Rick. Give me English. Okay. I know they didn't speak English.
You want to go back to the great Jesus of Nazareth, the blue-eyed Jesus speaking English,
or go back to Hunt for Red October. They start
How
out.
have you done this to Red October?
They start out in Russian, and then all of a sudden he goes from Russian and he goes into English. Like it's okay now. Y'all know they speak Russian. Here's English.
Okay.
Would you?
Rick and Bubba.
That's right, baby. The show that has basically been successful by lowering everyone's expectations. All right, so still to come on the program today, Senator Tommy Tuberville will be with us. Also, Coach Skip Holtz what is going on with this UFL? What in the world is it? We'll talk to him about that coming up a little bit later on in the program. Your phone calls also coming up. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study archive now available on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel. So we go through this whole deal. So let's review. We've got a couple that said they will donate their plane to get speakers to the Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association President's Summit. They'll get the guy from Tennessee that used to be Billy Graham, that I wish I could remember his name, full of wisdom, and humble, godly man. Get him there, and then pick up some good one, me, in Alabama. Get us both there. I go to Pensacola to meet the show. This guy's supposed to be flown back to Tennessee so he can make his family thing, whatever it was.
That was the commitment.
That was the commitment.
Donating this because they felt the call.
Yeah, apparently the call was ripped away from them. But
it was called didn't stay.
But they said that they didn't need any accommodations because David Pollock was letting them stay at his beach house.
Because they're tight.
And then they couldn't get him or get in the beach house. I think it might have embarrassed them. I'm sorry, I wasn't in on that either.
Right.
And then we tried to come through. The hotel sold out because they told the ministry they didn't need a room. So I would tell them I don't need the room. All it was for me was a place to go and freshen up. I didn't even change clothes.
Took a little nap.
Threw water on my face. I did brush my teeth. I don't recall if I went to the restroom. But anyway,
should have used the one in the
lobby.
lobby.
Adler brought this up. The way they reacted to the fact that I was in the room that short amount of time kind of is a bad reflection on me. What am I, Pigpen?
What
am I, Pigpen from the Peanuts?
Were you bumping a little bit?
I wasn't bumping.
So did they go into the room, get access to it, and then see your suitcase? Okay.
And pitched a fit. Got in their plane and went home, and now are billing us. I don't know why they're billing me or billing anyone. So they said they were taking back their donation.
Okay.
And so what I did is what Scripture says I should do, because they said they were followers of Christ. I certainly don't doubt that. We all have bad moments. That doesn't mean that we lost our redemption.
Right.
And I picked up the phone. I looked on the invoice, and I started finding out, has anybody got this guy's number? And I called him, and I said, hello, this is Rick Burgess. You might recall giving me a ride. I understand that y'all got upset for whatever reason, took your plane and left, and now you have sent me an invoice for giving me the ride to the beach. And I said, I didn't know that was the arrangement, but if I've done anything to upset you, as Matthew 18 has instructed me to do, I'm calling you directly. And then there's also instruction in Scripture that you should call me back, and we should discuss this before the sun goes down today. That's what Scripture says.
Right.
So I would appreciate if you'd call me back, and let's work this out. I apologize if I did anything that caused
you heard me saying a joke.
Right. Why don't you keep thinking that?
Because I could picture it.
I'm scared Rick missed
Especially
something.
if
Do you think I would start hacking on everybody because of this situation because I was free and clear?
I think so. I think you got relaxed.
Yeah. Especially if he was holding a dog.
I guess I may have. But anyway, so he did not call me back. I called again the next day. Now this one, looking back,
because the sun went down.
Well, now I'm getting into that point
after one sleep
of I'll be a skeleton with a
now I'm getting mad.
Yeah, now I'm starting to get a little frustrated.
Yeah.
So I said, Rick here, tried to keep my tone, calling you again, brother in Christ.
Oh,
please call me back. You've now sent me an invoice, and just so we're clear, under no circumstance am I paying this invoice.
Yeah.
Oh,
just go ahead and get to that.
Just to be clear,
this was on voicemail.
Yeah. So now I'm doing what I shouldn't do. I'm having the conversation I was supposed to have directly with him on a voicemail, but I said I'd love to hear your side of this.
Oh,
okay.
Because what I'm hearing is
I can't believe anybody's this ridiculous.
What I'm hearing is y'all made a commitment to the ministry that you took back because David Pollock and your David Pollock relationship is not what you thought it was or whatever.
Yeah.
And we offered you a room that, by the way, they didn't have to, and at one time didn't have any, and it was a room that my suitcase was in, and I brushed my teeth. I said honestly, it seems like they did all they could do for you. Nobody knows why you're mad.
You're talking to voicemail, right?
Yeah, I know, and because he won't call me. And so as we sit here in 2024, as we sit here, I guess it was at least 15 years ago.
Uh-huh.
He's never called me back, and I did not pay the invoice.
Okay.
Never heard from him.
Wow.
So he didn't come after his money.
I guess not. I don't know. Maybe that's why my credit was rejected. I don't know.
Rick, when you get time with Pollock, ask him if he knows the guy.
Well, I was going to do that. And
of course, he ain't going to.
Once I spilled the coffee, I think the yuck-ups are over.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's time to move on.
But I had every intention of going down that road. Even had it set up how I'd work it in. And then I knocked coffee all over.
Well.
And at that point, I just said, now all I've got to do now is try to see if I can't make that okay.
Right. Did Dawson or anything ever give you an update?
I don't think they ever
heard from him either.
I do know this. I do know that all were invoiced.
Wow.
I do know that.
So all the invoices, I got to know, did he break it up amongst four people?
He did. I got my own invoice. I guess he declared how much I cost on the plane.
Wow. I wonder if he charged you more because you were a little bit heavier.
Yeah, they weigh you.
In those days,
fuel?
In those days, you're right.
Yeah,
you probably cost double what Dawson cost on that flight.
Dawson wasn't on the plane. It was the guy from Tennessee. Who I can't think of his name. He was full of wisdom and full of the Holy Spirit.
Okay.
Was he kind of big or was he regular?
Of course, he was in shape. Greg, he was disciplined.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Let me ask you a question.
He looked fantastic for his age.
He looked great.
Did Dawson send a private jet guy the invoice for the commercial flight they had to pay for?
Yeah.
When he reneged on what he committed to do.
That's a good point.
Yeah. How about this? I got an invoice for you too.
Here's one.
I'll invoice you back, buddy.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I can't remember how it all happened. I do know that Scott Dawson, as many things, he doesn't like me to bring it up as much as I do.
Yeah.
But
he doesn't like controversy.
And if you bring it up in front of Scott Lenning, he'll change the subject quickly. You talk about a guy who was in the bind. Because he had to be you. Lenning had to do everybody do what we came here for.
Yeah.
Let me handle this. But, of course, me at my table, what do you think I did? All I did was scan the lobby for frantic people who work for SDA and watch them get frantic.
You weren't worried about your room or anything because you didn't need it.
I'm going to Pensacola. Further than I thought.
Once again.
Rick left his dirty drawers laying in the bathroom floor. The bathroom floor. Forgot about it.
Yeah.
I did not take off one piece of clothing.
I guarantee you some shaving was in the sink.
You know there's hair.
I didn't even have I was still goatee then.
Okay.
Did you fix it up a little bit while you were in there?
No, I didn't.
Trim it?
I remember I wanted to freshen up. You know how that thing when you've been going all day, you kind of throw a little water on your face. I needed to be fresh for the dinner.
I wonder if the rude jet guy mentioned it to David Pollock. Then David Pollock paid your bill, and that's why David Pollock doesn't like you right now.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that was a long way home. Thanks.
Paid his bill and threw coffee on it.
Yeah, double.
Does Lenning still have the same cell phone number, you think?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, I'm going to text him and see if we can get Tennessee Holy Spirit guy, get his real name.
He was nothing but humble.
All right. I don't know how to describe this. But.
I don't think he left his message. There's no way, under any circumstance, will I pay this invoice. I mean, guy who makes a donation to a ministry and takes it back over all that?
Hey,
and
makes
leaves
that
people
decision and then sends a bill. You know, I get being mad, then maybe the next day get over it. He evidently didn't.
He doubled down.
Yeah.
Wow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, let's face it, Valentine's Day is coming up, and I'm going to address the ladies, if I could, here for just a minute, and then I'll talk about the guys on this. If you're looking for something to give the man in your life, I know we're crazy hard to especially with things like Valentine's, but go to manscaped.com. Manscaped.com, and here's the code you need, Rick20. Rick20. You get 20% off at manscaped.com. Everything there is designed for men. And, it's grooming for men, not grooming for just anybody, grooming for men from head to toe. The electric trimmer has the skin-safe technology, which they trademark, guarding, any issues with your man from grooming mishaps, like us nicking ourselves, cutting ourselves. They'll love that product. It's got an LED spotlight, too. So you can, anywhere you need to groom, you can groom, okay? I'll leave it at that. Now, if you have a bearded man, first of all, congratulations. Okay, the Bearded Kings has the Beard Hedger Pro Kit from Manscaped. This would be a great idea. Okay, great idea. Designed to shape the beard and it's so easy to do. Sometimes beards can be hard to keep. This makes it effortless, and gets the cheek lines right and the beard style. As a matter of fact, I just used mine this week. So why don't you go right now to manscaped.com. Great ideas for the men on your list for Valentine's. Rick20 gets 20% off. Now, men, why should you be listening right now? Because nobody wants a Valentine's date that's not groomed properly. Nobody wants that. So this may be a gift indirectly to her by you getting your act together, but with these great products, okay? Manscaped.com will give you free shipping and 20% off with the code RICK20.
It's that time of year, winter, it's overcast a lot, cloudy, rainy.
Sure.
And our part of the country's been unseasonably warm. I think we're going to get a little adjustment in that.
A lot of adjustment. A lot of adjustment next week.
But I'm part plant, and I've told you that for a long time. I have to have some sunshine, and I'm kind of missing a little sunshine. I just need a little bit of it,
Yeah, well, and it's
us people of weight, we're a little vitamin D deficient anyway. So
I was even I don't know. I think I see for where we live, Sunday's got some hope for coming back out and giving us a little sun. There's not a lot till then, but then next week where we live, it's going to get frigid.
I saw a high 44 on Sunday, maybe. Was that right?
Yeah, and then it's going to get in the 20s like by Monday or Tuesday. So not during the day, but for the lows. Yeah. So anyway, we'll see.
Down there a little chilly.
Somebody's got a little bit of chill.
A little chill.
That's right. No, Bucky may start moving. So he can't sit still. He gets cold.
That's right.
So anyway, we'll see how that goes. Stories for the day, but we're unpacking. As I got out of my truck today, Odell Beckham gave me $100.
I know. Can you believe that?
I was good at it.
What in the world are you thinking?
I heard the kickoff I was talking about. I'm handing out hundreds and slapping policemen on the rear end.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yeah. And Speedy's statement, which I thought was the best one, and I'm supposed to be the adult in the room.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Good night.
Yeah, that's funny. I see that Lori Laughlin's husband has made a joke that has got everybody stirred up a little bit.
Yeah.
That's one.
Sorry, Bubba.
If you want to upset your wife, make a joke about her rejecting a legitimate approach to getting your daughter in USC.
That's right. Free Aunt Becky.
Yeah, and use the word legitimate. That's good. I know it's a joke, but when you're trying to
put her husband in jail. Free Aunt Becky.
Free Aunt Becky. So we got this.
Now, we got a lot of Trump news today.
Oh my goodness.
We had a big, sign the Phase 1 trade deal with China, and the articles of impeachment have been handed over very bizarrely to the Senate. So we're going to have a trial over there probably here in a day or two. So probably, let's see, what is today? Thursday. I think it'll start Tuesday next week. So, that'll be that'll be one for the history books for sure.
Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. You were telling me about Nancy Pelosi. She's
I watched that, a little bit of that. Did she sign every letter of her name with a different pen?
Yeah.
That's what it looked like she was doing.
There were souvenir pins, too.
I bet
she
that's a
handed out to
great
everybody.
looking. Yeah, brought it on a silver platter.
Yeah.
Are we paying for that stuff? Is that what we're doing?
I don't know. So,
I would think if you were impeaching the president of the United States, it would be a solemn, sad moment for you.
Well, I think it goes back to this. Apparently Nancy
because the history books are really going to make you look like an idiot. But that's okay.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I guess it could be a collectible for people who are Trump supporters or Republicans at some point, because then you can hold the pen that destroyed the Democratic Party for the next election.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, tell me about this pen right here. I'll tell you what this pen is. This is when Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats couldn't watch history and realize that people don't really like presidents to be removed with political games that they duly elected, and boy, I tell you, it really it ruined their party.
Well, let me tell you, if you
so are you a Democrat? No, I'm a Republican. I want one.
If you love the soap opera that's Washington, D.C., the next few weeks are going to be gold for you, because you're going to have this impeachment hearing. Trump is scheduled to deliver a State of the Union address at that somewhere in there too, February the 4th, I believe.
Somewhere in there.
So that's going to be a zoo too. So it's I tell you, there's not going to be a minute missed.
Phone calls to start the hour. The real Greg Burgess grabs them. We're 6 minutes past. No Bubba today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. Still to come, Senator Tommy Tuberville will be with us, and Coach Skip Holtz, all still coming on the program today. And if you want to chat, now look, Greg's on the phone, minions. It's not time for you to visit with Greg. Let him get you lined up and ready to go at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll chat with you. Speedy, do you really think you should be bothering Scott Lenning about this?
I know.
Is this handler to handler? You just have to know?
I just need to know. I would love to know the speaker from Tennessee that was left behind from the private jet owner.
He handled it perfectly.
And if Scott has the same cell phone, and I have not, I think I saw him a while, but I haven't texted with him in a long time, then I'll get a reply and he'll know.
Yeah, well, Lennon went to work for the Billy Graham, Franklin Graham, I'm sorry, and has been all over the world with them.
Yeah.
So probably he doesn't really want this to be brought back up.
No, probably not.
Right.
Probably not. But it doesn't sound like it was on him. It sounds like it was on the people that had a commitment to help. A long time ago.
Yeah.
And just like to know the guy's name that you refer to a lot.
Do I bring it up with David Pollock on Rick and Bubba University next weekend?
No.
I mean, next
I
Thursday?
think that's a time or two past this, because it might bring up some bad memories for him too. We don't know the connection between these people.
Do you think?
I think if the coffee incident wouldn't have happened, you have the green light there.
I agree.
But I would tread lightly at this point.
I mean, you don't know. There might be a relative or somebody. You don't know. There might be bad blood between them.
You're right. By the way, the audience, they're not helping. Rick, why don't you just admit you left your whitey tighties on the floor?
You did something.
I didn't.
Yeah, Rick, you did something.
How about this? It still does not make the behavior okay, even if I was, laying in the floor.
Yeah, no. I doubt you did. It sounds like to me they just saw a suitcase and assumed you had made yourself at home without looking around.
But I didn't, and that was clearly communicated.
Right.
But is there any circumstance with what was before you that you go off and leave the Tennessee guy when you had committed to that, and then send everybody a bill?
No.
Any of that appropriate, no matter what?
No. Hear his message first, then drop him off on the way home.
Right.
But now the only thing with Pollock is bringing up, you ain't gonna believe we have a connection that you don't even know about. But that's later.
Yeah, Helmsy hit it. If I don't spill the coffee, I could have talked about it.
Yeah.
Isaiah out of Birmingham, listening to us on ZZK. Isaiah, go ahead.
So I was reading Isaiah 40 right before you told the story, and not coincidentally, it's got biblical implications all over it. Because this guy from Tennessee that owned the plane, he had already experienced spiritual death. So he found his identity in his plane, and he completely committed to that self-indulgence. And Isaiah 40 said, as soon as you do that, God will breathe on you, and you will be reduced to nothing and blown away. So, it's all about conforming to this world. And no matter what he said, what he did was important. And it just sent chills up my spine to listen to this story, y'all, and knew how important he thought he was, because he had the world by a string, but he had nothing.
You know what? That is much. Wow. You read much deeper into that story.
Wow. Right.
I can't argue what you're saying, but of all the comments I thought we would get, and I've noticed this is a new thing with this caller. He calls and tells the call screener that he's one of the prophets from the Bible, because he always quotes the name that he said his name was. Like there's been a couple times he's been on hold and had his name as like Obadiah, and then he would quote from Obadiah. This time he was Isaiah, and he quoted from Isaiah. He's been doing this. I haven't
had the pleasure of screening him yet.
Oh yes, and so
Greg says he has.
Greg has, and of course Greg is going to send that stuff right to me. Here's what I've noticed about y'all. Okay,
I got it.
Here's what I've noticed about all. I've noticed about all y'all. Okay, because all you guys rotate on screening the phones. I think Helmsy might be the least offender on this, but that Greg Burgess in there, and to a degree you, sir, Speedy.
What?
Y'all don't look after me.
What are you talking about?
When y'all are screening phone calls, y'all throw me pitches, and I think you just like watching me squirm.
I'm going to say something. I'm going to admit something.
Okay. Oh no, I was giving you an out on this.
Well, because in the past I have done a good job, but yesterday I couldn't let the fact that So at one point yesterday, I had Roll Tide Willie on the phone.
Did you really?
And I put that it was, what's the guy's name? That's
Chad?
I put Chad's name up there because I was afraid if it was just Roll Tide Willie, you wouldn't take it.
You didn't take that?
But he didn't know.
didn't know.
See, I was trying to set it up to where it'd just be Chad from so-and-so, and it would ensure that the phone call would be taken.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Naked Cowboy I couldn't do anything about. I knew it was naked. I knew y'all knew it was naked, so I just put it up there. But David from Louisville called yesterday as well, and I put him I put David from Mississippi, hoping that it would get in, and I did it just for Greg.
Oh,
okay. So
because I knew, so I want to take responsibility for that because I was
get it out.
Honestly, I was thinking about the audience and not you at that moment.
Well,
in that
so
moment,
that's what I
and
need to know.
Greg,
Is
and
this
Greg.
about the audience?
Yes.
Or y'all like to watch me squirm?
Rick, 90% audience, 10% Greg.
Well,
because I knew Greg would come pat me on the back and go, "Great job, him."
Well, I think it's audience and you too, and Greg, but it's your reaction. It's always good for the audience because they love that.
I mean, Greg sent me a guy to me the other day that God love him, but he could barely even speak.
Sure,
now,
he'll
I don't
do
know
that.
About that.
Now he'll do that. He goes to the extreme the other way.
That's true.
Do you know there's a difference between
buddy.
call screening and call taking? But what I've realized is it's not that. See, at first I thought y'all just wouldn't screen. That's not it.
No.
What it is, I've realized it's like that. What's the video game? Was it Donkey Kong where they roll the barrels at you?
Yeah,
And
that's it.
Y'all sit there and roll barrels at me and watch me jump.
Well, a lot of people, a lot of folks think that's very entertaining.
Okay,
I think it's entertaining.
It's tough in the one
It's
seat.
entertaining.
Yeah,
right. Because I wanna be nice. And
you do.
I try.
Okay, I texted you the name of the speaker that was left behind.
Why did you bring this up to
he said great memories.
That is him, by the way.
Yeah, so now you can lock that in as you continue to bring him up.
Can I say it, you think?
Yeah. I think so. I guess so. He didn't say you couldn't.
No, this was a very beneficial flight. And I was going to say you couldn't put a value on it, but apparently the guy did. But John Courts.
Yeah.
What a powerful man of God. Is he still with us?
Just because you haven't spoken to him does not. I don't know how old he was.
Powerful man of God.
Let me see.
Worked for years with Billy Graham. Told me some Billy Graham stories that I have passed on to y'all that made my eyes water just a little.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Let's see if he's still alive.
I was moved by it. Let's go to let's
Rick,
go.
I will just say this. I want to be out front with this.
Okay, fine.
The fact that we're in the last year.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to think about the audience more as we head towards that, and things like that. I'm going to slip in.
You know what you're saying to me?
I'm just. At least I'm honest about it.
Here's what y'all said to me on the final year of this brand. Here's what y'all are saying, Rick. Any iota that we may have had to try to protect you is over. It's like the mob coming down to the store where you were always giving them percentage for their protection, and they walk in one day and said, "Just know we're removing our protection."
Well, and I honestly,
so
I think
I'm on my own for this last year when it comes to callers. I got it,
and I think you'll probably want to sprinkle some of those, because it is the last year.
Right,
it is.
Right.
So that's where I'm going in my mind.
I do think the audience would like for the caller to be able to speak.
Right.
I'm with you on that one, 100%.
However, your reaction to someone not being able to speak is entertaining.
It is.
So see, it's a tough.
And if y'all could help me just a little bit, if we've just said something on the show and the caller's going to make the same point, that we just said, or the caller before them said, could y'all help?
Yeah, that's back to that one.
Is that Greg?
Yeah. So he's still doing well, Rick. I know just because you haven't talked to Mr. Courts that you don't think he is. But
hey, God used him.
From what I've seen,
yeah,
he is doing fine. Former president of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association.
Let's go to Kenny in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Kenny, go ahead.
Hey, I don't know if anybody else brought it up, because I don't want to be a bip, but thought about for this last year, be a perfect time to get each individual family, and kids included, as many as you can, Rick, and talk about what the show and the brand done for them positively and negatively.
Ooh, that's you're right. You're right to include both, because I'm sure it's been both. Double-edged sword. You know what? That's not a bad idea. We got a long runway, so we got plenty of time, and we'll give that some thought. The ones that are willing to come. We'll be back.
Screened out Roll Tide Willie. I cannot believe that.
I didn't know. He was trying it out. We almost overthought that one. I didn't know. Yeah. We got a clip from Roll Tide Willie, though, coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
and it's going to be blood in the water.
Oh, yes. Yes, it will.
And if that's not strange enough, I saw where Bobby Petrino has got a coaching job again.
We're straight up.
Straight up. Missouri State.
Okay. All right. So we'll be back. It's happened, and she's drawing some criticism because I see some people here saying you're supposed to hand out pins for accomplishments, not political battles or, hey, I got the other party. So this is this we're looking at some of the video right now, and she's so smug about the whole deal. She thinks she's being so sharp, as Greg would say.
Look, she's got her pile of pins on that platter over there, and she kind of gets confused about which. She didn't have them in a row, so she kind of gets confused about which one she signed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the way she's doing
she's doing like a letter of pen. I bet that signature looks good.
Well, like you're saying, the way she's doing it, I don't know how she knows which one she's already used and which one she hasn't.
I think you're right.
Yeah, so
she doesn't.
Just
know.
take
Look.
a pen and write
Y'all, we're paying for all that too.
That's take one pen and sign it.
It looks a little bit like the Rick and Bubba anniversary pen.
Yeah, it really does.
I wish it was.
I'd rather have one of those.
Those work good. People keep stealing mine here in the office.
I know, but so anyway, this is politics at the highest level. It's kind of like an end zone dance. I don't know what they think they're going to do. We do the impeachment, and then it goes to the Senate. As you have already said, Bubba, if past is any indication of current, which it may or may not be, that he will not be removed, and then he will simply go back to what he was doing.
Yeah, we've had several presidents impeached, and none have been removed. The last time we did this, Bill Clinton, the Republicans were in charge. They had the votes to take him out, and they just thought that, you remove a president who was duly elected, even though he may have done some things you didn't care for, didn't like, or even broke some minor laws. When you take him out, that's a big deal. That's a big slap to democracy,
Yeah.
Especially when we have an election coming up. I mean, if the people remove him, that's one thing.
Lying under oath was big.
Yeah, that'll put you in jail as a private citizen in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Federal investigator.
But politics sometimes are
Here's your pen.
Politics are much bigger than even.
Here, you rode the ride at Six Flags. Here, you get a pen.
Yeah, the Democrats. I mean, look, I want y'all to look at this crew right here. Just get you a gander at this bunch.
Yeah.
I mean, this is.
They looking sharp.
Nadler, he looks good, doesn't he? He looks like George Costanza.
Schiff is like. These
stupid pens.
Well, this is her. She wants them to know that they have a pen that she used to sign the articles of impeachment to impeach Donald Trump.
Now, keep in mind, too, the rush to do this. Nancy Pelosi said Donald Trump was a clear and present danger to national security, and this had to be done right away. Then once it was done, she sat on it, for how many weeks?
A long time. I don't know how many, but it was substantial, to your point. But I go back to the comment about when Bill Clinton – I think there were two things in play here. You said one, but there's also the also probably more likely reason the Republicans' approval rating was going through the floor because people didn't like a duly elected president being removed by even if he did some things by the opposing party.
Right.
So the opposing party also to try to say to the American people, we hear you loud and clear. You don't want this. We don't think this is good for the country either, so we're not going to do it. I think, all right, I know this is not likely, okay, and I'm not going to say this is going to happen, but I want you to listen for a minute. And it's going to be, for a minute, it's going to be a little bit cold in here and a little bit spooky, okay? But it just has to be said. Is there a possibility, okay, that there are some rhinos hid out in the Senate that are anti what Trump has done to take away not just the power of the Democrats, but the power of the establishment, Republican or Democrat?
Deep staters, yeah.
The deep staters.
Yeah.
And there are Republicans who are deep staters.
Yes, oh yeah. It's the deep state crosses party lines. It doesn't respect
Is
that.
there a chance that the Democrats can get enough of them that are hid out acting like they're fine that they would remove him?
Take 67 votes. You have some Republicans that are always suspect, okay?
Is there enough of them that are suspect that would swing that vote?
You have a couple of the ladies in there. You never know what they're going to vote, okay? You got one in Maine, one in Alaska. I don't remember their names, but they're always in play. I think you got to watch what's his name that ran for president?
Minutes past. Final year, the Rick and Bubba Show, 30th anniversary. Thank you all for 3 decades. Just incredible. As we work our way back, we'll get to more of your phone calls before the day is done today. But so we went a long way home back to an old story that actually did involve David Pollock. Still, I've been told by the guys not to text David Pollock again today, even though I kind of expected to hear from him yesterday. And I'll relax today and possibly on the way home tonight. Possibly.
Have you ever received a text and said, hey, man, I need to reply that, got busy, and totally
all
forgot
the time.
about it?
I have. All the time.
Happened yesterday. Someone texted me day before yesterday, and I was going back through trying to find something, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, no, I never replied. It could be a situation like that.
It could be. Have you done this? I've replied and not hit send.
Oh.
Go back and look and go, I even got an answer, but I didn't send it.
Right.
I've done that several times.
I've replied and regretted it.
That's true, too.
Yeah, you've had that.
I wished I'd have never looked.
Right. Yeah. So this has brought up, the thing with Saban, and, they did announce today he'll be joining ESPN. But I did not know that Roll Tide Willie, which is a really, really popular character involving fandom, he is. We thought Dickie Nadmeyer was the biggest Alabama fan the world has ever known.
No, sir.
Roll Tide Willie, he's either equal or he's slightly surpassed. But
I'm a huge fan. You know about me, I love stuff like that.
Right. We heard from Tyler, the Angry Cyclist. By the way, if you follow us on social media, let me tell you, people are loving that. So Roll Tide Willie now has been told the show is ending this year after hearing about Saban, and he's not taking that way. I didn't know he was a fan of the show.
I didn't know he had a daily routine of tuning into the shows coming from Adler.
Yeah. So here is Chad, which is Roll Tide Willie's handler, talking to him about the show ending as well.
Okay.
Willie? Yeah. Now, me and you, every time we go somewhere, we listen to the Rick and Bubba. Every morning.
Every morning. Always listen to Rick and Bubba.
And this is their last year.
Yeah, I hate that.
Now, what are we going to do next year? Well, who are we supposed to listen to?
I do not know. We ain't going to have Rick and Bubba.
And that ain't worth a cuss, is it?
It ain't worth nothing.
That's what I said. We've been big fans of Rick and Bubba all our life, and they've put us on their show a couple of times, a couple of clips.
Yeah.
And we're very thankful for that.
Oh, yeah, we loved them.
But the thing that's going to be bad is we can't listen to them no more.
That's exactly right. Can't listen. I don't know who we're going to listen to.
The best part of the morning is from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock.
Right.
Once they go off the radio, we just turn the sun gun off.
Because there ain't nothing
else worth listening to. We got to find something else to do. I don't know who we need to talk to, but we need to get Rick and Bubba another good 30 years.
Yeah, that's it.
Blitz, Mama, Blitz. They got to come back. Don't leave us like that.
Don't leave us.
We can't take Nick Saban and Rick and Bubba in the same year.
We can't do it.
They can't do us like that, can they, Willie?
Can't do it.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide, roll. Blitz, Mama, Blitz.
Bama Blitz.
By the way,
I got to get off in that wormhole and look at some of the past videos.
Oh, it's good.
Greg, does Roll Tide Willie pass your test of the genuine article?
Yes, he does.
Oh, yeah.
He does. He's not playing a character.
Not playing a character.
So that's the key in my world.
Yeah.
I mean, we got some people that play a character that's good. Don't get me wrong.
But it's not the same.
But the genuine article, it's unreal.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to entertain me? Give me that.
Oh, yeah.
My favorite part is how he finishes Chad's sentences all the time.
Yeah.
It's all the time. It's fantastic.
Here's what I'm thinking. Since I now know he's a fan of the show, I don't think he loves it as much as he does Saban or Bama.
He can't love anything like he loves that.
But anyway. So, Bubba and I are sitting there and we're taking inventory on things that what's going to happen to fill in the blank. And one of them is the mobile assault broadcast vehicle.
Yeah.
I mean, that thing is sitting out here in the parking lot.
She's a little faded.
I think she's a little faded. and dead as a wedge. but if you
don't forget they brought it here on a record.
Yeah,
don't forget that.
If you though are a fan of the show, if you're the fan of the show, and I kind of saw Roll Tide Willie's setup, so I think it might work. Is maybe one idea is to let them have it. And they haul it down to the property, set it up.
Yeah.
Let Willie he can get in there if he wants to.
It's really nice on the inside.
Look at that.
Faded.
Now, of course,
real faded.
Now, that's not a current picture?
No, that's from the bluff,
Yeah.
Rick.
Way
back when.
Rick is nearly white now.
Yeah.
That hurts.
It is faded, bit of an eyesore, but it has.
And it's on display.
Yes,
too. It is.
And only we always patting ourselves on the back for our ability to market would have that sitting out there as a billboard right now. You know what? If you were wondering why this is the last year of the show, you'd see that and go, "Oh yeah, that is getting tired." yeah. Everybody's tired now.
That says a lot.
That looks awful faded right there. So anyway, and I told Bubba, and I don't know if he'll do it or not, because anything in the tech world, Bubba's you have to approach him sensitively,
right?
And so I told him, I said, I'm telling you, why do we want to hassle this thing? We get on the air, we do a one money.
Oh yeah,
or something. Just like it sits, you got to haul it off.
Yeah,
and that can end up going to somebody. Right. Roll Tide Willie might be
good.
That may get with Chad.
Or Rick, tow it to your property and make it a shooting house.
There you go.
Oh, now
or
that's
I could just
a great idea.
Bit of an eyesore. Rick,
we'd have to paint it.
Right.
I can haul it on. I can put it in the back pasture where you can't see it.
Yeah,
behind the privet hedges.
Open that side door that it has.
Get somebody to put a camo pattern on it. Maybe talk to Cuz.
There you go.
Okay.
Yo, it's really nice on the inside.
It really is. It's very, very nice.
Let me tell you something. That, when it was in its heyday, when it was completed, was a fantastic mobile studio.
It sure was.
And that's the beauty of having Bubba in that engineer world. Yeah. We had the most comfortable seats.
Oh yeah.
We were wired like there was no better than it was smooth sailing.
It sure was.
Now, when we got the Turn to South deal, they wanted us to get out of the truck, and that hurt.
Well,
you couldn't believe it.
Well, they wanted a better backdrop than the side of the truck.
Then it became
from the inside.
Parades. He was in parades a lot.
Yeah, it was.
And it also kept equipment in it. It became basically our truck rolling up to unpack a live performance.
Yes, yeah.
As opposed to being the studio itself.
Right.
But it was a fantastic addition to the Rick and Bubba arsenal.
All right, y'all are saying the outside is faded, but the inside is really nice.
Yeah, it was well done. It's got like Southern Comfort seats in there.
So when's the last time you were in there, though?
I haven't.
It needs to be cleaned up.
2 years
I've been
ago.
in there.
I think
2 years ago.
Yeah,
it needs to be cleaned
probably
up.
Mold. There's probably mold.
Yeah, it needs to be cleaned up, but inside of it, the stuff,
still pretty good.
The bones are really good.
Oh, it's got good bones.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
The
seats are awesome.
Okay.
I haven't been used. The thing was never used as a studio. What? How many times?
I think we did maybe 5 shows out of it. Maybe
and that's exaggeration. That's 3.
Right. I can document.
I know how
two.
to speak, Rick. That's 3 times.
There was one at Greystone up on the tee box, which everybody really was uncomfortable with.
Yeah, it was.
There was a beach show in it.
Oh wow, made a long trip.
You remember when Bubba was Humanitarian of the Year award when he passed the listeners on the interstate?
Oh,
we were in that.
Yeah, we were
at the beach club, weren't we?
Yeah. Wow. Bones could probably tell you how many shows because he always had to drive at places.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 7.
7?
That's a big number.
5.
I'm staying at
5.
That's a big number. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Mitt Romney.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's
no
always
doubt.
in play.
No doubt.
The Manchurian candidate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's enough of them in play that it will matter, because I think no matter how much they may despise the way Trump does things, and no matter how much they love their deep state, we're smarter than everybody else, I think they are smart enough to know that if they remove Donald Trump, the Republicans will abandon them, the people who have given them power. They will split. They will abandon them. They will never be seen again to win an election.
Right. So what do they accomplish
in the near future?
Yeah. So what do they accomplish?
They're signing their own death warrant politically if they do that.
And because politicians, no matter they're not all of them, of course, but the large majority of them are not principled. So they see also that one thing they are afraid of is the people, and they see that the people would respond to this, the majority of the people, in a very, very negative way.
You know, there is times that politicians appear to understand the dilemma they have created, and one is the Virginia governor right now. Have you seen that circus going on there?
I haven't heard from him since he did that crazy statement.
Well, he's done. He had proposed some very far-reaching gun issues. You remember we had people calling about it. We're going, I don't even think you can do that.
No, you're right. Yeah, I do.
And I think he's declared a state of emergency. You can't have any kind of weapon around the Capitol building. Is it this weekend? They're having a big protest march, and he's afraid they're going to have another Chancellorsville type situation on their hands. So, it's
well, he's created all this.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
I
think he's some of the things that we had heard, and I don't know. I haven't followed the story per se, but I don't even think you can do that in the U.S. I mean, it's like Michael Bloomberg. We have a constitution. It doesn't really matter what you think or care. That is the law, and you have to follow it. What is it, Speed? Did I say something?
No, I was just going to ask you if the nuclear option is up where they only need 51 instead of the 2/3.
No, 67 is all I saw.
Okay.
We'll be back.
Yeah, you don't want a simple majority on removing the
No. David is calling out of Gunnersville, Alabama. Hey, David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
Fantastic.
I just wanted to explain this Virginia law to people that did not know exactly what it says in the law. Basically, any gun, not just AR-15s and AK-47s, any gun, even handgun, if it has a clip or a magazine that carries 10 bullets or more, it is illegal. It's a felony. And if you have one of these guns, handgun, doesn't matter, carries 10 bullets or more in a clip or magazine, you must turn them in. If you don't, because nothing's been grandfathered in this law, if you don't, you can be arrested and charged with a felony.
So that's what this weekend is about. People are going to be protesting that now. I don't follow, the election times or how long. Is this the same governor that did the thing about the baby? We'll keep it comfortable.
Keep it comfortable. We decide what to do with it.
Yeah. So this person is really, really out there, and I certainly think he's barbaric when it comes to human life. And it is so interesting that the same guy that would make such a evil statement about a child that was fully birthed, about we would hold the child in a room to keep it comfortable while we decided whether we're going to kill it or not, would then turn around and lament about how dangerous guns are to human life. I mean, it's just it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes
if it
back.
wasn't so tragic, it would be comical.
Right. So, and plus, as Bubba has said, and I agree, this country has the Second Amendment, and if you don't like it, you have to either rework the entire country and put in another form of government that is in a new agreement, that is a new piece of paper, and we just reject the Constitution, or you go to a country that does not have the Second Amendment because you'd rather live in a country like that.
Too, again, I haven't seen it. We're just based on what the caller says. If a clip in a handgun that holds 10 bullets makes it illegal, that's going to be most of them.
That's what he's saying, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Yeah. Well, and
there's a few, but I would say a large majority of them would be 10 clips, Glocks and that kind of thing.
See, I don't like when people start using this phrase, and the government has convinced the people on this for years, this phrase they always use, you don't need blank.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need blank. Well, who are you to tell me what I need and don't need if I've been given, if it's part of my liberty?
Right.
I
don't really care what you think about it. It's a right that I have, and you have no right to tamper with.
Here's what we've heard. You don't need that much money.
Yeah.
You don't need that much land.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
Back 35 minutes past the hour. Bubba out today. He's gone on a hamcation. And some of you that are wondering why Bubba's already off, I want y'all to look at the calendar. He actually worked 3.5 weeks in a row after we got back from the end of the year. So, I mean, that's not he is going to be having a good time with the Ham Buddies, and hopefully they have a great weekend, enjoy that, and then he'll be back with us on Monday. So I know with everything that we've announced this year, you're like, where's Bubba today? This was already on the calendar.
Yes.
We talked about that before we ever even ended the year last year.
Sometimes when I hear Ham Fest, I picture them down there talking about like ham.
Yeah, I had somebody even text me just saying,
not to be confused with Spam Fest.
It was surprising how many people don't know what a Ham Fest is. I didn't know when he and I first started working together. I had no idea.
Yeah.
I thought it was the food.
Which would make sense. I mean, we would all love to go to a ham fest.
I will say they're missing a great opportunity if they're not partnering with Honey Baked.
You're right.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just to play on words, and everybody down there loves to eat.
Oh, yeah.
So
this is our favorite ham at the ham fest.
Right. Have them set up in the lobby.
They're missing. If that's not going on, I'm disappointed.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
And I'll go here. I'm not a huge ham guy, but that honey baked ham's a good one.
Yeah,
It's excellent.
Gentiles, as far as you can see. Come one, come all, hams everywhere.
At the other location, when we were at the old studio, when it was around the holidays, there was one across the street. They had to get the police down there to direct traffic.
Yep.
Let me tell you, honey baked ham's a good
I was given the task of going off in there one time, getting a ham.
Me too.
It was tough.
Me too.
Oh, tough way in, tough way out.
I tried to organize the line better. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Are you listening to us right now on Raycon earbuds? I hope so.
How you doing?
If you get an opportunity, you need to get these. It's quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Their everyday earbuds have tens of thousands of 5-star reviews, including a lot of you out there. I love when you give us your testimonies on these Raycons. Check them out for yourself. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today. Save 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. You'll also find the link at rickandbubba.com. Good idea for Valentine's. If you're looking for a perfect match, be a good gift. Something nice. Maybe get the red ones. They've also got that the gel tips. They're optimized gel tips, so you can customize them to fit your ear more comfortably. They won't fall out, if you're active. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba, and of course about half the price of the other brands. And then we're going to get you another 15% off at BuyRaycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So let's PETA update today. I hate Bubba's missing this one. PETA updates today. Once again, the people for the ethical treatment of animals. Boy, they're really important work they're doing. Oh. I was a butcher cutting a meat. My hands are bloody. I was a surgeon. I got the shake. And you put on the brains. My save. Come on, boy. Shoot the mirror. Hey, hey. Well, the title says it from dailymail.com today. No more horsing around. Oh, I love a play on words by the journalists out there. Animal rights group PETA now calling for children's merry-go-rounds to stop using animal themes.
Whoa.
They are now standing up for the plight of animals that aren't real. Plastic animals are now the focus.
But
they're saying, and we all know how dangerous this can be, how dangerous a merry-go-round can be. PETA wants you to know, apparently because they've run out of causes and all puppies have been delivered off horrible puppy farms.
Yes.
That they say that children on merry-go-rounds unintentionally are celebrating the exportation of animals.
Wouldn't you love to be in the meeting when they get
You're
on these
exploiting animals, teaching kids to exploit animals.
When they get in these causes so they can get in, the headlines and all
Oh, yeah,
that.
sure.
Who raised their hand and said, hey, what about merry-go-rounds?
I know what we can do.
What about that? What about the plastic horse that goes up and down on that pole?
Yeah,
we can somehow attack that. And look, we tried to attack bass fishing. We're not getting quite the response we thought we'd get.
Right.
Well,
But
Greg,
let's go after the plastic pony.
Greg, they've gone to the amusement ride manufacturer in Kansas. Apparently, that's where merry-go-rounds are made. I didn't know that.
I bet there's not many people that do it.
I did not know that. And they demand that they stop producing and selling animal-themed carousels where teaching children to exploit animals.
And we don't even know it. The kids won't even know it.
They're not even aware.
Don't do they?
I mean, don't the horse go ride me? I mean, that's kind of what they do.
I've always, thought that I've never thought that horses really love it as much as the guy on the back.
Yeah, I don't think horses say that.
Horses are beautiful to look at, but I'm going to be honest with you, I really don't want to ride one. There's too many things can happen.
I mean, there's other things, but I mean, I think a horse sometimes enjoys a good ride.
I don't think they do.
Every now and then.
I think they're broken.
There was that Nashville horse from the police officer that was overweight that he was hurting a little bit. But
and I know they love running as fast as they can while somebody beats the crap out of them with a whip.
I actually think they want to just live like dogs.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think that's how they want.
You don't think they want to run through the pasture with you on them?
It's really not.
I do not. No.
Dogs
I think
like
they
going on walks.
I think they.
And I think a horse would like to go on a walk.
Oh, that's a good point.
With me on it.
I think horses would like to run through the pasture without people on them.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. But
I'm not saying ride too much.
Right.
Like, do that, but every now and then let's go for a ride.
But I don't care. I mean, because it's an animal that
It's a beast of burden.
that is designed as a
Yeah.
beast of burden. Whether they're enjoying the ride or not, it doesn't matter to me. I don't want them to be mistreated. I don't want them to be beaten or anything like that. I want them to be well fed, and I want them to be taken care of.
Right.
And people who ride horses seem to truly love horses.
And don't forget about
So I got
the
no
one-
beef with
Take
them.
care of them.
I got no
Don't
beef.
forget about the states we have that have wild horses that actually
Yeah.
roam and just live as animals.
Yeah.
Do you know, I saw a bunch of wild horses when I was in France. By the way,
did you really?
Really hit that right there.
There's a place
They were
in
out on the
France.
island out there.
Yeah.
Greg, you can hit the travel bell when he mentions
Yeah, you
stuff
can
like
reach
that.
to it. Did you see that what they want them to start doing on when they're manufacturing these? They want them to use different themes.
Yeah. So would they like us to be on the shoulder of plastic people?
No,
Just
they
like
want
rocket ships,
like industrial
and-
stuff,
Yeah.
like
Like
bulldozers,
work equipment,
You know, a kid
cars.
may like that, but you can add that to it. But you don't have to get
Right.
rid of the plastic pony.
I like the idea.
Kid
Of,
might want to get it in a lot of. You know, they love bulldozers and all that.
Yeah.
I like bulldozers and cars and spaceships, and I've seen some that have that on. There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, they got the little thing.
Adler, do you have Henry's contact? Maybe we need to ask him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how he feels about
He
it.
just texted me. He said, "Save a horse, ride a carousel."
That's good.
Okay.
That's really good.
All right.
That's
Yeah.
really good.
It's amazing how he can text with them hooves.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
it is.
It seems to me they're once again, and I think Henry the horse made this point. They're at war with themselves now.
Yeah.
You would think PETA would be pro plastic horses as opposed to people riding real horses.
Yeah.
But now you can't even have real plastic horses because they say, yeah, but that's still you're setting a bad precedent.
It makes kids want to ride horses. Is that their point?
Did it make you want to ride horses? It didn't me. I liked being on a carousel.
There's me and Ruby on a carousel.
You're not on a horse, though. Thank
She's
you.
grown up so much.
Are you letting her ride the horse now?
Absolutely, yes, yes.
Hey,
you ever get on the one? You ever get on the one? You don't realize that it's not going to go up and down. You just have to
Yes.
sit there the whole time you're a kid. Everybody's going, "Whoa, it's so awesome," and you're just like, "Oh,
Oh yeah, I know you're down.
Happened to me every time.
Hey, thanks. Hey, buddy, thanks. I was actually always put on that horse because it was the larger horses because I was large.
Sorry about that, buddy.
Thanks for bringing back fat kid merry-go-round memories. Why don't you get on this one, Rick? This one doesn't go up and down. No, this is the real. This is actually even cooler.
It's better."
Hey,
Yes,
while you're texting with Henry,
Yeah.
will you text him back? Ask him if he likes a good ride. I bet you he does.
Okay. Do you like a good ride?
Yeah.
Speedy asked.
Yeah, I'm
and
not
he
saying
is
every
weird.
day like we ride for miles, but I'm just saying every now and then jump on.
I
Let's
don't
go
know that
for a
I'd
ride.
word it like
I wouldn't
that,
either.
though.
Speedy
I would
wants to
change
know
the
if
wording.
you want to go for a ride.
Let me
with
tell you
Speedy.
something.
Yeah.
You start texting that around at the office, they're going to call you in there to human resources.
They are.
Well,
Yeah,
we're
they
talking about riding
You're-
horses,
you're-
and Henry's a horse.
You,
are,
you
but-
got
but-
an HR meeting coming up.
Hey, Henry's a horse.
Yeah. So
But he's not listening right
I
now.
never really liked
Well, he's
carousel.
texting Adler, huh?
I never really
listening.
How
liked
does he
carousel.
text?
Oh,
He's
he is
always
listening.
listening.
So the context will be fine.
Yeah.
Then I say go with a question.
Okay.
no opposable thumb, probably not texting.
Speedy wants to go for a ride. Send.
Yeah. Now that would be nice. I've been on a horse a few times, especially
too.
through high school. The horse I was on kicked the horse of my girlfriend and hurt her leg.
Yeah, well,
But I remember
that'll
that
run
time.
a date.
How about I'm 46 and never been on a horse?
I haven't either.
And I've
Really?
always wanted.
Never?
Never.
Wow.
Not one time?
Even through Maddie's horse riding.
You've never.
experience.
I don't think
Never.
I did not know that.
I've never been on a horse.
I'm not a huge fan of it, but I've been on a horse probably 12, 15
And I
times.
want to, and I would like to ride one. I really would, but I've always been kind of gun shy about it.
Here's a weird thing.
No, I am too, but
I
I've
have-
done it.
Here's a weird
I thought
thing.
somebody would have made you at some point.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I thought I would have to during the Maddie run.
Oh, absolutely.
Her year or so riding
Yeah.
horse.
Oh, my goodness. But I
Never
don't
came
think
up.
I've ever ridden a horse, but I have ridden a llama and an elephant.
Wait a minute,
Yeah.
you've never ridden a horse either?
I don't think so.
You two have never ridden a horse?
I might have got on a pony one time, but I haven't. If it hadn't been very many times at all. But
So,
like I said,
are
I have
you-
ridden a llama and I have rode an elephant, and both of them were at Lion Country Safari.
And a bull for a very short amount of time.
Well, I don't know if you can
Yeah,
call that a
very
ride.
short.
very, very
Yeah.
short amount of time.
I attempted to ride a llama that was wild.
I was there. We couldn't catch it.
I
A
was
lot quicker than they look.
I was on for how long?
Rick, you weren't on very long. First of all, we were all tired because we chased it for a while, and then you kind of got it. You went, Ricky. I don't even know if your butt touched his back when he was out from under you.
Well, he got it. He put me on the ground pretty quick.
I've always wanted to like get on a horse and run through Dodge City on Gunsmoke.
Yeah.
You know, he's like,
Yeah, I wish. It's
Yeah,
one
I think
of those
just
things.
getting it.
It's one of those
You
things
know?
in life I wish I was really good at.
Yeah.
But I'm not willing to put in with it.
Right.
But I've done that, hey, we're all on vacation, let's all get on a horse. I've done that several times.
Yeah.
Saw a red stag in the wild on a horse one time in Ireland. That was really cool.
Oh, that's great.
We'll be back. Tommy Tuberville next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You don't need this. You don't need.
I tell you what, they don't need what they don't.
Hey, you don't need to be able to shoot.
You don't need that much tax money.
Hey, you don't need to be able to shoot more than this amount of times. What situation do you think I'm in? I might need to shoot multiple times in the situation that I'm in. That's not your call. You have not, to your point, Bubba, you have not been given that power. Right?
It's not granted to you in the Constitution.
No.
So, I mean, you have people who, in the name of this or the name of that, are just shredding the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't believe that this law won't be thrown out by a judge somewhere if they're going to follow the Constitution.
So, to your point, is the governor saying he's a little afraid that is there some official protest against that?
Oh yeah, they're having a big, and
right.
he's getting all kind of threats and this, and they're concerned. So they've banned all weapons of any kind within a certain distance of the state house or wherever he's at.
You realize that this governor, if you just follow his logic, is saying if you're fully born, okay, post-birth, I thought that, as we said,
I thought we had a line that you couldn't cross in this debate, no matter what your position was.
He's saying if you're a little baby, this governor is saying if you are fully born and your mama doesn't want you and we don't want you, we will kill you, but I'll do everything I do to keep you from being shot. I mean, I don't even. I can't follow that logic.
Yeah,
I mean,
it makes your head hurt. Really it does.
Charles in Alabama. Charles, go ahead.
Hey, Rick. I love you as much as a straight man can.
Thank you, buddy.
This is not a Second Amendment issue. The Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution only applies to the federal government. This is a state constitution issue for Virginia. We've had the same problems here in Alabama with certain legislators trying to impose certain things in the past, but it is against our state constitution. The whole problem with what's going on in Virginia right now is the same thing that happened in Chicago when they instituted the gun ban. The NRA is wrong on this. Not everything is Second Amendment. This is about what's on your local level, whether it be state, county, or city.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, and pardon my ignorance on this, but doesn't federal law supersede state law?
It does.
Not when it comes to this case, because what does the Second Amendment say?
If it's not covered here, then it's a state issue, but it is covered here.
Well, it says Congress. Basically, it's saying Congress shall not make a law saying that you can take away guns because, well-regulated militia, all that stuff. It's the same thing it says in the First Amendment. Congress shall make no law.
Yeah, but
that's on the federal level.
Understood, but the Constitution also says if the powers and the rights are not given here in the Constitution, not covered,
they flip them down to the state.
Then the state decides.
Yep.
But it is covered
under Amendment 10.
Right.
But the way that we've done this is all of our state constitutions, because they understood this a whole lot more than we did back in the 1800s, 1700s, early 1900s.
Understood.
All of the state constitutions put this guarantee in their state constitutions because they understood what we're trying to do with the United States Constitution is incorporate it into everything. And it's not supposed to be. It's only supposed to govern control what the federal government does.
Right.
Okay. Now, so to your
but now we're back to my original point. I totally agree with you. And of course, there's been crazy inconsistency on this, including, as a matter of fact, the definition of marriage
and the drug situation,
and all of that. Because we were told by one Supreme Court you could not force states to recognize traditional marriage because the states have the right to do what they want. But then when it came to gay marriage, the same Supreme Court said now it's federal and all states must allow gay marriage. And we were like, well, that seems like a complete, you can't, that's mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
It's either one or the other. But on this case, though, back to you, it seems like you keep making the case that I'm trying to make. First of all, what does Virginia's state constitution say about this? I don't know. Maybe you do. But I will say, you said we were doing that because we wanted to be sure that nobody could come back and say, well, the state can decide on this. But it is covered. The Second Amendment is a federal liberty given to all citizens by the Constitution. So Amendment 10 would not be referring to the Second Amendment because it is covered and it is the federal government who decides. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Now, as far as Virginia, the problem that they
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. As promised, Senator Tommy Tuberville has joined us on the Rick and Bubba Show. Coach, welcome back. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. Just left the Supreme Court building, and of course, it's a clown show around here every day. Today, they're trying to keep Donald Trump off the ballot in Colorado. That'll be a big decision.
Yeah, it's a big one.
A lot of crazies out there. It's just amazing to me how people dislike this country so bad. But we got a great country, and we're going to keep it that way.
That's it.
Well, let's talk about some of the things that are going on. Speaking of our country seeming to completely lose our minds in a lot of decisions that we have right now. Last week, the Protection of Women in Olympic and Amateur Sports Act. Update us on that. We've got today even Caitlyn Jenner saying that Leah Thomas now saying that he wants to compete against women in the Olympics. Caitlyn Jenner even saying that this is nothing but a narcissist and biological males competing against biological females. Even Caitlyn Jenner says that is absurd. So tell me, update us on this act.
You know, I talk to Caitlyn Jenner about once a month, and
picture it.
She is all against this. She is all against men playing women's sports because she knows, she understands. I mean, this is a non-starter for most people in this country, but we put this legislation forward because now the boxing committee in the Olympics has decided to let men box against women.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, you can't make it up. Somebody's going to get hurt, and they should get sued. Everybody from top to bottom. And it's they won't listen to us. Schumer won't bring it to the fore. He's a clown. He cares nothing but about spending money, destroying our country, transitioning into something that it's never been, and everything they touch goes to heck in a handbasket. But this is just one of the things here. I even go to the Democrat women senators and ask them, surely to goodness, you don't believe this. Don't you have a daughter? Don't you have granddaughters? What are you thinking voting for this? And they can't give you a reason. It's the Democrat way.
So hopefully this will do something. I mean, we can't just let this go on. Those of us that are clear thinking have got to do what we can do to even protect these people from themselves.
Well, Rick, here's what's happened. The Olympic Committee has said, listen, we've got all these different entities that control all these different sports. We're not going to step in. We're going to let them make their own decision about swimming, boxing, baseball, golf. And so basically they've opened the door to let men play in all these women Olympic events. And you'll have the lowest ratings in history after about 24 hours of this.
Well, and the bigger point, somebody's going to get hurt. I mean, you just cannot have biological females dealing with the strength and the muscle mass of a biological male in a boxing match or UFC and this kind of stuff. I mean, we just can't. It's bad enough that, you know, an average biological male goes and becomes the champion of a sport as a female. That's bad enough. But when you start talking about people getting hurt, I mean, somebody's got to wake up. Got to.
Oh, yeah. And again, it's just there's no common sense left, and especially up here in D.C. Hopefully it goes down to the states, and the states start making their own decisions about this. Federally, we've lost it. I mean, unless we get somebody in as president of the United States in the Republican side that will make a decision for our country and not for everybody else and do it the right way, get back to our Constitution, the USA as we grown up and know it won't be the same.
Speaking of the Constitution, it clearly states the federal government is supposed to give us a secure border. Interesting political games being played in the election year. Now you, the Republicans, you're the ones that don't want to protect the border.
Well, here's what we had a ace in the hole here back in the fall. the Democrats and a few of these neocon Republicans want to continue to give billions of dollars to Ukraine, who, by the way, can't win. And Russia's not even trying to win. If they wanted to win, they could win tomorrow. But the thing that happens, hey, we've got an ace. No, if they want to give the money, let's hold them to a point of stopping the people at the border. Well, they said, yeah, that'd be great. We'll negotiate. Well, they negotiated 5,000 a day, more amnesty, more released into the country. It's just an absolute terrible. And Mitch McConnell and some of his leadership people thought this was outstanding. Wait a minute. We said stop the people at the border, not allow them, and give them the laws that make it free for this president of the United States. Say, hey, look, we told you we're doing the right thing. But it's an absolute joke. They're going to get they're going to keep the border open, and they're going to get their money for Ukraine, 60 billion of it, and it's just. I mean, you can't explain what goes on up here. Nobody looks out for America.
Yeah, and I know with Israel now, the aid to Israel was actually voted down.
Oh yeah, it was voted down, and again up here, it's if you are a Christian, you are in the wrong country. They don't want you to be in this country. They want you gone. They want you punished, and it's just one of those things I never thought, Rick, that I would see in the greatest country ever. But that's been transitioning for a long time, and we better turn it around, or we won't make it.
This election coming up, I know we've said in the past we've had big elections. I don't know that any are bigger than this one. And does anybody believe that Biden can do a second term? Is there some surprise coming in May that they replace him?
Oh, I don't know, Rick. I tell you. We all saw this the other night. Unless he's reading off a teleprompter, and it's still very difficult for him to do that. He seems to find ways to screw that up. He uses wrong names. He has to have the press correct him in things that he's saying. It's scary. It's scary to know that he is running the best and most powerful country in the world, and his decisions. I don't know who's really helping him. Somebody needs to be helping him, but whoever's doing it's not making hardly any decisions for the American people. But I'm getting to the point where I feel sorry for the guy. Yeah. He is absolutely being embarrassed from not just from us, but look at the leaders all over the world going, what the heck is going on here?
Yeah, we were talking about that on the show the other day. I mean, I certainly lean much further to the right and I can't find much common ground with the left in modern day, but I do think that older people that are losing their cognitive skills should be treated with dignity, regardless of their political views, and taking him out there and ushering him in these positions. And we have been humorous about it too, but it's starting to become sad and less humorous and more sad.
It's gotten worse, Rick. You've seen that just in the last 4 or 5 months. And I've seen it in the last 3 years, how the downward fall of his attitude and the things that he's doing and how he walks and how he talks. And that's right now we need negotiators across the world, whether it's Israel, whether it's in Russia, going to talk to somebody there, or whether it's China. This is the most dangerous time in your and my lifetime. We're getting close to the same age, and somebody out there needs to make some decisions on the direction that we're going. There's no direction up here, Rick. There's no leadership.
Thank you, Tommy Tuberville, Senator, and for updating us. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
As I said, it is a state issue. It's in the state constitution pretty much word for word.
Charles.
Now, you have a Democrat governor, a Democrat attorney general. They're trying to do all of this stuff, and the problem with it is you're not going to get anything solved in Virginia because of the Democrat governor and attorney general. So that's when you use the Second Amendment. You flip it up to the federal courts to force the federal courts to get the state to do their own job.
Well, then it sounds like you and I are saying the same thing.
So let me ask you this: what? I'm in the circle here. I understood what you were saying, but what is Virginia? What is Virginia trying to do? What does the governor want to do?
Virginia is actually trying to go in and basically say that if you have a certain type of ammunition, if you have a certain type of gun, if you have a certain type of magazine, if you even do martial arts training, which means that Adler can't go up there and do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, then it would be classified as a militia activity. That's what the problem with the law they're trying to get.
So basically he is saying that militia activity is bad, and he's trying to cram a lot of things under that umbrella, one where he's stepping on the rights of gun owners.
Yes, he is. And not just gun owners, but they're going to close down gun ranges. They're going to stop martial arts training. They're going to stop a lot of stuff under this law.
I got all that, but you said when you first called, it sounds like as we're getting to the end, the way they're going to fight this is by going back and pointing to the Second Amendment.
They're going to.
Yeah, so it sounds like then I understand that states try to act like that they have the right to do things, but don't we always have the pushback when they say, well, no, because the Constitution does say in the Second Amendment, which is federal, that all citizens in the United States of America, no matter where you live, have certain liberties that are here. And if it's not here, then the states decide what they want to do, right?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Phone calls are coming in. We've talked about Virginia a little bit. We got other topics that are standing by to talk. Andy is actually in Virginia. Andy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Good, guys. How are you?
Good. Great. So great. Speedy was just telling me this governor, really after the statements he made about the baby that was fully born, that really, there was a time that would have been the end of that person politically in any state, including Virginia, and then just to take the next step, start working on people's rights as given to them in the Constitution concerning the ability to protect themselves. But Speedy was telling me that there seem to be indications that in your state that he's actually quite popular.
Well, I guess it depends on who you talk to.
Yeah, where you are, yeah. But, I mean, he has a chance to continue to have a political career, I guess.
Well, it's kind of baffling, and I think Rush and other people have touched on it. You know, he kind of went into hiding after that crazy mess with the abortion and his blackface scandal and all these other things, and just seemed to disappear and come out, and nobody seems to mind anymore, or they quickly forgot about it. It's a little baffling because he seems to continue to kind of prod the sleeping with doubling down on everything he's doing. This whole state of emergency that's been issued on Monday, that's in response to the Virginia Citizens Defense League, the VCDL. They hold a lobby day every year, and I've been aware of it for at least the last 12 years. It's always a big event. They've never had any issues with it. Obviously, this year they expect it to be much bigger. I think they're expecting 20,000 plus people. And, you know, I guess it's just baffling because he seems to prod and add more. It's kind of like someone that's dug a hole and doesn't know any way to get out other than dig deeper.
Yeah, it's like the guys were telling me the break that he's like taking the whole 14-acre area and declaring it like a state of emergency or shelter or something. You can't bring.
Bubba,
yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry. I just sent Bubba an email about that, and you know, I may not be 100% accurate, but that's how I understand what has happened. There was a law passed, I think, in 2012, stating that if the governor issues a state of emergency, and this was under, I believe, a Republican governor, that it doesn't affect constitutional rights, your right to carry, where you can carry it.
Right.
And from what I understand that happened yesterday, he actually, I guess, named the whole 14-acre compound of the Capitol as a shelter, like an emergency shelter. And under law, you're not allowed to carry a gun there.
Well, it goes back to this. I don't know if you've ever done any coaching and you're in a game where the officials let things go on early on. People were fighting, getting chippy. They didn't step in. Somebody cheap-shotted somebody. They didn't do anything. And then all of a sudden they come over to you almost crying when the game turns into basically a street fight, and they're saying, you got to get your team under control. And then I've always said, you know what? You created this environment. Yeah. What are you doing over here upset right now? This environment that we're dealing with right now, and I'll certainly help you, you created it. Mm-hmm. Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Bubba out today. He's on a hamcation. Should be back on Monday. We've got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler all here. And it's the 30th anniversary celebration. And now it's time to test your Rick and Bubba knowledge. The giant game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge, 30th anniversary edition. The number 866 We Be Big. Do not call if you don't know your Rick and Bubba. This is not for rookies. This is not for rookies. You stand no chance. But if you think you've got a lot of Rick and Bubba knowledge, dial it up. 866 We Be Big, and Helmsy will get you lined up, ready to go. We have Rick and Bubba audience members competing against each other on how well they know the Rick and Bubba show and its history. If you win this today, up for grabs will be the new Rick and Bubba 3 Decades of Radio Gold shirt. I do not think it's in stock yet, but it's on the way, and so you'll win that 3 Decades shirt. It'll be yours if you can win. Now, here's how it works. We have categories about Rick and Bubba history. Today, our categories will be Adler Facts, The Beginning, Greg Quotes, Famous Rick and Bubba Moments, Rick and Sherry Burgess, because we have an anniversary this week. How well do you know our history? Ooh. And then a bonus question if we get a tie. Okay? Wow. So it'll be the best out of 5. So it'll start. Let me get everybody on first, because then I'll have to repeat all this.
Okay. Yeah. Got it.
All right, let me see. Okay,
a lot of flash.
How do I get people going against each other?
Back and forth.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to think how I do it on here. I've forgotten.
You should answer one side then the other.
Yeah, I got you, but you have to do it weird there.
You stay out of this.
Stay out. Greg,
I'm out.
Greg, could you just leave us all alone? Okay, so Dusty, welcome to the Rick and Bubba show. How are you, buddy?
Dusty Rhodes.
I'm good. How about y'all?
I'm good. You know Rick and Bubba knowledge pretty well?
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good.
All right, let me see if I can do this right here.
What?
I got to somehow get over. I got to go over here to B.
I thought we said stay out.
Greg, you leave us alone. I got to get over to B, and I'm trying to go over to B.
What are you doing?
What about here? Do I change him to B? Because see, I need to get over here to B, and so I'm gonna put him on hold.
Did you just do that?
Yeah, he's on hold. Now why is it doing that?
What?
You got to click in that middle part.
Is it right here?
See, don't you?
Right. Oh, I see. Okay.
Greg, stay out of it.
Good thing I was here.
So I go there?
No, can you not hit B?
That's what I tried.
Click on the line first.
Okay, all right, hang on. I forgot how to do this. All right, let me see. I hadn't done one of these.
I'm glad we got this ready.
Oh, it's B now. Look, he is B now.
Okay.
Okay, he's B.
See, Greg?
Right. Okay.
But now they're all B.
I know, but then I got to go back over here to A. How do I get him on A?
Huh?
Hey, I'm glad we test ran.
Now I'm going to put him on hold. And then I got to go back over here.
Okay, that's it.
No, I can't just keep doing that.
Huh?
I just can't. They got to be on together. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that.
No.
I'm going to do that and see if Kevin, we may lose you, and if we do, it's just tough luck. I got him. All right, so Dusty, are you there? Oh, I got to unlock it.
Huh?
I got to unlock this.
What are you doing there?
Dusty, are you there?
Hello? Wait, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is B.
Dusty, yeah, we got Dusty. All right, now do this.
Yes.
Kevin, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Dusty was
We're okay. We're okay. I was doing it all wrong. All right, so here's what happens, and we wish that there weren't so much noise. All right, so the first round will be a lightning round.
Yeah, could you roll your window up?
Yeah, a lightning round, and so here's how the lightning round works. Either one of you can get the answer right. When I give you the question, if you know it, just shout your name, okay? And the first name we hear gets a chance to answer. If you get it right, then you will control the board and you get as many points as you can. If you get it wrong, then the other person can steal. If you both miss it, we go back to lightning round.
I don't know they heard any of that because the window's down.
Did everybody hear all that? Kevin, Dusty?
Yes, sir.
Roll up your window.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, so here's what we do. Dusty, try to stay inside the vehicle.
It ain't me.
Okay.
It's not me.
Right.
I'm in a house.
Okay.
Maybe it's something to do.
Kevin, if you're outside the vehicle, get back in. But anyway, so here we go. Dusty, you called first.
Rick, turn it down while you're talking.
Well, I can't. It'll turn them both down.
This is going.
Who's
well.
that right there? Yeah, okay. All right. You good? The noise is gone. Kevin, you good?
Yes, sir.
Dusty, you good?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we did.
Wow.
Okay, there we
Maybe
go.
he did get inside.
Thank you for doing that. Thanks for getting in the vehicle.
You know, it's
Inside the plane.
All right, Dusty, we're going to start the lightning round.
Well, we're going to commercial break.
So when we come back, lightning round, I'll pick the first question. Shout your name if you know it, okay? First name gets a shot at it. We will start with Adler facts. Okay, gentlemen, are you ready? What is the name, and there are multiple choice, what is the name of Eddie Van Adler's dog? Is it A, Doug? Whose name was that? Kevin, go ahead.
Kevin.
Kevin is right. Yeah, it's your name and his dog's name.
Yeah.
So you got it.
I named it after that guy.
All right, Speedy, you keeping score?
Is Adler a jerk?
Okay.
Who was that, Kevin?
Yeah, that was it. The other choices were Doug, Kenny, and Buddy. All right, so now you're controlling the board, Kevin. Do you want the beginning, Greg quotes, famous Rick and Bubba moments, Rick and Sherry Burgess?
Give me Greg quote.
Greg quotes. Here we go. Stand by, Dusty, for the steal if he can't get it. If Greg thinks you're fired up about something, he says you're rock back like A, Whaley Taylor, B, Willie Ralph, C, Creeper Jackson, D, Gerald Cates.
Gerald Cates.
That is incorrect.
Yeah.
That is incorrect. All right, so let's go to Dusty. Dusty, if Greg says, I'll tell you one thing, he's rock back like A, Whaley Taylor, B, Willie Ralph, or C, Creeper Jackson.
Creeper Jackson.
That is incorrect.
Come on, man.
So both of you get that one wrong. So we'll have to go back to a lightning round. The correct answer is you are rock back like Willie Ralph.
Yeah, I mean you're
right. You're rock back like Willie Ralph. That's the right answer. All right, so it's a lightning round. So I will pick this one myself, and we'll go to famous Rick and Bubba moments. Ooh, are you ready? Okay. Anybody can get this one. Okay, shout your name if you know it. In the famous story of Car Wash Joe, who was the fellow employee that was called by Joe, me playing Joe, to change the marquee? Was it A, Stephen Waits, B, Jerry Patterson, C, Ronnie Spector, D, Wayne Lee?
Dusty. Kevin.
Dusty, what do you think?
Is it Wayne Lee?
Wayne Lee is incorrect.
Come on. Oh, so close.
Kevin, what do you think?
Can I get the answers one more time?
Yeah, you sure can. You have a shot at it right now. It is either Stephen Waits, Jerry Patterson, or Ronnie Spector.
Spector.
What'd you say?
Ronnie Spector.
That is correct. That is correct. Wow. There we go, Dusty. When will we come back? I'm sorry, Kevin. So, Kevin, you're up 2-1, and you're now controlling the board. Would you like, and by the way, if you get this question right, you will win. It'll be mathematically impossible because for Dusty to come back. So, do you want the beginning or Rick and Sherry Burgess?
Let's do the beginning.
Kevin, this is for the win.
Oh boy.
Okay, buddy, stand by, Dusty. You need this.
Hope you get it.
What is the name? Now, this is key. What is the name, the title of the very first Rick and Bubba CD? Now, this is CD, not cassettes. The first best of to ever be on CD. Was it A, Pass the Gravy? Was it B, The Smell of Success? Was it C, Hey Buddy, You're Broadcasting? Or D, Here We Go?
Pass the Gravy.
That is incorrect.
Come on.
That is incorrect. All right, so, Dusty, this is big. Is it?
I think it's C, Hey Buddy, You're Broadcasting.
That is incorrect. Probably should have waited for me.
Okay, we'll see you guys.
The correct answer is The Smell of Success. That was the first one ever on CD. Now it's back to a lightning round. All right, so either one of you can get the point. 2-1, Kevin, right?
Well, Dusty hadn't got anything.
Oh, Dusty's not 2-0, Kevin.
Yeah, I'm 0. I'm 0.
All right, well, it's all right. You get this one right, then now you'll get a chance at the bonus question to tie. So here we go. This comes from Sherry and I having our anniversary this week. Rick sang a song to Sherry on the show in 1995 that played a key role in their now 28-year marriage. The song was a parody from what song? A, Always and Forever. B, You Are So Beautiful. C, Wonderful Tonight. D, Sometimes When We Touch.
Dusty.
Dusty, what do you think?
Is it wonderful tonight?
That is correct. Look at Dusty staying alive.
Look at Dusty. Give me a D.
All right, you've got control of the board. Stand by, Kevin. If you steal, you will win. If both of you miss, you win. All right, Dusty, to tie the game. Bonus question, Rick and Bubba Dictionary. What does it mean to pull a dairyberry? A, sing in public unprompted. B, tell random people you love Jesus. C, promote something people can't get. D, tell people you will be in Birmingham tonight.
C, promote something people can't get.
Yeah! So it's tied up.
Come on!
It's tied up. We got to go to break. And so we come back. We'll let these two. There'll be one final question.
Oh, wow.
And actually, if Dusty gets the next question, he's going to come back and win.
Man, nobody would have thought it.
Kevin's got to stand by for the steal. So one more question. We're tied 2-2 in the giant game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge, 30th anniversary edition. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And it's like he's created this atmosphere and then acts like he's terrified about an atmosphere that he created.
Andy, let me ask you this. What is the approval numbers of this governor?
I don't know that right off. And honestly, I'd say he's not super popular, but I obviously don't also run in the
Understood,
of the folks that vote him in. And, the Washington, D.C. sprawl, that Northern Virginia area, which has actually crept out of the D.C., the District of Columbia, and crept into the Northern Virginia area, those areas like that, really skew the state when it comes to elections.
We know. We understand. All right, Andy, thanks. I appreciate it, brother. And thanks for fighting the good fight there. Wallace in Montgomery says he's a constitutional lawyer. All right, Wallace, help us out.
Hey, guys, enjoy the show.
Thank you.
Hey, Wallace. I just thought I'd clarify a little bit. The caller before said that these gun issues were not Second Amendment issues because the states are making the laws. The 14th Amendment to the Constitution says that the states shall not make a law which abridges the privileges and immunities guaranteed by the federal government. So it really is a Second Amendment issue.
Well, that's what I thought.
But it's enforced on the states by the 14th Amendment.
Well, that's what I thought. We're not constitutional lawyers or experts, but both of us have talked for years when we saw something we disagreed with, when we thought something was a states' right issue, and you seem to be confirming this. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm oversimplifying it, that really we gave very few things in the Constitution, very few powers that we gave to the government, and then it says these rights, they're listed here, apply to every citizen in this country, and if it's not covered here, then it's a state's issue. But if it is covered here, back to the 14th Amendment, you can't override it. Is that right?
That's exactly right. The federal government was meant to push most of those rights and the rights to govern down to the states themselves. And then Congress set aside a few of those privileges through the either the Constitution itself or the amendments, and said, okay, states and the federal government, you can't abridge these particular rights. We hold these rights to be sacred, and these are the places where you can't go.
Well, let me ask you this. How do we end up with these conflicts, like at the federal level, certain drugs are illegal, but we have states that are saying it's legal to use them?
Well, the federal government uses this idea that if it touches and affects interstate commerce, then the federal government can get involved. One of the things that the federal government tried to do when it was created was to prevent states from issuing tariffs against each other and doing things which would prevent the free trade among the states.
Right.
And so they use this idea, the federal government does, and the courts do, and the law enforcement agencies, that if this touches and affects interstate commerce in some way, now the federal government can get involved and they can begin enforcing these things. And that's why they can say marijuana is illegal under federal law, but maybe it's not illegal in Colorado under state law. And the feds could still enforce that law in Colorado if they wanted to.
But they don't.
Apparently not.
So to your point, because I want to clarify this one, this was the original point. Yes, these are Second Amendment issues in the states because That is a constitutional right that was clearly given to every citizen. So it is not a state's issue. It is a federal issue. No matter what's going on, protests, trying to add new laws, it still will always go back. Your protest against that attempt, you do stand on the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment's not taken away by your state.
That's right. Anytime a state or a state actor takes any action to abridge the right to keep and bear arms, to whatever degree the federal government interprets that to mean, that becomes a Second Amendment issue.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Thanks for the clarification on that. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, Bubs.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of this little thing we call the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Bubba. Let's get a winner. 23 minutes past the hour. We're in the middle of the giant game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge 30th anniversary edition, and we're at deadlock. Dusty and Kevin are deadlocked in a tie. Dusty has control of the board. He went from a 2-0 deficit to tie 2-2. Dusty, if you get this answer right, the 3 decades of radio gold shirt, never before worn by anyone yet, will be yours. If he misses it, Kevin, you must be ready to steal. If you steal, you win. If both of you miss, I'm in a bind because I don't have any more questions. And so anyway,
I can write one real quick.
I may come up one off the top of my head. All right, so Dusty, you have control of the board for the win. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Kevin, are you ready?
All day.
All right. Tribute to Bill Bubba Bussey, who's on a hamcation right now. As you know, Bubba's the thing that brought Bubba into co-host mode, being the hero of engineers everywhere, was when he did Good Old Boy Theater for the first time on the show that was at the time called the Rick Burgess Morning Extravaganza. And this was so successful, it led to him becoming the co-host of the show. So we'll do a tribute right now to Bill Bubba Bussey and Good Old Boy Theater with our question. Are you ready? At the close,
yes, sir.
At the close of Good Old Boy Theater, okay, when he's finished the quote, and we're getting ready to go to the phones for the guesses, there's a phrase that is always said, and we tell people to not try this at home because A, culture is a must, B, we are professionals, C, you must feed the beast, or D, you must know the Kang's English. For the win, what's the right answer, Dusty?
So can you repeat it one more time?
Oh, wow.
At the end of Bubba's quote, when we're ready to go to the phone for the win, we say, never try this at home, no matter how much the children beg, because A, culture is a must, B, we are professionals, C, feed the beast, D, you must know the Kang's English.
B, we are professionals.
That is correct!
Let's go, baby!
Woo! Dusty has done it.
Never gave him a chance.
Dusty, and nobody believed.
Alabama.
Nobody believed. They didn't believe in Dusty, and they didn't believe in the time. All right, Dusty, putting you on hold, buddy.
Wow.
Congratulations. Well,
that's something else.
That's a win. You know what, Kevin? Great work. You know, you were a lot like the Detroit Lions. You were ahead. You had a great lead.
Yeah.
And then unfortunately, you didn't take those field goals, and Dusty roared back. Did y'all know the answer to all those?
Mm-hmm.
I did.
Y'all ever one of those?
Yep.
Adler, did you know all those?
Yep.
You did know.
Adler, do you know the one about you?
Yep.
That's right. That's him.
I almost tried to throw a curve on that one. On Adler's question by putting Franklin in there, but I thought,
the two dogs.
But that is Adler's dog now.
That's my stepdog.
Yeah, it's it is because he knew Aaron before you were around.
Yeah.
And you came in with Kevin and all your
ruined everything.
Now you've got a bunch of children, and Franklin probably feels looked over a little bit.
They're getting old, y'all.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they're getting grayed out.
Don't forget, Franklin had major back surgery.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's still scared of storms.
Yes. In fact, I'm going to have to put some rubber mats down in the garage because that slick concrete, they run around and flip and flop around. I'm afraid he's going to break a hip or something.
Yeah.
Does Kevin
What
go
is
on
my
walks
life?
anymore?
Yes. Yeah. Mostly because of Aaron, though. If I'm being real.
Okay.
I got 2 kids now.
You might not want to be. You might not want to be that real.
All right,
you might not want to be that real.
All right, sorry.
Yeah. You done tried to get rid of that cat that time.
Yeah.
Because I've learned if you ever say anything that could cause you a little bit of angst at home, and you think there's no way they hear it right now, the worst thing can happen. The second worst, they actually heard it. How about this? First worst, they didn't hear it. Somebody told them.
Oh, by far.
And that is by far the worst.
Speaking of Mulder,
that's daily.
The cat,
Boulder.
It going in?
He did.
Yeah.
Did he really?
He did.
How many years after you rescued him did he hang in there?
He stuck around for. You talking about when I accidentally let him out?
Yeah, and then you got him back.
And then I trapped him and got him back a full day later. Yes. That was, I guess. Oh, it was the weirdest thing ever. When I told that story on the air, when it was in the on the air, and I'm running these flashbacks or whatever. During the breaks on YouTube, and I'm just coming forward in time, and we're in 2020 right now, and just moving forward, and it's not. Real, I don't have like a plan. I'm just filling the breaks, honestly. Yeah. The next, and this happens all the time. The next morning, after we had to take Mulder to the vet, the next morning on the replay was when I told the story about Mulder getting out.
No,
it was a whole thing on the show. No,
I just can't believe that was on at that moment.
It was so weird. And it was the first segment of the show when the very next day after he passed away, and I was like, "This is crazy." So it's so weird how that happens sometimes.
That is.
But he went on in, and my wife has a picture of her at the age of 19 holding the cat.
Yeah.
So he was around before I was. So she was upset about it. So
how long?
I didn't talk about it, but when it happened, this was I guess 3 months ago or so.
How long was she upset about it?
Oh, and then you'll find like a bowl. There's one. Oh, there's one.
Can't watch it.
There's a toy.
Can't watch X-Files reruns.
Can't watch X-Files.
You gonna get a kitten?
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. It's been discussed. I can tell.
Has that been brought up?
Y'all, I'm just so done with the animals, and it's so hard to have the dogs around babies because I saw Frank eating something he just left in the yard, just spinning right around like. Turn around buffet style, and then he gets in the house and he's like starting to go towards my baby boy,
lick on him.
and he's gonna lick on his face, and I'm like no, and it's just I'm elevated. I'm elevated the whole time they're around.
Oh yeah.
So, Mr. Animal Guy, a little different when the humans come along, and
it turns out I like humans more than animals.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Have Scott, who has been so patient and has been waiting to tell us about an experience that he had. Scott, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. How about y'all, bud?
I'm good, brother. Bring it on. Tell us what happened.
Awesome. Okay, well, last week I was in Birmingham, Alabama, and I had this guy come up to me and my son. He was handing out flyers that said that the Bible says that the earth is flat.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah. And what ended up happening is we end up having about an hour conversation or so. And I'm convinced, man, there's 200 verses in the Bible that proves basically that the earth is unmovable. It's set on pillars. Joshua commanded the sun to stand still. There's a lot of things that doesn't work with scientism and what NASA has to tell us. And plus,
Scott, I got to ask you another word here.
Scott, were you the guy trying to convince somebody, or did you say somebody convinced you?
Scott, and I know me saying what I'm about to say has no validity because I'll take words and chew them up and mess them up so many times. And heck, I host a radio show, so. But you did just say the word scientism, and
that's correct. Yes.
What is scientism?
It's a pseudoscience. It's a science that you have to believe in that you can't prove. Like you can't use the scientific method to prove it because it's not provable in the natural world.
Scott, let me ask you this. Let's just say the Earth is flat, it's round, it's triangle. Who cares? What difference does it make?
Well, I would say this. NASA gets $54 million a day from taxpayers' money.
For what?
To
prove the Earth's round?
I guess so-called, I guess, to make cartoons of the Earth from space. I guess because they have
to
no
what
real
end game?
picture of the Earth.
Yeah. To what end game?
Well, it's to hide God. It's the real agenda. It's just to hide God and keep as many people from heaven as possible. Because the world is controlled by the devil. Because when the devil told Jesus in the desert to bow to me and I'll give you all the kingdoms of the earth, Jesus didn't say they're not yours to give.
All right, yeah, Scott, we're chasing rabbits a little bit. Certainly, I understand about the fallen creation and all this, but let's get back to the original Bubba's original point.
How does it affect you today, Scott? Is it going to change the way you fly in an airplane? Is it going to change the way you drive your car? Is it going to change your cell phone? What's it going to matter?
Well, I wouldn't say it would change any of the basic stuff, but what it definitely would do is bring you to truth. And that's what's hidden and nowadays.
And that sets you free.
No, that
Scott,
really has nothing to do with it. I can believe in Jesus on a round earth just like I can a flat one. It has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, two lines, Scott, and stay with me, okay, please, because this is important. Okay. Bubba tried. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try again.
Thank you.
I really need your answer on 2 points only. Okay, Bubba's just hit on one. First of all, I'm gonna go with NASA. Okay, NASA. Right. Do you think that we would send less money to NASA if they figured out that the Earth was flat, and they started looking at the galaxy and they started looking at the moon's relationship to it and the sun's relationship to it and all this? How does NASA get less money if they come back and say we took pictures of the Earth and it's actually a dome and it's not round, and then they say, so let's continue to. I think they might even get more.
They would study a flat Earth just like they would a round one.
Probably more. They would probably increase.
I don't see how a round Earth makes NASA more legit. That doesn't make any sense to me,
guys. Well, I'll make that point to you. But here's one thing: even though it's flat, it is round. It's just not a sphere. So that's
we got it.
I don't even care about shape anymore.
We know you think it's a platter. We got it.
I've left shape. I couldn't care less about shape. I want to know how the shape of the Earth, whatever shape that might be, makes NASA either more valuable or less valuable. I'm not following that logic.
What it would do is, they already know it is flat. They're not going to tell us because they don't.
But why?
I'm going to have to have the tangent bell.
Scott,
answer the question.
You have to explain to get a theory to then become more than a theory. Everything has to fit. The NASA is benefiting by telling us the world is round. I need you to specifically tell me how.
Okay. Here's the deal. NASA in Hebrew means to deceive. The thing is, they don't want us to know the truth because they're getting funding by telling us.
Scott, why do they get more funding for the Earth being round versus a dome?
They could.
Here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today. Tonight, First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama. I-92 is the affiliate. Todd Jones. It's Todd. Todd Jones speaking tonight at Man Church as they continue now going into their next curriculum tonight. And then don't forget the Man Church conferences are coming up. We're now, as far as implementing one of the, if not multiples, of the 4 40-week curricula that we have for men. Our 5th one coming out this summer. A new 31-day devotional coming out next week, too. All of that's available. We're now over 1,000 churches, I think, that are doing the curriculum all over the country, even into Canada. So, and one in the Bahamas. So anyway, if you would like to find out more, go to themanchurch.com. You can go see Todd tonight. And you can also go to events there and find out all the different man churches that are going on. different churches all over the country. But you can also get tickets to the Man Church conferences. That's where all these churches that are doing the curriculum, they bring groups of men to different locations. Birmingham will be next week at Samford University, February the 16th and the 17th. Robbie Gallaty will be coming in on Friday night. He'll be speaking. I'll be speaking on Friday night. Then on Saturday, Rich Wingo, Andy Blanks, and I'll be speaking again. Chuck Hooten will be doing the worship. Man, he did a good job for the debut of the first Man Church Conference last year in Oxford, Alabama. So there's tickets available for that. The tickets are going. They're just about gone, but there's some there. And then in Starkville, you really need to move if you want to come because those tickets are almost gone. And that's going to be at Mississippi State at the Bettersworth Theater. And we'll have Granger Smith there, who has walked away from country music to go out and tell people about Christ, and you'll hear that story, and you'll hear his teaching. James Spann, incredible testimony about his life growing up without a father in his life. He'll be talking about that. Scott Dawson will be speaking. Andy Blanks and I'll be speaking too. Chuck Hooten doing worship there as well. So that's coming up on March the 8th and 9th. So if you want to go to either one of those, you can go to themanchurch.com and grab those few remaining tickets, and we look forward to being with you guys. I'm really, really excited about these two conferences coming up. So I had something really odd happen today. By the way, Bubba's out today. He's on a hamcation. If you didn't know, he'll be back on Monday, Lord willing. So I don't even know what happened today. I think all of us, when there's always that it's time for me to get gasoline, and it really bothers me to not have gasoline. It bothers me to be getting close to empty. My wife apparently does not share those feelings. Apparently, her car being empty is no concern of hers. But
well, I'm in that same boat.
Yeah. But my wife keeps saying that in her car, because my wife is petite, she's not overly tall, and she says that she can't see in her car. She can't see the gas gauge, and so without fail, I'll get in her car ready to go somewhere, and it'll be sitting on bone dry. Oh, I need gas, and I'm like, can you not? And she tries to claim now she can't see it, and she's very
tried lowering the steering wheel.
Well, I don't know, something's got to give there, but I'm really bothered by it, and so I know that I'm going to go to the farm today. So I was like, I don't want to have to that stop on the way to the farm when you're all joyful and you got your music in the truck, going to the farm, going to do hunt this afternoon, and the season's about to run out, and I want to be, I want to be singing my tunes. I want to be bouncing in the lift kit. I don't want to have to stop for gas. No. And so I said, I'm knocking that out before the show today. And I don't know what happened. I'm hoping. So I've got about a quarter of a tank, and I'm like, let's do away with that. Let's go to full.
Go ahead and fill that baby.
Yeah.
And so I go to one place, and I've forgotten if because I was up trying to get here because Bubba's not here, and I was trying to get the giant game of knowledge together. And I thought I needed to be a little earlier, and so I apparently 5 a.m. Central, one place. I don't know if somebody's supposed to open it by then, but they hadn't opened it. And they even had the pumps no service. I thought, well, at least have the pumps rolling. I mean, we got to swap, but they did no service. So I thought, you can't have it. I mean, you can't even get gas. And so I moved away from that.
Oh, so you had to stop twice.
Had to stop twice. That really hurt.
Oh,
people like me having to stop twice, you might as well club me with a club with nails in it, okay? Because I can't believe I got to stop again. And of course, I have to what? Being somebody addicted to efficiency, I have to stop at the next nearest place. I can't. It must be close. If it's not close, then my whole day's ruined.
Right.
So I saw one. I saw one that was relatively close, and then to make my day even better, I was able to access it without ever really getting on the road by going through other parking lots.
Oh.
Okay. And so and around here and around this building, so I felt like it was really right next to this one, even though it wasn't.
Yeah.
But it felt that way. So I get in there and I go, all right, let's roll. I like all people, I got the kickoff hour blazing, and about to start, and I go to put and it clicks off, like it's full. And I thought, well, stupid thing. It's just not holding. Sometimes it won't hold in the slot.
Yeah.
So I go out and I fire it up again. I even went back once, said, well, I'll slow it down. Apparently, it's not going to stay on the fastest one. Click, it goes off again.
What?
And I was like, what is going on? And I get out, and I said, well, you know what? And I even am not happy. I even do. I mean, you can't even. So I'm just going to hold it. Little windier today than I thought it was going to be.
Right.
I'm going to hold it and get this done. Okay. Not only does it click, gasoline comes out like the tank's full.
It comes pouring
Your
out.
gauge was on a quarter?
Yeah. And I'm like, I'm not full. There's no way the tank's full. I haven't gotten gas in a while. You know, and Lift Kit doesn't exactly throw you with its gas mileage.
No, if you're in it for gas mileage, you don't purchase
I mean,
it.
the nozzle was all the way in. It wasn't out.
You know, sometimes I'll drive by Liberals, they'll cry just seeing me in it. And you know, it's and you know, like I'll drive by and, you know, be in the Lift Kit and I'll hear,
"How dare you!"
And so
pointing at you.
You're killing the world. You're gonna ruin the world. And so I thought, what's going on? The tank's not full. But now it's sloshing out.
Sloshing.
And I'm like, well, I got to stop. So I think, well, then your mind goes crazy places. Is my tank full? And then, and of course,
the gauge broke.
And then logical Rick looks at your confuser and goes, that's not possible, Rick. You've been riding around.
Yeah, you know the last time you got gas.
If you've been riding around for any amount of time, you don't have a full tank. Not so full. It would, you can put more than $1.50 in there.
Yeah.
And so I get back in the truck because I've given up now. And I get back in the truck and I look, and the gauge has only moved a small amount from what that I got in it.
Still down by a quarter?
Now it's between a quarter and a half.
Head on the pump. Right.
What's going wrong? What's happening?
With the head on the pump.
Yeah.
What is happening? Is that what does that even mean?
It's just, I don't know. For some reason it's reacting to the pressure like it's full.
Yeah.
Right. But it even shot fuel out.
But it'd be coming out of the spout and backed up.
Yeah, every now and then it'll cut off because of the pressure. Like if it's empty and stuff.
All that.
What I'm saying though, if it wasn't empty,
that are hard to handle.
Yeah. You're like, okay,
have to use your hand.
Right.
Did you do like a test spray, just like spray it out on the ground?
No, I did not.
What about like up in the air?
No, I did not.
No, you do.
Now let me tell you what I did. Once I finished smoking, I drove away.
Yeah.
What in the world?
You never solved it?
I couldn't solve it. I just gave up.
So
now I've got to stop. No, I think now, because this is what happens to efficient people, and this is not the way to go. It's not smart. No way can I stop again. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is see if I got enough to get there, and then I'll stop on the way back.
Right. When you're
now, I'll regret that because I'll be tired, and it'll be late in the day, and I'll be ready to get on home now, and I wish I didn't have to stop. But I just cannot stop again on this end.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it has to be now on the far end.
Something wrong with the thing.
Yeah.
Of course, I could run out of gas.
We don't want that.
But it's only a 30-minute ride.
You couldn't stop for the third time, though.
Can't.
Yeah.
People who struggle like me, I stop a third time, I think I vaporize into nothing.
Yeah.
I can no longer exist. So if you think Mr. Efficiency can stop 3 times, there ain't no way. And so now, only way I can even live with it is to say I will not stop to the other end on the way home. So I don't know what happened, but what I'm thinking about, what was God protecting me from? Because I go to the place that should have been open. It wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Then I think, well, I'll just fill up anyway. Surely they have the pumps on. They didn't. So then I go here and it won't let me. What was going to happen to me if I stopped and filled up? Was I going to get like carjacked?
Maybe it's somebody.
Was somebody going to try to roll me?
Maybe it's somebody you're going to meet tonight when you're getting gas. You didn't know.
You know what? I hadn't thought about that. I need to pay attention.
Mm.
Yeah.
Maybe you cut the car off and Pollock calls.
You know what? By the way, speaking of Gary, he's coming tomorrow.
Gary.
He said, I guess if I'm going to come by,
well, he's going to have to because
Gary's coming by here.
He can't call.
2 hours is coming by.
Yeah. He said, hey, apparently I can't call the show. He can't even have a call.
No,
I was standing there with 4 bars right out in front of Bones Barbecue.
Say it again.
I was standing with 4 bars right outside of Bones Barbecue.
4 bars?
Yeah, I think that's what he said. Like he had plenty of sales.
He has never called and it
never.
Worked.
I said, Gary, from now on, you just have to come to the show. Speaking of Mike, or you can't be on.
That's it.
Phone calls are next. We'll come back and chat with you. I'm sure some of you have the solution. Greg, what'd you say it was? You said the head on it? What does that even mean?
What did he say?
You said something about the pump. And
yeah, the pump itself.
Why was it sloshing out? Why was it sloshing out?
Just something ain't right about it.
Well, we know that. Something ain't right.
Well, Greg, I'm saying you could have went to another pump. It would have probably
Hey, Rick,
worked.
the answer is something wasn't right.
Hey, ain't saying something ain't right with it. We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
Study a flat Earth just as easy.
Because if it's a flat Earth, then there is no going anywhere. They want us to believe we can travel. We need to colonize.
You can launch off a plate,
Scott.
You can launch off a plate.
That's not what NASA means in Hebrew, by the way.
By the way,
I looked it up. That's completely false.
NASA's an abbreviation too. It's not a word.
It's not a word.
So
it's not.
Scott, do you believe airplanes can fly?
Of course, yes, sir.
Scott,
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, again, what difference does it make if an airplane flies off of a platter or a sphere? Same thing with planes that fly in the upper atmosphere and actually leave most of our atmosphere called space. What difference would it make?
This is the difference. If the Earth is flat and we are in God's terrarium and there's no leaving the Earth, then that means you can't travel from planet to planet because it's not an actual. It's not what we think of it to be. So that's how they get their money, by trying to say they want to advance and keep trying to travel and go to new places. Well, if there's no places to go, they don't make no money.
So the moon isn't really there.
You don't think the moon's there?
No, it's there. It's just you're not allowed to go there.
Not allowed to.
You know what I mean? Yeah, because God made it that way. We're not. Here's the thing: we got dominion over the earth and not over the heavens. That's for God.
Yeah, but the scriptures say that He reveals His creation to us. He didn't give us domain.
Scott, do you know that there used to be people that thought it was evil to fly in an airplane because you were leaving the earth? The sky is considered one of the heavens, by the way, if you want to stack them up in biblical terms, and I'm sure you're very familiar with that.
All right, now
that's true, but
I'm gonna give you an F on point 1. You get a failing grade on convincing me why NASA wouldn't exist if we were in a dome. So now I'm gonna go to number 2. We know that the Bible tells us that Jesus has come to earth regardless of its shape. He had to redeem a fallen earth regardless
of the shape.
Regardless of its shape. He went to the cross. He went to the cross to pay the debt for mankind's sin, regardless of the shape of the earth. He has ascended. Correct. He has ascended from heaven and gave to you, Scott, and to Rick, and to Bubba, and to Speedy, and to Helmsy, and to Greg, or any of us, Adler, any of us who claim we now belong to you. We accept that redemption. He said, "Go into the ends of the earth." Go into your local community, to your state, to your country, and to the ends of the earth, regardless of its shape. And I want you to tell people what I have commanded you, who I am, and what I did, that redemption is found in me. Baptize them in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And you keep doing that until I return to the earth, whatever shape it is. And then I will, once and for all, return the earth, regardless of whatever shape it is, back to its original form, and we will now have a new Jerusalem. There'll be a new heaven. There'll be a new earth, and sin will be no more. And then once and for all, evil will be defeated. So do what I told you to do, regardless of the size of the shape of the earth. And in my humble opinion to you, my brother in Christ, I think you spending time on this is doing nothing to advance the kingdom of God.
Well, check this out, Bubba. One thing I would
that was actually Rick that said that.
I'm sorry, Rick. One thing I would love to say is that I've met thousands of people that say they don't believe in God, that they're atheists because of what NASA has put forth to society. That where is heaven? We've been so far with Hubble telescope and all this stuff.
Of course, the Hubble telescope actually proves God's existence. If you understand what Bubba has said, and he's right. The more we keep going out, the more it keeps expanding. It is not closing off, which means a big bang.
Not according to NASA, though. According to NASA, it's to find other life on other planets, which would be disproving God. You know what I mean?
No, it wouldn't.
No,
it really wouldn't.
Scott, I disagree with you.
That's where we disagree.
We haven't discovered life on other planets, and there may not be any, which makes us all that more special. But if there is, they still answer to the God who created that planet, who we believe is Jehovah, the great I Am.
Yeah, I don't think there are either. But the shape of the Earth doesn't make me feel like there's life on other planets. Do I go? Well, I don't believe life's on other planets unless the Earth is round. Now I do.
Scott,
I mean, that didn't make sense. I mean, how about I have talked to agnostics and atheists over and over again all over the world. Did you know how many have ever mentioned the shape of the earth to me? Not
Zero.
One. Never. That's right, baby. Speedy is standing by. 866-WE-BE-BIG. He's ready to take your phone call right now. Lines are available, and let's chat. You got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy here, Adler and Bubba out. He'll be back on Monday. He's on his hamcation. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Let me tell you something. Game changer. America's #1 meal kit game changer. Look, when you're a subscriber, you're going to get a free. You not only get your pick of the tasty dinner recipes they've known for, and they come up with some good ones. But right now, it's still going. As long as you subscribe, if you subscribe today, you're going to get breakfast for free. They got you covered for every mealtime, of course. Delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, appetizers, desserts. Not only does the service help you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, but the pre-portioned ingredients help eliminate excess food waste. It's gonna be a lot less expensive than having it delivered to your door or going through a drive-through. And the food is fresh, and the food is delicious, and you're still preparing it. They've just done all the recipe, and they've done all the portions, and they've done all the ingredients, and you just fix it. We love it. And get yours now by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba and get free breakfast for the length of the subscription. Do it now. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. New Mexico is checking in. Cody is on the line. Cody, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Cody. I think I'm still in the B mode. Cody, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, Rick?
Good, buddy. Hope you're well.
Doing great. Green Acres.
Oh, really? Green Acres right out of the gate. There we go. Still at work. Do a little whispering.
Yes, sir. So hopefully I can stick with this. Hey, 2 questions. First off, are you ready to give a little bit more info about your plans after the end of the year?
Yeah, well, one thing, and when people ask me that, I'm a little bit surprised, and maybe, it's the thing of not knowing that anyone has listened. Every single time somebody called the show and asked us how much longer we were going to go, my answer was always the same. As long as I can physically and mentally do radio, I'm going to do it. It's what I was called to do. It works. I now know why I do it. I probably enjoy doing it now as much as I ever have from a physical and mental standpoint. So I will continue to do radio, and we'll be continuing to do a show in 2025. So and we've actually said that on the show even a couple times. But there's also a certain amount of respect and dignity. It really doesn't need to be about what's next yet, because we just announced a week ago. So the Rick and Bubba show and the celebration of that needs to be given the spotlight. The future will have its time, but we have never dodged that I'm going to continue to go on and do a show beyond this. So we've been pretty clear about that. But for out of respect and dignity for this brand and everybody's emotions right now, we're kind of saying it's not really. We're going to talk about that more in the future. But go ahead.
Right on. Okay. I just hit me hard because, man, I listen to y'all all day long.
Thank you.
So, anyway. Hey, the other question is, was Stewart a intern calling in, or was he a real person?
Stewart was not an intern. Stewart was not a real person. And the role of Stewart was actually played by JT.
That's how good it was.
Yeah,
okay.
That's how good he was.
Yeah. Wow.
and still is. Yeah, he still does the character. It's funny. But with the
you should have him call in sometime soon.
Yeah, he probably will before we're done. You hear from Tyler, anything's possible.
Oh, boy.
Cody, thank you, buddy, and I hope you'll join. I hope you'll stay with us on what's ahead.
For sure will.
All right, let's continue. Tyler, I hope it's not that Tyler, is it?
Oh, not again.
Please tell me it's not that Tyler.
Look, there's nothing left for him to pounce on.
Okay, let's go. It must be another Tyler. All right, hang on.
Pretty common name, I guess.
Yeah, pretty common name. All right, Tyler, welcome to Rick and Bubba, Montgomery, I-92. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, Green Acres.
Hey, buddy, a lot of Green Acres this hour. Yeah. Go ahead.
I want to start off by saying congratulations.
Thank you.
And I have recently started a podcast, and y'all entire show has been an inspiration.
Oh, good. Thank you. I think some people maybe in the podcast world goes, oh no, not some of they're not going to send some people that are being influenced by them into our world now. But congratulations, Tyler. I hope it goes well for you.
Yes, sir. I've been listening ever since I was a kid. I'm 22 years old.
That's great.
Young man.
If there's one thing I think this show has done, and Tyler, you just affirmed it, and that is that we've given everybody hope that they too can do a show.
Yep.
If we can do it, anybody can. All right, we think people may have the answer to what was going on with the truck. So if you're on hold for that and you have the same answer, clear the lines. But let's hear first. If you don't, then stay with us. John, go ahead.
So, I'm a first-time caller, long-time listener.
Thank you.
I had the same problem with the F-250.
Really?
The vent on the top of the tank was stopped up.
Aha.
Oh.
Yep.
How do you? But I got to go get that serviced. How do you resolve that?
So you're gonna have to get that serviced. They're gonna have to drop the tank, pull the vent out, put a new one in. Probably.
You ain't had it.
John,
You ain't had it long enough for all
good
that.
night, John.
You hear me?
You
hadn't had that long enough.
No,
to
you don't
be
think
to that point.
You know what I just thought of though? Now I am going to have to stop a third time on this end because I need to know before I get down there and have to come back.
Yes.
That's a good point. You might want to go. I'm telling you, it was the nozzle.
Can't
Just get you
even have nothing.
So if you backed it nearly all the way out and just did it with your hand, because I've had to do that before.
Still wouldn't work.
Still wouldn't work. You got a bad nozzle.
Jackie, Kansas City. Jackie, go ahead.
Hello.
Jackie.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Jackie, hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I've got a young grandson that is huge in dinosaurs, and I've been talking to him about the Bible.
Yeah.
And now the questions have come up, where does God, or why does he not mention this in Genesis?
Okay, well,
how do I explain it?
Yeah, well, we think the book of Job is, their theologians are very, very confident. It's older, it's the oldest book of the Bible. So when you go to the book of Job, when God is doing his resume, gosh, what chapter does that start in? It's it's somewhere in the 40s, I think, is where God begins to say, here's my resume. How dare anyone question me? And Job is kind of like, wow, I'm having to hear God's resume. And at the end, he says, now that you have clearly reminded me who you are, I despise myself and I repent in ashes and dust. So in part of his resume, God talks about a horse and asks Job if he could do that. And he begins to talk about some creatures, Leviathan and Behemoth, I believe is the name of it. And this Behemoth sounds and describes a lot like a brontosaurus. So there's a place you can go and look. And then there are some who believe that dinosaurs are part of when the earth was without form and before God created the current earth, that dinosaurs actually lived here prior to Adam and Eve being put in the garden. That's another theory, meaning that's why you get this confusion on young earth, old earth. And if you look at the beginning of Genesis, it says that that darkness was over the deep and the earth was without form. And then God said, let there be light, and we moved from there. Some think the dinosaurs were pre the creation documentation of Genesis. Others say, well, no, Job is being shown a dinosaur right there. So there's two things you could talk to your grandson about.
Rick and Bubba.
They don't believe the Bible.
Scott, I think you would better.
They don't say anything about the earth. I mean, they never bring it up.
I think you would better spend your time arguing about the shape of manholes.
Yeah, I
think that would be more entertaining. Plus, Scott, I will tell you this: dealing with satellites that I deal with that are in low Earth orbit, they are in orbit and they have to be around a circle. That's the only way they can stay up there, and they're not being faked because there's too many of them and not enough ways to do it.
And then you're going to turn around on Scripture,
and it really doesn't matter.
No,
that's the big.
But
point.
you're also going to have people say Scripture clearly says that it's round, and that it's a sphere. So I think you're wasting your time on less important things.
Rick and Bubba.
Odell Beckham was excited that his school, LSU, won the national championship. But unfortunately, it looks like that he went onto the field and started taking out a roll of $100 bills and giving everybody the old cash palm right there in his hand.
I mean, a wad of them too.
A wad of them.
Wasn't just the old $100 handshake.
Yeah, and he was handing these out to say job well done. The only problem is you can't do that. You can't do that.
I know it appears all the rules are off nowadays. Right. I got that. But.
And then Jeff Burrow is making it worse by saying Joe Burrow. I'm sorry, Jeff Burrow was a guy that I used to know. Joe Burrow is making it worse by saying, "Look, I'm not a student athlete anymore, so I ain't done anything wrong." So that's not helpful.
But he confirmed, there was a report that it wasn't real money, that it was
I heard that.
That was it. You just passed through.
Some kind of fake money that had their picture on it for the national championship. But he said, no, it's real. It's real.
Yes. LSU Athletics, here's their official statement. We are aware of the situation regarding Odell Beckham Jr. interacting with LSU student athletes and others affiliated with the team following the championship game Monday night. Initial information suggested that the bills were exchanged, but they were novelty bills. Information and footage reviewed since shows apparent cash may have been given to the LSU student athletes. We were in contact with the NCAA and the SEC immediately upon learning of this situation in which some of our student athletes may have been placed in a compromising position. We are working with our student athletes, the NCAA, and the SEC in order to rectify the situation. So how is it rectified? Do you get the money back? Do you say, hey, sorry, Bubba, you've made it very clear that the NCAA says you may not have any control over your boosters, but you're held accountable for what they do.
Oh, absolutely you are.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
I don't think it should be that way, but
I guess you could always, the players could just always say, "Oh man, I gave that back to him. I didn't keep that."
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know where else this could go. I have no idea.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, I tell you what we were going to find out, and I don't know the answer. The NCAA, does the rules state that you can receive $100 on camera from a booster as long as you tell us later you gave it back?
If they do,
I'm not sure that's
if they
how
do
the
that,
rule
you're
works.
going to see a lot of $100 handshakes.
Yeah, because can't anybody just say, "Well, yeah, they gave me money, but I gave it back"? In every case,
I guess so. You were just asking where this goes. I don't know. I mean,
I'm not sure that's going to be enough.
Yeah, but he didn't stop. He didn't stop. Once he got to the locker room, yesterday we had the story where the players were smoking cigars and the cop came through and told them they were going to whatever.
Did he ever identify what law they were supposedly breaking?
No, but Instagram put out yesterday the scene in the locker room with the cops going around.
Barney.
Yeah, telling the players, hey, do you have this? Do you have that? And then Odell Beckham Jr. comes up behind him and slaps the cop on the butt.
Oh, my.
And the cop spins around to figure out what's going on. And it looked like maybe Odell Beckham Jr. was trying to lighten up the situation. I don't know.
Now he's rapping.
In front of him. He was trying to get the cops' attention away from the players. I don't know.
Here's what happened and what I just saw, based on facial expressions and everything. What I just saw was this guy, first of all, can't believe a policeman's making him show him his vitamin water to show he's not drinking any alcohol. He makes him show it. And the police is going around policing every player on what they're drinking or smoking, which is bizarre to me. Yeah. Anyway.
Clearly went to Clemson.
I was going to say, is this guy, did they bring
He looks
exactly like we thought he would.
And then Odell Beckham slaps him on the butt with a, "Come on, man, we're in the middle of a dressing room during a championship. What are you doing?" And apparently at some point raps to him.
Right.
But we shouldn't put our hands on law enforcement.
Right.
No, I wouldn't.
Is this guy law
that.
enforcement or just a security guard?
Well, it's a big old badge he's got.
He looks
there.
official.
I don't know. I don't know that uniform, that patch on the sleeve. Well,
that's a big badge.
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah. I saw it wrong. He's legitimate. But anyway,
I don't know. I wonder if this point is Odell Beckham. Is he still handing out cash at this point? What do you think?
Do you think it is kind of odd that the law enforcement guy would go in there and start going to every locker and to every bench and show me what you're drinking, show me what that is, and the guy showed him it's a vitamin water, man. I mean, does he think that the college is going to have alcohol in a locker room after a win like they do in the pros? That's not going to happen. And it just seems odd.
And too, with all of this, you have to wonder, with this success. I mean, is LSU going to be able to handle their success? I mean, I don't know how else to phrase that.
For some reason, and I don't know the answer yet to your point, but there's some schools that seem to handle success better than others.
Yeah,
some programs, I guess, is a better way to put it.
Right.
So I don't know.
And you want your former players to come back. I mean, Honey Badger was there, others, but I wonder,
Well, maybe not have them handing cash.
Maybe that, or maybe
you don't really want them doing that.
No,
and slapping cops' butts.
Well,
you don't want that.
It goes to Speedy's bigger point earlier today. He said he was the only adult in the room, and it really goes to show you what's been going on in.
Here we go, 6 minutes past. Coming to you from Big Boy Studio in Sweet Home, Alabama, on the bleeding edge of technology. Thank you for being with us today. We got live options, we got archive options, we got it all. So thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. Bubba is taking his hamcation. He had that already on the docket, and he and his ham radio buddies are living in ham paradise in Orlando, Florida today, tomorrow, and over the weekend, and Lord willing, he'll be back on Monday. So, anytime Bubba's out, people begin to vie for maybe the co-hosting job, and today it's a little awkward. It looks like that Skip Holtz is taking on Bubba's chair. He's sitting down. He's saying, hey, give me a run-through. But
I'm ready.
You got too much going.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready. Are you kidding me? This is the life. You got great music.
Oh,
you guys do it right here. Congratulations, by the way, 30 years. That's
Thank you.
Absolutely awesome.
Well,
Congratulations.
Yeah, you know that I remember, you being in coaching and all your years coaching, of course, your dad coaching and all this stuff. But, your dad may have told you the same thing. And so my dad, who also coached and grew up in the coach's home and all this, he told me, he said, look, you're going in the entertainment business. And he said, I know a lot of us in sports don't realize this. It is bigger than entertainment, but we're in the entertainment business too.
Agreed.
And he told me this. He said, here's what you need to know. There'll be people that will tell you you're the greatest thing that ever happened.
No doubt.
And there'll be people that will tell you you're the worst thing that's ever happened.
Yep.
They're both wrong.
Yeah.
He said you're somewhere in between.
Exactly.
And he said, so don't be delusional, or don't be delusional, but don't be bothered.
Yep.
And realize as long as you win, they'll let you keep coming. And then when you lose, they'll ask you to leave.
So it's like my dad said to me, he said, some days in coaching, he said, you're going to have a great year and they're going to make a commemorative stamp of the great accomplishments that you've accomplished. He said the next year they're going to have to do away with the stamp because everybody's going to be spitting on the wrong side.
No. You're funny you said that, Coach. We had this hilarious moment, and Dad just passed away in December.
Mm-hmm.
And we had this hilarious moment. They were naming the field after him at Jacksonville State University. And we're all there for the big celebration. It's just very similar to what your dad said. So we're out there, and of course, Dad, he's cut from that same cloth. And those guys, unfortunately, are a dying breed. We're out there, we're looking around, and we're all very appreciative of everything. It's what an honor, and it's still there. And they've been nothing but good, celebrating Dad even when he passed away. But in this moment, and it had been a few years since he was asked to leave, and we're looking around. He says, "Just remember this, son." I said, "What?" He goes, "The same people."
Yeah.
That celebrated you and named the field after you will also fire you.
Exactly.
And I said, well, thank you very much.
One day you're drinking the wine, the next day you're stomping the grapes. That's how it works. Agreed.
So anyway.
But what you guys have accomplished is absolutely unbelievable. And the following and the job y'all do, it's appreciated.
Well, we've been so blessed, and it just, nobody knew. If the show would last 30 days. And by the time we finish this year, Lord willing, we would have done 31 years.
It's unbelievable.
So that is. And we thank the audience and all of our sponsors and all the stations that carried us and have continued to carry us. And we're celebrating the past and excited about the future. So speaking of the future.
Yes, do it.
So let's talk UFL.
Yes, sir.
You, the head coach of the two-time champion Birmingham Stallions from the USFL. Then we had the XFL crank up last spring.
Yep.
And smell what the rock is cooking and all that. And so all of us were thinking, can two professional spring leagues exist independently? And I don't think any of us thought we really could. But and we began to get excited saying, what if they combined and became two different conferences? Yep. And doggone if we didn't call it. Here it is.
It's unbelievable. I mean, really, it's going to strengthen spring football. It is. I'm just seeing the changes in the rosters, and we had 800 players playing spring football a year ago in two different leagues, and now there's 400. Mm-hmm. And so all of a sudden, all those guys got filtered down onto other teams. I think it has strengthened spring football. I think it's here to stay. I think when you look at Obviously, you had Redbird Capital, and you've got The Rock and Danny Garcia on the one side running the XFL, and then you have a conglomerate like Fox on the other side running this one, and you put those two together, I think it's got a huge backing. I think it's going to be outstanding. Product's going to be a whole lot better. It's going to be a blast. I can't wait. I'm excited. This is like year one again for me because it's totally different than what we've been dealing with. I was talking, we have on our roster of 75 going to camp, we have 45 new faces and 30 players from last year. And when you look at our roster, there is only 7 players that have played for the first 2 years that have been part of those championships. Spring football is it evolves, it moves. The ultimate goal for these players is to get to the NFL, which is what we all want. That it is, as The Rock has said, it is for that 54th man. The 53-man rosters in the NFL.
I watched that documentary when he first did that. It was good.
Exactly, and it's about the 54th man and giving them another opportunity. And now you look at what our kicker's doing. You look at Brandon Aubrey and what he's done for the Dallas Cowboys, kicking 35 in a row. His rookie season in the league. He's been unbelievable. I mean, and then you look at Alex Magoo is still with the Green Bay Packers, Davion Davis, Khalil Davis. We've got a number of players that accomplish their goals and their dreams, and it's as much fun as it is to sit here and celebrate their success and what they've done. Then you shut the door and you go, oh my gosh, we got to find a new kicker.
Right.
We got to find a new quarterback.
Right.
We got to replace them, and that's part of what the spring league is all about. But it's also what's made it so much fun.
So really, it's basically like college football is now.
I think we have a little more stability than that. I think we have more stability than college football does.
Trying to hang
right
on
now.
to these players. They're all trying to go somewhere else.
It is crazy what's going on right now in college athletics. But it's one of the things, I think this right now, the spring league, is one of the purest brands of football going. These guys aren't making millions of dollars. They are trying to find an opportunity. And like I said, they're like a shadow. If you can help them improve and continue to play this game, when you stop, they bump into you. I mean, they're just hungry, like coach. They write everything down. It's been awesome, and I have absolutely loved it. And what's been even more rewarding for me is having the opportunity to be in Birmingham with the people in Birmingham because it's been fantastic.
Well, let's talk about the Stallion in the room.
Okay,
and that is it was wonderful to have the team that was the host city.
Yes,
to play in your stadium.
Yes.
To not have to do many road games. I know we did some road games last year, but not to have to do much of that. Had a great fan base. Everybody was here, but you were the Birmingham team.
Right.
So you're talking about all the challenges of now. Well, that advantage is off the table now. You still will have great games at Protective Life, and we're excited about that.
Yep.
And we'll talk to you about some of the games coming up. But the hub's now Arlington.
Yes.
That's where all the teams will be. Correct?
Yes, sir.
So will we play cross conference in the regular season? Or do you just play within your conference?
It's going to be just like it was last year. I mean, last year we had a North and a South. There were 8 teams involved. This year we have a USFL and an XFL, are the 2 divisions, 2 conferences. We will play everybody in the USFL conference, which is going to be us, Houston, Memphis, and Michigan. We will play each one of them home and away. So that will be 6 of our games. Then we'll cross over and we will play all 4 XFL teams at least once.
Cool.
So we will play Arlington, San Antonio, St. Louis, and DC. We play Arlington and San Antonio on the road. We will play St. Louis and D.C., who are record-wise 2 of the better teams in the XFL, having the opportunity to play them in Birmingham, which is exciting.
And St. Louis, because of the loss of their team there, they had a fan base that was impressive.
Agreed.
Yeah, and D.C. as well. I thought they had real good turnout, which was kind of surprising a little bit, but I thought it really was. They had a great atmosphere where they played.
They sure did, and they had they've got the snake, the beer snake.
Yes.
I'm scared to death of snakes, so I'm glad we don't have to go play them there.
And it helps you because we, as the Stallions, expect to be in the championship game again. No pressure.
None.
But when you cross over and play the XFL conference, you also pick up a little film.
Exactly.
So because you're going to face one of them in the championship game.
Exactly. Well, one of the things we did too, knowing that we had to play 4 XFL teams and with no familiarity whatsoever with the XFL league, we hired back 2 coaches, both Bill Johnson and Corey Chamberlain, who were in the XFL last year. So we've got 2 coaches that are on our staff now that coached in the XFL last year. So I think that'll help us a little bit. But when you talk about expectations and where we are and what to win a 3rd championship, obviously that's a goal. But I go back to John Wooden's comment. He said, to all my friends, I wish them a national championship, and to all my enemies, I wish them 2.
All right, Coach Skip Holtz is with us, Birmingham Stallions. Let's come back and talk about the games that are available. Now we cover enough ground that all of you may be tied to these. Some of you may be tied to any of these teams, but we'll talk about what's going to happen at the home base there in Birmingham, and we'll talk a little more about the upcoming season with Coach Skip Holtz when we come back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because all year long we've heard how he's grown up and he is the adult and leader on the team. That's the reason the Browns are what they are this year.
Well, to your point, everything's relative.
Yeah.
When you say I'm the biggest adult on an NFL football team, isn't that like saying I'm the most mature fraternity brother? It's the standard is not awfully high. It's I'm the most grown up fraternity guy. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm the most grown up person in professional sports where we all get to act like children for a large portion of our life.
Yeah.
So
we would all like them to act like Russell Wilson and Kirk Cousins and
remember when you
Lamar.
Remember when you're given a platform, or you're put under stress, or you're elevated. All those things, all they do is amplify the current state you're already in.
Yeah.
And I don't usually bring up deaths, but that
You're not
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson lost his dad. Did you see that?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to tell me he was dead.
No. It's his father, 75.
He was a wrestler.
Yeah, Rocky the Soul Man Johnson.
I didn't know about him. Didn't even know about him.
Do you remember him and his tag team partner, Tony Atlas, the Soul Patrol?
Now, Tony Atlas, I remember.
Yeah.
Tony Atlas, I remember.
Look at Rick. You talking about, boy, he was built, too.
He's a big
no
man.
wonder Dwayne, he runs in the family.
Now, I knew Tony Atlas, but I did not know his.
Tony Atlas,
Oh,
Georgia
yeah.
Championship wrestler.
Well, I have
I
have a Tony Atlas story that's heartbreaking.
And don't forget.
Do you remember it? Do you remember this?
Don't forget, when he first came out, he had a mask on. He was the Black Atlas.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Because that's what he was called. Yeah, he was. But I remember one time that
What about a tag team called the Soul Patrol?
Right. Yeah.
But I feel like that wouldn't fly today.
Well, what about Black Atlas?
Which
was his original name.
All of that.
So this was a thing, and I was a little stupid kid, so I didn't know to read the fine print. Okay, you know how stupid little kids.
Schedule to appear.
Hey,
huh?
Yep, stupid little kids don't know any better. So I looked at the card for the Oxford Civic Center,
they used to bring
and there was the Black Atlas, just as big and large as he could possibly be with his mask on, and I loved the Black Atlas.
Sure.
And I went on to love Tony Atlas. He was one of my favorites.
Oh, I did too.
And I said, well, I can't even believe he's coming to the Civic Center in my town. I can't even believe it. And look who he's taking on. I think he's taking on Abdullah the Butcher.
Oh, yeah.
And so I was
Tojo Yamamoto.
I was so excited and went down there. And of course, what does it say on the card? Subject to change.
And it was.
man.
I remember this.
And I went in. I was so excited, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start tonight, unfortunately, there's been an injury to the Black Atlas. He will not, and he'll be replaced tonight by some person.
I think Stan the Man Hansen.
Stan the Man Hansen came in and wrestled Abdullah. I mean, did I like Stan the Man somewhat, but he was no Black Atlas.
No, Rick. Are you kidding?
And I remember my little kid, little kid self just couldn't believe it.
You can't.
I didn't even get excited when the spoiler came in. I didn't know what to do. Yeah, because he showed up, and so did the Anderson brothers.
Yeah. That was a huge letdown.
Oh yeah. Remember when the Anderson brothers went after one of our friends?
Yeah, he threw popcorn on him, and the Anderson brothers slammed him.
Yep, sure did. And then, of course, I've already told the story about yeah, that 100%.
You think we didn't love it?
When you see, because for some reason the Anderson brothers always wore red shorts. I can still see those red shorts and the no shirt person with our friend up in the air and slamming him down on the ground.
You just again, I don't think I could do that nowadays.
No, that was a little different then. And then that was at the same time that Ivan Koloff got on, so that was the time later. We were younger when Ivan Koloff got on.
I think I was younger about throwing that stone.
Throwing stones at him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Remember that? Throwing stones.
Yeah. Oh, look at the Anderson brothers. The one,
Gene and Ole.
The one in the mustaches who slammed our friend.
Ole's who got it.
See, he was still on the card.
That was high level entertainment.
So I never got to see Tony Atlas or the Black Atlas in person because it was subject to change.
And it changed.
Do you remember that when that would happen? You're a little kid, hard to know why people would do things like that.
That and in concerts too. Sometimes the opening act was who you really wanted to see, and you got there and they had substituted.
Yeah, didn't that happen with a concert you went to?
Oh yeah.
What was it?
Tone Loc was supposed to be the opening act, and I was ready. And he had canceled, and the band they brought in to fill was called JD and the Jammers or something.
Oh, it wasn't even.
Oh, they got. I mean, the crowd just booed them off stage.
I mean, you had Tone Loc coming,
right?
I know you couldn't.
I was at
fill in.
Ted Nugent This is when his career was kind of down.
I love these kind of
He was
stories.
playing at the Boutwell downtown.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. And of course, we went to every show.
We
And there
didn't
was a
miss one.
band that became hugely famous. Y'all know was supposed to open. At the time, they had one hit, and the guy walks out and says, "Due to circumstances beyond our control, Bon Jovi will not be here tonight."
Right.
They were going to be the opening act, and they had
Right.
the one hit out at the time.
What that-
Ted came out early, even though there wasn't hardly anybody there, and played about 3 hours.
Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show, and Coach Skip Holtz is with us, Birmingham Stallions, and we are combining the XFL and the USFL into the UFL, and we've been discussing that. So let's talk a little bit about the home team. So the Stallions, everybody's like, all right, we're not the hub this time. Arlington's the hub, but we still got home games at Protective Life. When are the Stallions coming home? And those tickets are out there now, right? You can go get them now because I saw all the footage, some of the marketing for that. So
yeah, the tickets are out there now. We are going to be on the road the first 2 games. They're taking the team that won the XFL in Arlington and Birmingham Stallions, and we are kicking it all off. So we will play the opening game, which ought to be an awful lot of fun, be an awful lot of hype around that whole thing.
Is Stoops doing any trash talking?
Not yet. We haven't come together yet, but I'm sure it'll happen.
And they kind of came out of nowhere. They started off a little rough.
They did start off rough,
but they finished strong.
And they had a run there through the playoffs. They got into the playoffs with the worst record, but when you get into the playoffs, anything can happen. And they won 2 games and they were the champions. So we'll play there. And then we'll play our first 2 games on the road. Then we come back. I believe it's April 13th is our first game at home. We play 9 Saturdays, 1 Sunday. Have a great slate here at home for our 5 home games. We'll play all the division leaders or all the Conference USFL teams, and then we will play DC and St. Louis.
Yeah, so you can find all those now. Go to the UFL.com. We got that in show notes today, too, at rickandbubba.com. Just go there. They're on sale. Get your tickets. Be there. I mean, the beautiful thing for the Stallions is you don't have to try to hype the fans because 2 championships in a row.
Yeah.
So the fans got more and more. Everybody loves a team that wins.
No doubt. No doubt. And there's just being the only professional team in Alabama where football is big in the state. I mean, the support has been incredible. We have a function tonight from 5 to 6:30. We have a function tonight at Protective Stadium. There's like 500 people right now that are pre-registered for it. And I'm sure there'll be a bunch of walk-ins. So the support has been incredible in this city. And I think the biggest thing that we can do in this state to show how fortunate we are, there's only 8 teams in the entire country that have spring football, and Birmingham, Alabama is one of them. I mean, so
well, yeah. And speaking to all of us have been through the different teams that have been here in Birmingham, and and I've got young adult kids now that were and there was and I think this is the beauty of this year is they all had this feeling almost like they were so cautious. Right. Because you feel like the guy that the girl keeps breaking up with you and breaking your heart. You don't want to give yourself to it again.
Exactly.
And I think this 3rd season and 2 championships, everybody can kind of relax and go, okay. And we have a team.
And now the spring league is that much even stronger. Year 3, it's that much stronger with the merger of the 2 leagues
as opposed
coming
to
together.
Getting weaker. Yeah.
Exactly, it's getting stronger, and I think that's even another thing to go ahead and let's put both feet in. Let's get off the fence, jump in. It's been awesome.
Yeah. Well, what about how you said that you told us the 2 Fox and the Rock and Garcia's company. Is it 50-50 ownership? Who's running it?
My understanding is it's 50-50 ownership at the top. Okay. Obviously, they didn't call me and say, Skip, we want to fill you in on all the details.
I know they didn't, unfortunately.
But what they'll do is, but we're kind of following the XFL model.
Right.
I am saying this. I mean, I think Fox is really excited about being involved and having this, making it that much stronger. But I also think Fox is a television company and said, we're going to let the XFL run it, but they're both involved, and so I think it's just going to be. I think it's going to be great. I'm excited about it. It's going to be a little bit change. It's going to be different. Rosters are different. It's going to be like year one for me all over again because you're going to play a bunch of new people. There's not a lot of familiarity. A lot of the rosters have changed quite a bit with the 4 dispersed teams in each division, and so that talent has been dispersed amongst the teams that are remaining. I think it's going to be a really high quality of ball. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, and you filled us in on something I know fans are wondering about. You had 18 players that went to camps for the NFL.
Yes.
And you were telling me in the break, which really takes away a lot of chaos and good news for the fans. If they didn't get picked up, you still have the rights to them. They just come right back to the team.
Exactly. Once they leave the USFL to go to the NFL, if they get cut from the NFL, we still maintain their rights with the Birmingham Stallions. So a lot of familiar faces that are going to be part of it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
So the teams, the thing you can say to the Birmingham fans is, you guys, like we always talk about the 30 years of the show, people go, what's the key to that? And I said, well, the audience. If they're not there, nobody cares. And
exactly.
So what the fans of the Stallions did when the cutting started, you guys did the job. Nobody wanted to cut the Stallions because it's been a success.
There's no doubt.
Because they cut the teams that weren't successful.
I agree.
And they kept the ones that were showing success.
Yeah, I
so
think
the fans really have because when they went to go, let's go 4 for one, 4 for the other.
Yep.
If that job had not been done, we could have been on the cutting block too.
I would agree with that. I'd agree.
Yeah.
I think they took the teams, a lot of them that were in their home base. Like last year, we were in 4 hubs. Last year we were in Michigan, we were in Memphis, we were here, and we were in Canton, Ohio. Canton, Ohio didn't make the cut, and those 2 teams were dispersed. But Birmingham's been strong, and the people in the community, it's been supportive. But like I said, 5 home games this year, only going to be in town for those 5 weekends, which is going to be a little bit unique and a little bit strange. But really excited about those 5 opportunities we have to play at home.
Well, I'll tell you nothing that is a plus for Alabama in the time of year. Look, the fall football, which could not compete with fall football.
Nope.
It stands on its own.
Yep.
But you've coached it. We've all been part of it, played it. It's blazing hot. I mean, blazing hot for really most of the season.
Yep.
And the early games in September are crazy hot.
Yeah.
And so it is kind of cool to have some football because our springs actually are quite nice.
Yeah. March, April, May.
Yeah.
March, April, May is going to be perfect.
I tell people all the time, if you want to come to Alabama, if you'll hit spring just right, you'll think you've gone to paradise. Because our springs are mild, but they're not cold.
Yep.
So that's I think that's a plus too.
I do too.
The time of year.
I really think it's been a lot of fun, and for my exposure to spring football, I mean, I got in it 2 years ago, and I've loved every moment of it. Have had some opportunities to get back into college.
Saw that.
I have had
the little Northwestern thing.
I did do the Northwestern thing, which how much fun was that?
At first we didn't know what you were doing. I mean, we were over here. What is Skip doing?
Yeah, I went up as the assistant head coach,
Okay.
and I just went up there to help a new coach
Okay.
that had been named when the whole thing went on with Pat Fitzgerald. I felt like they needed some help, and I went up there. I said, I will do it, but I'm a gun for hire for 4 months because come spring, I'm going back to the USFL.
Was it fun to get to go do that a little bit?
You know what? It was a blast. And to take a team that had won 1 game a year ago, had a ceiling of 1.5 this year in Vegas, and to go 8-4 and to beat Utah in the bowl game, what a rewarding experience. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. My wife's trying to get me to retire, and I've taken like 4 jobs since since she talked to me about it. So
well, you and I were talking about it. I mean, if you can get to 60, you're 60 next month.
Yes, sir.
And I'm 60 in October.
Okay.
And Bubba's 60 in March. If you've got the mental and the physical strength and all that, why not?
Yeah. And I've enjoyed it, and it's been a blast. Had a lot of fun.
Well, thank you, Coach, for always including us. Good to see you again. And all you need to know about this season, and it looks exciting, is go to theufl.com. It's in show notes. Stallion fans, grab those tickets. But you know what? If you're a fan of any of these teams, they're going to be in your area. Wherever you get the show, get out and get the tickets and be ready for the UFL coming this spring.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then when he said, sure, I'll play White Buffalo.
Yeah, and boy, did he ever. I'll give Ted this. That may be the smallest crowd I've ever seen at the Boutwell, but he came out, and you would have thought it was packed.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it uncomfortably small crowd?
Yes, Rick.
Oh, no.
It was bad.
I hate that.
It was bad.
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And then Bon Jovi, didn't we find out the reason why they weren't there is they had upgraded. Their career was
way early.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. This is
I
like
saw
first
Ted.
album early.
I think I only saw Ted one time as opening act for Kiss.
When he straightened out the Soundman for us.
Yeah,
I've seen Ted about 3 times.
And he had a few political statements. He wanted to be sure everybody understood where he stood.
Yes.
Yeah. It'd get better.
It did. When Greg looked at me, he goes, "Look, I know that was difficult, but the sound is better.
It is better."
But
he didn't like his sound he was getting.
I remember writing down words I'd never heard before.
Boy, he was really. Place was packed.
I know, and he just made it crystal clear. He didn't care for it.
He did not like it.
You got me up here sounding. You got me up here sounded like, and it was awful. And I thought, well, can you just talk to the sound man like that right on the mic in front of everybody?
Boy, he did.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I was just talking to you in the office, getting another day started. As mentioned the other day on the program, we're all getting a little older. I mean, we're just
Rick. I think we need to quit talking about
we're
it.
getting a little older. What's embrace it. You're getting a little older, and of course we throughout the years there's been various various surgeries and injuries and setbacks and all this. And I told you that I'm not a Burgesses in general are not very good about going to the doctor and all this. And it's really weird because I kind of am a hybrid, and I had to make a change. I had to change on this. I'm actually very aggressive if I'm sick, very aggressive.
Right.
And that's a change because my dad never was and probably still isn't. But I had to change that because I realized, let's get out ahead of it. Now, but when it comes to orthopedic things, I'm very, very lax. I'm not aggressive. I really want you have to get me to the point that I'm completely miserable, or I won't go. Because
that's where we are opposite. I will go right away and try to get it fixed.
Yes,
as soon as I can.
So yesterday was one of those days where I told you I was going to try it. So there'd been so many things that were just kind of little annoyances here and there, and then we had the big fall over the Christmas break when I nearly plummeted to my death, and that seemed to aggravate a situation with my hand and all this. And so
and it kind of got your attention, didn't it?
Well, it did. Well, then I started just kind of, saying, well, let's just go in and address several things, that are going on. There's the long running since '82 foot injury that's turned into a mess. And then there's, a little fluid on the knee from the bicycle crash in Italy. then there's the hand that won't work from the near fall. And I said, let's just go in. And they were really laughing. I said, I'm stopping by today, and let's just I think there was even a discussion, how many x-rays can you give one person?
Right. What's the daily limit?
How many different parts of the body can you x-ray in one? And I was he said, all right, now what are you here to see us with? The guy that's kind of says, I said, get out that cartoon of me. I'm going to start putting X's on stuff.
Yeah, let me just draw it. The good news is they've got those x-ray machines, so they expose you to just fractions of what they used to do.
Oh, it's a big change.
Yeah.
Big change.
The
Much
receiver, the plates that read it are so much better.
It was an embarrassing moment when one of
It's all digital now. You don't have to develop film and all that.
It was embarrassing because the whatever you call the x-ray person, specialist or whatever that person radiologist wanted my hand to be in a certain position for a certain picture that I couldn't put my hand in.
Oh, really?
I was like, what? What were they trying to do?
I don't think I make my hand do that. And that's why I'm here. And so my hand would, literally she would take my fingers and was putting them where she needed them because I couldn't make my hands and my fingers do
that one here.
Yeah. Just, hey, look, make that hand look the way you want it to. My mind keeps talking to it. It's not doing it. It just won't do it.
It won't move.
Ain't happening.
Go, buddy, go. And so.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. HelixSleep.com. Let's go, /Bubba. How'd you sleep last night? The mattress might have been the issue. You on some old ratty mattress, are you? Are you sleeping on a mattress that was customized for you? Well, it could be. Just go to HelixSleep.com /Bubba. Baby brother Greg and his wife Lisa, that's what they sleep on every night. They snuggle up and spoon.
Helix.
On a HelixSleep.com /Bubba mattress. They're going to ask you how you like to sleep, on your back, your side, your stomach.
And you know how you like to sleep. That's easy.
It's
you
easy.
know the answers to the question.
Stomach, side, stomach, side, stomach.
There it is.
And then they want to know, well, let's talk about firmness. Do you want the mattress to be hard? You want it to be soft? You want it to
Like
be
a
somewhere in
cloud?
between? What do you want? And they do that. Then they'll ask things like, maybe, are you large? Are you large?
Yeah, I got a bed for
maybe
old big.
maybe you're really tall. Maybe
Send it to
maybe
the
big.
1,000-pound sister.
No, Greg. And so they do have them for big and tall. They do have them for children. So all this is important. Let them know that at HelixSleep.com /Bubba. They send the mattress to your door. You got 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure that you love it. And we know you will. If you don't, by some off chance, they'll refund the money and you're out nothing. So go to HelixSleep.com /Bubba. Voted #1 mattress by GQ and Wired Magazine. I didn't know GQ made them #1 till Greg told me, because I know you read that.
I do, Rick. I'm all about it.
20% off if you go to HelixSleep.com /Bubba. HelixSleep.com /Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Super Bowl's coming, fellas.
Yep.
Super Bowl's coming.
58.
So
I find myself in that position that I like. I don't care who wins.
Yeah.
I just want the game to be close.
Oh, you're one of those.
Speedy cares because he loves the Chiefs.
He's a little boy.
When he's a little redhead. I'm a little redhead with freckles. I like the Chiefs.
I guess I'm
When you were a little boy, didn't you like it when you were a little kid?
Yeah, just hearing it said.
And were you redheaded, and did you have freckles?
Yeah.
Okay,
I just
then.
didn't hear it.
So you just and the Chiefs weren't really good back then. So why did you like them?
Friend of mine's. Anyway, it goes through
It
a
wasn't
friend
a
of mine's
bandwagon
family.
thing.
No.
Maybe it's because them Choctaws. in Mississippi?
It was funny though. I liked the Chiefs, but I had like a Dallas Cowboys garbage can in my room.
Okay.
And liked the Cowboys when they played the Steelers.
No, I was
And-
Steeler.
I
Don't get this
know.
started.
That's why you and I fight.
Don't get this started.
And
love
so
the
and then you work with the Titans for 8 years. So
Yeah.
it's like the Titans, the Chiefs, and the Cowboys are always my interest. But yes, I do want the Chiefs to win.
If the Titans played the Chiefs for the AFC Championship, who do you pull for?
Now,
Now.
probably the Titans.
Wow.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
A little surprising?
I don't believe him.
I don't
Yeah,
either.
I do. I mean, guys,
he thinks people hear him that
I was
work
there
with him.
for 8 years. I worked with
Yeah,
them.
but you didn't really like them.
That, where did that come
It's
from?
all about the
goes
check.
that far.
It was all about the check.
Oh boy, watch out, everybody. Huh? Watch out. He sees 25 minutes left.
He's dangerous now.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
you better really
He's
been
got to
now.
get on some lawnmower today, and that's all he thinks
Hey,
about.
let me tell you something. He'd be impossible win for a ton. That's the only thing that's keeping him in check.
Oh, I know.
You can't believe that.
They're leveling me out.
Yeah.
Could have deer hunted with me, but
Yeah.
sure.
Now, if I get to hang out with Dak, I'll be a Cowboys fan.
Okay.
But
You ever hung out with Dad?
Hey, he went to Mississippi
You
State.
got a little tie to the Bulldog?
That's a bulldog thing.
He went to Mississippi State.
He'll
I have
start
to
barking
look.
in a minute.
I mean,
just
did you
realize
ever
that?
meet him? No, I'm saying because I was wondering.
That's the
I know
time.
you can't go to Dallas, but I'm saying when he was at the Bulldogs,
I
did
don't
you
think
ever
I
meet
did
him?
ever meet him, no.
That's what I was
didn't.
trying to say, smart aleck.
What if Dak Prescott took the Cowboys to the Super Bowl against the Chiefs?
Rick,
Cowboys.
Rick, what if hell froze
So you
over?
don't really like the Chiefs? I thought he did.
No, I do.
What did he say?
Nobody's giving you enough
What did you
on
just
that.
say?
He said Dak taking them to the Super Bowl. I said, how about hell may freeze over? How about that?
Greg,
Was that a
that's
shot
terrible.
against Dak or the Cowboys?
Both.
That's a
Oh,
double
wow.
hit.
Dak's a good
I
player,
hope you
but
have
he's
diarrhea on the
topped
way
out.
with Dowie.
Dak's
That's not with
topped out.
Dowie.
It's with Tumpkin. You've been doing that all morning.
Well, I
I
thought
know.
about
Yeah,
it.
it's completely
Well,
opposite
they're both
direction.
with W's.
No, but they're complete.
There's a lot of things that start with
I could go
W.
into Washington too. I guess. Yeah.
Hey, have fun today in Wellington.
I love Wellington a lot, by the way.
Sure.
Yeah,
All
right
you
through
do.
there yesterday.
Yeah. Sure. That's nothing but Rob Street to me.
Yeah.
All right. So
With Tumpka.
okay. So anyway, so we got the Chiefs coming
You
up.
can't believe you're going. You don't want to.
You'll be
I'm ready to go to Groundworks.
You'll be pulling for the Chiefs.
Yes,
in
I
this
will. Love the
matchup.
Chiefs.
Greg and I don't care who wins, so we
No,
can
I just
enjoy
want,
it.
like-
Hams, do you care?
I'm pulling for the Chiefs.
I've mentioned this before.
But I'm bothered there's too much red.
Red.
That is a lot of that.
Nah.
I've said this before, so don't roll your eyes right while you're staring at me. The atmosphere at Arrowhead, I've been there one time with Ryan Greenwood.
Everybody, let me get it. They call it 12th man.
And it's the closest to a college atmosphere you'll be.
Yeah, I thought
there's
the
a few.
Titans were. You told me the same thing about the
That's
Titans.
not true.
The exact same.
I've heard this
Well,
about Seattle as well.
Yeah.
Well, I could see
They
it.
actually do
I
have the
could see
12th man.
I could see it. Sit up.
Hey, Rick, he said the same thing about the Titans.
You just made that up.
Right. Well, you better hope it was.
Yeah,
You
I
were
hope you
there
have fun with Dowie.
You were there for 4 years.
It's not with Dowie. It's Wetumpka. It's two
How
different
you
things.
get lost going to a Dowie?
By the way, the Greg
if I'm
Burgess
going there, I will be lost.
Hey, the Greg Burgess fan club meeting today in Wetumpka.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right.
But no, it really is. It was a cool atmosphere. It was really nice.
I just hope Taylor Swift's boyfriend's team wins.
And
Whichever team that is.
There it is.
They were talking about the NFL viewing audience when it comes to teenagers, how that's increased just because of her.
Yeah, but do they watch the game or they just watch when they
It
put
doesn't
her
matter
on
as long
screen?
as it's on that channel. They don't
True.
really care.
Yep.
So there, Mr.
All
Buddy.
right.
Ching.
Sorry, I forgot you the stadium.
What
guy.
time does it start?
5:30.
5:30
Central. 6:30 Eastern. Sorry, East.
Hey, on CBS
Do you
with
remember-
Romo.
Oh, good.
I don't know, Jim. I don't know, Jim. Oh, I don't know, Jim.
I can remember when we were growing up, Rick, them playing the Super Bowl like early in the day.
Yeah.
I do too.
Yeah.
Kind of miss that.
I like that better.
Right.
Greg's likes it right after church.
And it was usually a blowout. We had a run there.
Not
There was a
close
blowout.
game here, Jim.
I saw a stat the other day that the team that wears white has won like 80% of the time or
Buddy.
something. That number may be
Well,
wrong.
who's in white this week?
I think the Niners.
Okay.
Oh.
We'll keep an
Oh,
eye
watch
on it.
out.
Honestly, I really don't know. Why
But
did I
hey,
say
as a lead up to that, and I know we got to get somewhere, but this is the closest
I'm not going to a
y'all watching golf that I think y'all can get, and that is the Phoenix Open in Scottsdale, Arizona, is this week.
What's that got
And
to do?
this
Nobody
is
really cares, Calvin.
every year we talk about it, and then you forget and go, "What are you talking about?"
What, Glory's last shot?
No, this is where they have like 16,000 people at one hole, and it's insane.
Yeah. And the guy ran out there naked.
Yeah, and
couple
he
years
swam
ago.
across
Notice
the
that's
lake.
the only way.
one.
That's the only way he remembers.
Remember, he
that.
swam and got up on the
miss
side. or something?
you don't bring up the hole in ones and the crowd throwing
that
drinks
crowd is
everywhere.
amazing.
and
I'm just saying, as a
chants.
lead,
You
as a
remember
lead
the
up,
naked guy.
as a lead up.
That's on
I mean,
Saturday.
We
It's
covered it.
it's all week.
Starts
It
Thursday.
starts Thursday, but
Look, I
today
don't
got the
mind
pro
watching
am
little
and
golf.
everything. Huh?
I don't mind watching little
I'm
golf.
just saying, if you're in front of the TV and it's on, give it a shot because it's the closest that y'all can.
You have no shot with these two of
Yeah.
doing that.
No, yeah, probably not.
Think about it.
But I admit that is that one
Okay,
area.
buddy.
is
Thank
pretty-
you for
where
this.
the naked guy was.
You talked about the crowds. Helmsy talked about this and all of you are talking about the things. You even tried to bring him in with crowds.
Yeah.
You didn't even try to talk a lot of golf, and you thought that could do it. And
Yeah.
what did he say? Is that the one where the naked guy ran in there? I mean, that's the only hope you had.
Adler
You
has-
should have led with that.
Adler has shown
It was
the
a big story.
the gates opening and them running in like a bunch of crazy people all dressed up.
When you're trying to
fired
get
up.
Greg,
It's funny.
When you're trying to get Greg, the very first thing y'all should have said, "Hey, Greg, don't forget that golf tournament with the naked guy ran across there. It's coming on the
Oh, you
Okay.
had me
Yeah.
a naked guy.
That's it. Don't try this other stuff.
Speedy, they're not going to give you anything on it. I got zipped last night. I texted the whole group, hey, Auburn's playing Bama last night. Y'all gave me nothing.
By the way, what was that?
You know
Y'all
why?
gave me Zippo.
You know why? Because my opinion of it was nothing.
Okay,
there was
thanks
no
for
way
nothing,
I was,
friends.
I was
All
going
right.
to watch it.
Why did you do that?
That was odd.
I was just
It's an
giving
odd
y'all a
take.
heads
What
up.
are you giving out basketball?
Was that your-
info?
It was
Sorry, buddy.
It's a good atmosphere.
I'm
It's
sorry.
a cool game to watch. At least the
who
beginning.
I
when it's
did walk
tied
in.
up.
I walked in the house last night, and it was on. Braden was watching it, and I said out loud, "Oh, that's what Adler was texting us about."
Yes.
Who won?
I did get home, turn it on, and I
Or
saw
damn Eagle.
I saw Charles Barkley being interviewed,
Yeah,
and that was interesting.
that was interesting. A little awkward at times.
It was.
It
Speedy,
was.
how did he sound? You do a great Charles.
He said, "Oh man, this is good basketball."
Maybe
What
the
was
worst
that?
attempt.
That's the worst attempt you've ever had.
Never mind.
But Adler, we could go back through Team Rick and Bubba group text history, and we won't find you
Yeah.
ever texting about anything sporty.
Never.
And all of a sudden, not that there was something we were all talking about, out of nowhere, you throw into the team text last night, anybody cares, Auburn and Alabama's playing basketball.
Yeah, with a thumbs up.
Yeah, with the thumbs up, like, hey guys, thumbs up, y'all. Iron Bowl's on if y'all want to watch it.
No, that's not the
Like,
Iron Bowl.
Auburn won the Iron Bowl last night, so suck it. Yeah.
No, that was not the
What
Iron
did he
Bowl.
say?
It's not the Iron Bowl.
That wasn't the Iron Bowl.
It's
I
basketball.
said it's great. Too big.
Like Fred Sanford.
I remember.
What in the world?
Y'all gave me zip. Nothing.
I'm sorry.
Zilcho.
I'm sorry. Adler.
Zilcho.
Yeah, I even one time put my fingers up to give you something with. I really did. I took my phone. I thought I need to give him something, and then I went, I don't know what to say about it, and I just quit.
It's no Phoenix Open, but it was good.
Yeah, it's no what hole is it, 17. Yeah, if you want to talk to Greg, if you want to talk to Greg even about Auburn, Alabama basketball, mention some naked guy ran across the court.
Okay, that didn't
you remember
happen.
that guy?
We remember, Greg. Yeah, we remember.
Yeah, we covered it on the show.
And you think it was Speedy, right? That was Speedy?
Not that.
When do we get that Augusta so that guy we can sing that guy's song?
Yeah,
it's in April, isn't it?
I don't know. Yeah, got a few weeks.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Really, the assessment was that I'm just old. I mean, the assessment.
Okay.
The assessment they came back with. Look, no doubt, you've got some things that have gone on. That foot right there, boy, it's a dandy. And but for the most part, I love this statement. You know what? Your knees, for your age and for your lifestyle, really are not in that bad a shape. I said, okay,
well, that's good.
Hey,
that's
not
good.
really in that bad a shape.
Well,
and it didn't say good.
They can do a lot of things. Putting cartilage in is not one of them.
Wow.
Yeah, and so they said, and the fluid here, if you can live with that, I'd rather not tamper with that. It's not to that place. Okay. So I was basically told at the end of it all, you have arthritis, and in several places.
Mm-hmm.
The fall has just exacerbated the arthritis in your hands. You actually have it in both hands. This one's just hurting more because
the trauma to it.
Yeah, the trauma to it. And then you have arthritis in your knees. You have arthritis. Your foot has so much arthritis, it's alarming. And it's just like there's so much. That thing right there is it's basically unsavable. I did ask about the blade.
Okay, you did.
And I was told
take it off.
Well, I was told they don't amputate you from the ankle down just for comfort.
Yeah.
Okay.
That has to be something that
I understand.
Yeah.
Is it not amazing that how your body works?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all of a sudden you turn 50 and you feel things that happened to you when you were 19.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, where did that go for that long a time? It's like it lay dormant, and then all of a sudden you turn a certain age and things start hurting from things you did 20 years ago.
Well, I knew that's probably what this was going to be, and maybe I can relate to this because some places on my body, the hurt stays where it is. Other places, it moves around.
It moves around, right.
Like even on my foot, it'll hurt on the top, it'll hurt on the side, it'll hurt in the back.
Yeah.
My knee will hurt on the inside, hurt on the front, hurt over here. You know what I mean? Now, my hands are pretty – this right here is completely shutting down.
Right, yeah. Thumbs don't work.
Hey, Rick, just keep if you don't take Relief Factor, Rick, it'll start hurting again. I keep thinking they're not tied together, that I just need to get through. So here's what I was told. If your hands bother you, wear a brace. If your knee bothers you, wear a brace. If your ankle's bothering you, put your brace on. Thank you for coming in.
Are you gonna be that brace guy?
if it's to the point you can't take it,
yeah.
Which means I probably won't wear it. But I mean,
well, at least you got
wear
closure on it.
Yeah, I got. No, I said that's why I'm here. I just want to be sure there wasn't some sort of new trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And basically, he came to the conclusion this is all old trauma, and you've got arthritis. And, you need to do what you can do to manage the arthritis.
No, Arthur.
And now you're brace guy.
Yeah.
So if you could at one time, how many braces would you wear?
If I went all brace, I got 3 on.
Oh, Rick, I have a box full of them.
Right.
I mean, I can start at the ankle and go all the way up to the shoulder.
3 braces. But I needed to know. I thought that was growth that actually went in and said, let's have a look at something.
Yeah, that was good.
That's good.
Yeah.
Preventive maintenance, like changing your oil.
16 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 9 minutes to the top. Rick and Bubba show. Bubba out back on Monday, Lord willing. He's on a hamcation. Him and his ham buddies are in Ham Radio Paradise in Orlando. Back tomorrow. Gary the Bulldozer Man says he will be here on the show tomorrow. So we'll be back for another show for you to get you into the weekend, and we'll talk. Might even try to predict the Super Bowl a little bit tomorrow. Have some fun with that too. So if you want to be with us, any part of the show you missed today, be sure that you go and hit all the archives available on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Yesterday's Bible study, that archive now available. You can grab that as well. All right, so J.J. Watt, who is not in the Super Bowl, but this is a video that Adler has pulled up about he's trying to work out at a gym, at a hotel. What is this about?
Yeah, J.J. Watt. He's a lot like us. Even when he's on vacation, he's trying to get a workout in. Works out hard every day.
Ever tried to vacation with those kind of people? They can be a bip. Hey, is there a gym here? Is there any place I can walk? Any place I can run?
That's what Greg
Hey,
does.
when am I going to run? Well, I got to do this. And I'm just, hey, we're just here for a few days. Just let it go.
And then when you want to go eat, and they go, well, I got to have one of them shakes. I'm just taking the
I
shake.
didn't realize how much he looked like Blake.
Wow, he
really
does. Well, he really does.
And
When
me. People say I look like him too.
Yeah, people get you mixed up with him a lot.
Right. A lot, and Blake.
Yeah.
Look like Fleetwood though, the golfer.
I don't know who that
So
is.
you got to stop with these golf references.
Well, we've
with us.
talked about it. Y'all's
Right.
memory.
I don't know who that is.
Mick Fleetwood?
Yeah, yeah.
Fleetwood
Right.
Mac.
He had a band.
Yeah, okay.
Coach
Let's
Fleetwood.
move on.
Okay.
All right, so
Mark.
Yeah. All right, here we go. All right, here, see what he's talking about.
Yeah, see what y'all think.
All right, I need some opinions here. I got to know if I'm in the wrong. So yesterday, near the end of the day, wanted to get a workout in. 6:30 p.m., go down to the hotel gym, put my AirPods in, get the workout going, get a nice lather. About 30 minutes in, somebody comes and taps me on the shoulder. So I take the AirPod out and go, yes, what's up? I said, I'm sorry, sir, but we're closed. I said, what's closed? She said, the gym. The gym's closed. I said, it's 7 o'clock. What do you mean the gym's closed? She said, yeah, we close at 7 o'clock. I'm sorry. You got to get out. 7 o'clock? What hotel gym closes at 7 o'clock? What hotel? What's going to get stolen in a hotel gym? Is somebody going to walk out with a woodway? We're going to have 45-pound plates headed out the door? Maybe 9, midnight. But, I mean, majority of hotel gyms, 24 hours. Just go in there, use a gym, clean up after yourself, get out.
What do y'all think?
Yeah, I know how he feels.
I'll probably never have that problem.
Yeah.
Been there.
Who taps J.J. Watt on the show?
Every time I go on vacation, on vacation, I lament over the gym hours. How long is this open? Look, before we go any further, before I book this room, let's talk gym hours. I will have to agree with him that does sound odd. Now, it doesn't matter to me. The vacations I actually do a workout, I can't even think of one. I don't think.
But if you did,
I don't think it ever happened. Now, Sherry makes sure that we'll ride some bike to Egypt.
Yeah,
but that's supposed to be fun. But I don't know that I've ever gone to the hotel gym in my whole life.
Haven't either.
Oh, really? Well, what if you're on not a vacation, but you're working, and you want to make sure that you're trying to do a little bit better because you're not on vacation. It's just you're working. Maybe you've had to travel or something like that. Go down, get your workout in.
I go to these a good bit, and I've never.
He is right.
I've never seen one closed at all.
Yeah, you just use your key card, and that gets you in and out.
I've never even seen anybody in there that's working.
The closing of a hotel gym, we are doing all the jokes about whether you use one or not. It is strange. I'm with you, Helmsy. I've never been to a hotel that I saw gym hours.
No, not at all.
Like say you swipe your card.
There's so many things wrong with this. A, the hours, we've talked about that. B, tapping him on the shoulder when he's not aware that you're there and it's J.J. Watt, and then telling him he has to get out. I mean, imagine telling that man to get out.
It's J.J. Watt. Just let him do whatever he wants.
Right. Just finish up.
Let's
let him finish. It's J.J. Watt. My goodness.
First of all, people thought it was Adler.
They did.
Right. Yeah.
But what
a lot.
But then we're also living in this unreasonable time where people think, oh no, I may be asked to be kind to someone who's paying money to use our product. Mm-hmm. But what's even wrong with? By the way, I cannot believe a gym and a hotel closes at 7. I'm with him on that. Yeah. That's not an issue for me. But but what I don't understand though is he's 30 minutes into the workout. He doesn't know what's wrong with. Well, when you're done, let me know because we're going to lock up. Just finish your workout. Because I assume there's somebody at the front desk, right? I mean, there's somebody there 24/7.
I don't know who's
right?
in charge of the workout room.
Yeah, I don't either. What's wrong with even saying, "Oh, you didn't know, so just finish"?
Yeah, or let's say that employee has to stay until everybody's out. I get that. I got to go. You got to get out. Whatever.
Understood.
But if you see that somebody's gone in there, maybe peek in a little early and go, "Hey, just heads up, this closes in 30 minutes." If you're starting your workout, and they know. But it is weird that it closes like that. Normally, you kind of control it yourself, and there's not a monitor in there.
Yeah. Right.
I've just never even known a hotel gym to be closed.
No, just come and go.
Now, I get the pool thing. That's
understood,
loud
kids.
and get that.
You don't want drunk people in there at night. You know, doing God
never
knows
understood
what.
the
naked people.
Yeah,
first I've ever heard of that.
Oh, back to naked.
Yeah.
Speaking of theme for him today.
Yeah.
Speaking of football players that look
things
like other people. I'm not the one who said this, but Brock Purdy is playing in the Super Bowl this weekend.
Mr. Irrelevant.
He is the 49ers QB. Mm-hmm. Some people are saying that he looks like Lee Harvey Oswald.
Why are you doing
He kind of does.
I'm not the one that said
he
it.
kind of does.
He does, by the way.
He really does.
There's also a women's tennis player that he evidently looks like, and they've
What?
been doing
What?
that. You
Oh
can Google that real quick if you want to. I'm serious. It's
Would
a
you rather
I
look
think it's a
like Lee
college
Harvey
player.
Oswald or a female tennis player?
Probably.
I'm going Lee Harvey Oswald.
I don't want to be mixed up as a female. No.
Yeah, I hate to say that.
Hey, there's Greg.
That's somebody I
Larson,
want to
tennis.
look like. But I can explain I'm not Lee Harvey Oswald. I'd rather explain that than I'm not a woman.
Yeah, and I don't want to be people thinking that I look like the guy that the government framed for shooting JFK, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, guys?
Right, you guys
Everybody
agree
knows
with
that.
me. Here's that female tennis player.
Yeah, this is going around.
Well, it looks like his cousin.
Yeah, they could be cousins.
Did you find one with a hair up?
Easy.
Speedy. My goodness.
You asking for different poses? You sicko. This ain't fans only.
He doesn't have long hair.
Bring your hair back and turn to the left slightly
Greg,
and knock it out of
Greg,
gear.
that's the line of the year.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Could you knock it out of gear, please?
Here's Speedy.
Got any other pictures of it?
Maybe with her hair up.
I just needed to see her.
Ooh, any more pictures?
got
No, but here's one of
Greg.
Brock in his underwear.
Greg.
You want to look at it?
Knocked out of gear, probably out of line, but that's funny.
Oh, my
That's not her.
He kind of looks like Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah, he does.
I'm still voting for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, my
Especially
goodness.
with Speedy asking you to knock it out of gear.
She had long hair.
Hey, we got production, dude. Do not go in there and ask him to get on his computer.
They're not. She's not taking requests.
Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. If we're wrapping it up today, catch the daily archives on the YouTube channel or podcast channel. Thanks.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.